Alright, for VOD watchers, hi, how you doing? It's the Infinite Dragon here. I'm gonna explain what we're doing here in a little bit. Basically we're doing the art competition for megaman. So, basically what's going on is that I'm doing the art competition. It's really early. I wanted to get in as soon as possible because I do have anime club later today, and I was thinking about it all last night. So I'll explain everything that we're doing when more people show up. For right now, we're just gonna be vibing.
The Elite Four is always the final most difficult test in any main series Pokemon game, but Sinnoh's League is a different beast entirely. Widely regarded as one of the most difficult Elite Fours in franchise history, each of these members of Sinnoh's Elite Four presents their own unique challenge. Aaron boasts a bug-type team that actually does the type justice for once. Bertha's lineup of ground types are genuinely threatening and a decent example of a weather team. Flint's fire-type team contains the best fire-type Sinnoh has to offer, which of course doesn't mean much, but even still, Infernape and Magmortar are here to ruin your day. And Lucian's Psychic team has great offensive threats coupled with excellent defensive options. But with all that praise, can Sinnoh's Elite Four members actually earn their spots? Which of these 4 trainers can actually beat all 8 gym leaders and any Elite Four members that precede them? In this video, I'll play through all of Pokemon Platinum with all 4 of these teams to figure out which of them are legit. Are you You're cooked! You're cooked! No! You can't do this to me! I am the Blaze? Right off the bat, there are 2 elephants in the room that I need to address, and I know what you're thinking. First of all, where's Cynthia? I promise I didn't forget about Sinnoh's champion. Cynthia's fight is one of the most infamously difficult trainer battles in all of Pokemon, so I really wanted to dedicate an entire video just to Cynthia, and I have a lot of surprises cooked up for that video that you're not going to want to miss, so be sure to subscribe.
Because I'm early,
so I've got my own video for Cynthia, which means I want to focus on these 4 Elite Four members, but that brings up the second problem.
Where I am, it's 8.
Why am I using Platinum and not Diamond and Pearl to test these teams? Since I want to focus on the Elite Four, who I think are often unfairly overshadowed by Cynthia, it's important to note that the team compositions are very different between Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. Obviously, there's also the question of what's canon or not, I guess, but what's more important to me is making this a difficult test. And the Diamond and Pearl gym battles just aren't as difficult as the Platinum ones. If you've seen either of my other Platinum videos I've made so far this year, you'll know that Platinum's gym leaders are no joke. And I want the most difficult test possible for all 4 of these Elite Four members because their teams are really, really good. Now, their teams are slightly lower level on average than they would be in Diamond and Pearl, but the team compositions are way, way more competitive in Platinum. Not only are they more competitive and threatening, they're also just more interesting and contain more Sinnoh representation. In Diamond and Pearl, Aaron's bug types are way worse. Dustox and Beautifly are neat Pokemon, but they're not nearly as powerful as Yanmega and Scizor. Bertha's team is really weird in Diamond and Pearl. Quagsire is fine, I guess, but being replaced by Gliscor is far cooler and, again, more Sinnoh representation. Who says it Gliscor? Then there's Sudowoodo. Homie, you aren't even ground type. What are you doing here? Dude, you gotta go home. Getting replaced by Rhyperior in Platinum is a massively cool upgrade. And don't even get me started on Flint, okay? There's a lot of valid criticism about Sinnoh's lack of Fire-type representation in the Gen 4 games, but my god, this Diamond and Pearl lineup is just sad. Steelix, Lopunny, Drifblim? Guys, what? I don't hate the idea of having Elite Four members who just use moves representative of their types and sort of forego having Pokemon of the type, because it has the opportunity to create really interesting lineups that are difficult to combat, but this one feels like a mistake. And that's further confirmed for me by the fact that in Platinum, they completely course-corrected. But even with the corrected Platinum team, it still just feels wrong. Just how bad is the Fire-type representation in Gen 4? Is it as bad as everyone says? I mean, bad enough to make Flint's team in Diamond and Pearl look that awful? Well, to answer this question, we're gonna go to the go-to solution for so many scientists and mathematicians: a database search. For this, I'll be using a database that contains a ton of different search criteria for every single Pokemon, so that I can filter for specific criteria. For example, if I want to know every single Fire-type Pokemon from Gens 1 through 4. So my first query was for just that, every single Fire-type Pokemon from Bulbasaur through Arceus. Now, Elite Four trainers don't typically have unevolved Pokemon, so we're only going to look at single stage and final stage candidates here for Flint's team. That leaves you with only 17 Fire types up through Dex number 493. That's right, just 17. And of course, Game Freak doesn't want you to fight Pokemon that aren't in the Sinnoh regional dex, so we need to shrink this list to only include fire types you can actually catch in Sinnoh. That database search results in 5 Pokemon in Platinum's regional Pokedex. 5. And can you guess who those 5 are? They're the 5 Pokemon found on Flint's team. Technically, Rotom Heat is in the regional dex since it's an alternate form of Rotom, which is in the regional dex, but Rotom is a legendary Pokemon, and there are obviously many reasons why Game Freak wouldn't want a legendary on an Elite Four team. This database search truly revealed to me just how dire Flint's team choices were. Game Freak backed themselves into a corner for really no reason. There are other types they could have chosen that have better Gen 4 representation. This search also sort of just showed me how underserved the fire type was in general up through Gen 4. I mean, for God's sake, look at this. This is the full list of fire types introduced in Generation 4. It's just the fire starter line, an evolution of a pre-existing Pokemon, a legendary that's only obtainable in the post-game, and a legendary's alternate form. It's pretty bad. I'm sorry to all fire type fans. You guys just did not have it very good in the first few gens. You got Charizard though, so that's good, I guess, right? Finally, to round out the Elite Four, we have Lucian. Lucian's team also sees a massive upgrade in Platinum, I just woke up too, really. And Girafarig being replaced by the much stronger
I don't know if it was clear, but I live with Dizzy.
So with all that said, we're gonna play Platinum in this video.
Dizzy likes opening the window.
First of all, the teams are just cooler.
I'm sorry, opening the curtains.
And the curtains
let light stream in, and the curtains fucking wake me up. Despite the fact that I don't want to yet, I'm not ready. But I am. I'm up, and I've been thinking about this all weekend.
As per usual, I'll be using my check system throughout this video. Basically, if a trainer is able to beat a battle without using
how's the volume, by the way?
That's check plus. A couple of
because I'm playing audio differently than I normally would, so I don't actually know what the audio sounds like.
That's a fail. The gold standard here would be check plussing every gym leader and Elite Four member that precedes a given trainer. We need to make sure they can definitively earn their spot. Check plus assures that. As we get to each team, I'll do a breakdown and explain their strengths and weaknesses and how I expect them to perform. But for now, let's jump into our first trainer of the day, Elite Four member number 1, Aaron.
Stream is louder than me? All right.
Obviously, if we just put Aaron's team as is against gym leader number 1, Rourke, we would wipe the floor with him. We have like a 40 level advantage.
Is that better?
So to compensate for this, I'll be using a level cap. Basically, every trainer in the game will have to level their team all the way down to the ace level of whatever gym leader they're currently challenging. Then when I go on to the next gym leader, I'll level my whole team up to the next level cap. Furthermore, I can't
I'll let a couple more people slide in
into their next
before I explain what's going on here.
Final stage they're at in the actual Elite Four battle until I reach the level or place in the game where I could actually do so. Additionally, if a Pokemon is trying to learn a move via level up that's on the team's final moveset, I absolutely have to teach it no matter what. Up till that point though, I have a little bit of flexibility with the movesets. You might think that Aaron would struggle against Rourke when scaled down, but I actually think we're gonna be fine. Not only does Aaron have
how's everyone doing this morning?
But Scyther has the same BST as Scizor. It's still a solid Pokemon. And Heracross is really, really good, and part fighting type too. So rock type moves are neutral instead of super effective. Since Aaron is our first Elite Four member, he just needs all 8 badges to earn his spot. If Aaron though, or any of today's Elite Four members get check plus on all of their required fights, at the end of the video, I'll take them through the rest.
I only have it on audio, so I'm not actually looking at the screen. You'll be in my pocket for a second. I gotta go back on the floor. Yay, pocket time.
Their spot. But for now, let's just see how Aaron does on Sinnoh's leaders. If he's gonna
have talking about Nuzlocke, sort of. He's not talking about Nuzlocke. He's talking about doing a particular challenge to see if people in the Elite Four can actually make it to the Elite Four.
Let's just see how our bug boy does. The first battle of Sinnoh's Elite Four challenge. Rourke with a very positive type matchup against Aaron, but I think we're gonna be okay. I just have a feeling that it's gonna be, especially with that miss, that rock throw miss is huge, because we are 4x weak. Speed boost, good, but not necessary. Okay, but in direct response, I've missed Sonic Boom. So it all evens out, I guess. I probably live that. Yeah, Onyx's attack stat, no good. No good, and I missed Sonic Boom again. Okay, not what you want to see.
It's close enough. No? It's not like a Nuzlocke at all.
Send out my boy Heracross.
It is a challenge run, and that's similar, but it's not like a Nuzlocke at all.
There's the potion. And that should do it. That is a check plus on Rourke, and we're on to Gardenia, who we should completely obliterate. In theory, this is pretty free. We have stab, wing attack. This won't one-shot. Just kidding. I lied. I lied.
You lied.
Really
you lied.
Might live that, but okay.
Hello, Weez. Thanks for being first. How you doing?
So far, so good.
They're cold. I guess it is cold where you are. It's weird.
Well, yep. That's a check plus. Okay, Heracross does have Night Slash, which is, that bodes well.
But it's not
cold
here.
How much this will do. More than enough. I love Heracross, dude. Such an incredible Pokemon, Heracross. Oh, that is going to do a lot.
Like 11
Just
degrees
kidding.
you are? Gross.
You step to my goat, you better be prepared. Get out of town, bro. Come on, dog. This is free. Check plus.
It's 29 where you are?
Holy moly, bro.
That's relatively warm.
Not the fake out.
It's like
Damn, okay. Sheesh.
probably 60 since it's still in the morning right now. Probably get up to 70.
Nice miss on Rock.
So I did take the poll in the Discord about what robot master we should make. However, I found it kind of hard to do Banshee Woman, so I decided to kind of pivot with that idea and go into something else. And I found something I think is a little bit cooler. And now that we have a regulars here, I'll explain what the idea is. Oh, Jesus. I couldn't see the mouse from over there. So the idea is that we're going to go for a little snake motif, and we're going to be doing a Medusa woman. So obviously we want the robot master to be a woman because there's so few robot masters, right? So little female robot masters. I think the only one in the classic Mega series is Splash Woman. So I wanted that no matter what. I think the thing is that we all wanted like Banshee Woman or something similar to that kind of like edginess, but Banshees kind of don't have anything like interesting about them. They're women who scream, right? And like I can make that work, but I don't think it would be visually interesting. So the idea is that we definitely want them to be obviously evil, especially since this is a Dr. Wily robot, right? So him being the bad guy is the Dr. Wily robot. We want something that's obviously evil. So I got the idea of snakes, and because we have to have that suction cup arm thing, we would like I don't actually know if you can see you can't see my mouse. We have where's my mouse? There it is. We have like this section, right? We have this section that was causing me a lot of issues, and that has to be part of it. Sonic Shriek, it has to suck. It's a suction cup arm, so it has to suck, and I couldn't think of anything that can make it suck, right? Gotta give it the suck with 2 C's. So I went with snakes because snakes can be like a drain, and there's no rules saying that they can't also like hiss and whatnot to actually shoot out, right? So I was thinking about snakes. Having a snake arm would be fucking sick. But we already have Snake Man, right? So how do I distinguish from Snake Man? They've already used motifs like multiple times. Like there's several like water based robot masters, several ice based robot masters, right? So I decided to make it Medusa Man, or Medusa Woman, excuse me. So Medusa Woman I think would be really cool. Hello Natty, how you doing? And I think it would be cool for them to be kind of like queen-like, right? This is a bad bitch of a isn't there a Pharaoh Man? There is a Pharaoh Man. This is a bad bitch of a robot master. She's got the Nefertiti crown. She's got like the cape, and then when she gets like battle damage, the cape and the crown kind of pop off, and then she's gonna have like snake hair. Well, at least that's the idea, and then I get to reuse that idea that I had with the cape from Jungle Man or from Wild Man that I was doing Monday, and Wild Man had that cool like necklace thing that I made, and I like that, and I wanted to use that anyway. Maybe as an attack that freezes Mega Man in place. I have Robot Masters have multiple attacks, so I think we can give them multiple attacks. But the power that I think Mega Man should gain from defeating Medusa Woman should be Snake Drain. I think that'd be cool. All right, we're gonna have to explain this again when more people show up. But any questions for right now?
Oh, that is gonna do a lot. Just kidding. You step to my goat, you better be prepared. Get out of town, bro. Come on, dog. This is
we're gonna have to say all that again when Bato gets here. Yes.
Holy moly, bro. Not the fake out. Damn, okay. Sheesh. Did a lot. Nice miss on Rock Tomb. Huge. And you know I gotta send in my goat. You know I gotta send in my goat here. Now, we could Brick Break, but I feel like counter is so much more interesting.
For those who don't know, the art process is basically that, just redoing the same one line over and over again.
The bug type guy.
I may take a little break from Time Strange and play some Mega Man. I think we might fuck around with Mega Man next. I do have a game that I am currently thinking about playing. It's a waifu game because I know Bacha requested more waifu games. I mean, this one's like is a really high, but we might do some Mega Man games. Just need to play 10, and then 11 is like $5 right now, so we might do that.
Probably do, right?
Mega Man dating sim.
Oh, we outspeed.
It would mostly be dudes. There's like
now, does Gen 4
only Splash Woman as a woman?
Toxic spikes? It does, right? Okay, it's a speed tie. Okay, Skorupi, nice work, soldier. Decent damage as well. Okay.
The hidden lore is that Mega Man is gay.
I'd like to skip the heal, probably. Well, maybe not.
Now, I'm pretty positive, like I'm very confident that we're not going to get anywhere near like the actual competition. So I'm okay with making Medusa Woman here brown. Like a nice Egyptian brown. I don't think they'll go for it anyway. So if I'm gonna go full what I want.
Probably should have supersonics because we're down to brine here.
She's gonna be Team Brown skin.
The high rolls. Okay.
Stage could be Greek themed. The stage could just be like ancient themed, just in general. I think that would be cool. Because Nefertiti is an Egyptian queen. But I like the idea of having like the crown that she had, and it has the snake on top of it, and then when you beat her in battle, the crown comes off, and then she has the snake hair. I think that'd be sick.
I know Fury Cutter looks bad now, but just give it time, okay? Let me cook. We're kind of stalling the poison anyway.
I'm gonna do another test on the sound. Does everything sound okay?
Yeah, it does get stronger.
I'm playing audio from the TV, so I can't actually. What I'm hearing and what you guys are hearing are very different.
A crit. Sure. Okay, good. Attack order.
Sounds good. Good. I'm gonna turn up the TV on my end.
We might still outspeed, honestly. Ooh, the miss. That's a heal, probably, right? Yeah. But that just builds the toxic more.
Okay, so cool. Still not showing up. Let me know if there's like an echo or something.
Quinn goes down this turn unless you miss, in which case we're free. First try. Is this the first time a trainer has first tried this battle?
Okay, I'm realizing as I'm watching more Pokemon videos, a lot of people pronounce Pokemon names weird. Who the fuck pronounces it Vespa-Queen?
Doesn't really pose
it's Vespa-Queen.
Problem actually could be an issue here. Because really all I
is the second zone of Sonic 1 called Marble Zone? I believe so.
Heracross is kind of
I fucking hate that zone.
And Steelix is going to be something. I miss Supersonic. Nice. I missed it again. Nice. I'm just trying to whittle it down a bit before we close combat.
Sorry. Taking care of some stuff in the background.
This is good. This is good. This is putting us in more confident close combat range. I'm not doing any calculations on this. I'm just sort of eyeballing it. Okay, missed a good number of attacks, but I close combat does a lot here, right? And if we can get past Steelix...
You decided to boot up Mega Man 6. That's so far, besides 2, that's my favorite one. Because that's the one where you get the power armor in, and I think the power armor is sick. Like, it makes you feel way cooler. And I don't think they've captured that feeling again since 6.
Surely this is just...
I think 11 came close to it, because you get like the slow down time powers, which is really cool.
That is a check plus, and we're on to Candace, where it is going to be more of the Heracross show, probably. Let's counter, because we're outsped anyway. Then go to Drapion.
Actually need to spread those out a little bit.
Knock off. To get the Citrus Berry away.
Yeah, I need to spread those out a bit more.
Poison Fang. Miss. Swap. The rare swap. Two can play at the swap game.
God, that line looks disgusting.
Oh, that's gonna do a lot.
I scrolled some of Twitter to see what other people were doing, and some of those designs are really cool. I've seen like a trend of Voidman showing up, so I'm pretty sure if whatever final product we get is gonna end up being a Voidman, because I've seen a lot of people do that. I also had that idea myself for a Voidman. So I assume that a Voidman is gonna win.
Double team. Already missing moves. Good. Yes, dude. Yes. The coolest Pokemon in Sinnoh. And no Citrus. Nice double. There's a triple miss. Okay, we're in decent shape now. We have Poison Fang. And Bug Bite. Oh, nice crit. We super resist that. Just kidding. I thought this was Poison Bug. This is Poison Dark.
I was gonna suggest bandaging around her mouth, but then I remember that would be just ripping off Arrow Man. Actually, you know what, Wheeze? I actually might do that. So what I noticed about the design, and I mentioned this last time, is that this right leg that they have, this right leg, is a different part of the skeleton. Like, it's designed differently. So I think having her kind of bandaged up would be pretty cool, actually.
In the Diamond and Pearl teams, that's true. In the Platinum teams, I think it's actually not. But anyway, I digress. That is a check plus, and we're on to Volkner. All right, this is the decisive fight. If Aaron wins this, then he definitely earns his spot. We're going to open Toxic Spikes for the sauce. We don't want that, especially...
Nadia, you probably went into lurking, but how you doing, love?
Good. Fair enough. Nice miss. High roll takes here. Sweet.
You're good? That's good. I'm not really a morning person. What time is it in the East Coast? It should be like it's 9, so it's like noon, maybe 1.
Oh. Well, the outcome would have been the same on Electivire with Fire Punch. This should do a lot. It's wild to me how bulky Luxray is, because you really wouldn't think.
Electric is a good type.
It's a
I still think Luxio should be fucking Electric Dark. It just looks like a dark Pokemon.
Again, dude. I forgot about this in the last video too. It's rivalry again. That's why it's so bulky. No, Luxray actually
I have something important to a close friend / old friend IRL, and I'm nervous to start the conversation. But you got to tell them. It cannot be that bad.
To guess why you think me in the past thought that close combat there would one-hit KO Luxray. Can you guess what monumentally stupid mistake I just made? And don't worry, if you can't think of it right now, give it some time, because I'll be back. This is not the only time I'm gonna make this mistake in this video. No, not with quick attack. Okay. We'll just go for attack order. We should have enough depth left.
It's 11 for me. I'm pretty sure Arizona is 2 hours behind my state, so it would be 9 for you right now. Okay, so it's 11. Depending on what the daylight savings is, it might be 2 or 3 hours. So that's good to know that it's.
And nobody's on the field, but it is a check plus, and Aaron has definitively earned his spot in the Sinnoh Elite Four as member number 1. Pretty decisive wins across the board as well. But that, of course, means that we will revisit Aaron's team at the
You've been in
end
each other's
of the
lives for
video
20 years, but I need to step back from him. Ah, damn.
The Elite Four members higher than him. And
you gotta protect your energy.
Bertha has 3 problem gyms, which is a lot. Gardenia, right at the beginning, is a huge threat. A massive chunk of Bertha's team are 4x weak to both grass and water, which means even if we clear Gardenia, Wake is going to be a huge issue too. And then even if we somehow clear the Crasher wall, Bertha gets to fight Candace, who also has incredible type matchups on her. The big hope here is that Bertha's team depth and access to diverse move options will save her. This team
homies are full on married and hitting me up. I can't. Ooh, girl.
But this is not one of them.
Were you cheating?
This is gonna be fine.
I guess you wouldn't be, but still. I mean, worst comes to worst, if he doesn't stop, tell his wife.
Underrated Pokemon. Where my Barboach head's at in the comments. Look, all I'm saying is Piplup couldn't solo this team, but Barboach is about to. So I don't know.
Piplup sucks.
You tell me.
I am a Piplup hater, and you can blame Dawn for it. I fucking hate Piplup because of her.
Whether you like it or not, it's a Fury Cutter moment.
So is it like one of those things where they're just flirting with you because that's how they talk, or they're like actually hitting you up?
We become more powerful
because flirting is how I talk. I flirt with everyone.
Oh no. Oh no. Just kidding. Citrus?
I'm a heartbreaker. I'm a heartbreaker. I never meant to break your heart.
It's Fury Cutter o'clock. Gardenia should have known this and prepared.
A heartbreaker. I'm a heartbreaker.
Huge. Let's go, Graveler.
I wonder what the reason why we didn't get a lot of
Okay, I don't live that.
So specifically when they talk to you, it's on flirt. Okay, all right, fair enough then. I was gonna say I wonder why we haven't gotten more female robot masters. I'm sure it's just something that they didn't think of.
Sandstream is good for me as well.
As I said, the art process is just drawing the same line over and over again and never getting what you want.
It's a nice crit.
That's what they don't tell you about art, chat. But I will. I'll tell you.
Classic.
I never meant to break your heart.
Just attack, though. I'm incapable of attacking, it would seem. Okay. Check plus, and we are on to Maylene.
I should not be doing detailing right now, but I'm gonna. But I'm gonna.
Okay, and there you go. All right. Let's just mud bomb and hope we hit the 85% accurate move. And it'll be fine. And now we can probably magnitude 6 or higher and be fine. Well, not because of Drain Punch. Magnitude 8, that'll do it. That'll do it. Beautiful. Now, of course, we could clear Machoke with all kinds of Pokemon on our team. We have lots of options. But there's really only one option if you've ever been around this channel before. Frankly. There's really only one choice. There's really only one decision to be made here.
All right, I'll worry about the legs in a second here.
07's to my king. Check plus, and we are on to Wake, which is possibly the wall here. We should live Waterfall. Hippowdon is pretty tanky. Nice flinch. This is bits. This is jokes. Get Sandstream
do I
want
to stop and do the face? I don't. I think I'm gonna go ahead and finish doing this arm. I love having like the royalty like high sleeve.
It's always Wake. It's never anybody else. It's
gloves.
Always.
Although I had a really big thing about gloves. I don't know if anyone else had like a thing that they just thought was cool when they were a child, and for me it was a singular glove. It's because of Star Wars. I watched Anakin and Luke Skywalker get their fucking hand cut off and wear a singular glove, and I thought that was the coolest shit in existence. Minus suits, I never got out of it. But to be fair, suits are just cool.
Then swap to Gliscor.
Who says Gliscor? It is Gliscor.
Incredibly good Pokemon design.
Gliscor. Gliscor.
Sword Stance. We Sword Stance again.
I need to look at my computer because so I realized that my computer is freaking out, or OBS is freaking out because it's trying to one of my hard drives that I directly write from is like it's connected, but it's like loosely connected, but I need to get new SATA cables, and I'm what you would call broke.
Oh, do I have no, it's Hypercutter, not Sandvale. Oh my god, this one sand attack is crazy. You outspeed. Just.
Do we have any coffee heads in chat?
Are you serious?
Because I made coffee today, but I kind of just put so much shit into it. It kind of is just now more or less hot chocolate.
Okay. All right. Gliscor, definitely the difference maker. If it were still Gligar, it'd be a no-go, but you can get the Razor Fang after Gym 3, so it's fine.
What'd you put in it?
Nice.
Everything. Anything to make it not stop tasting like coffee. Hot chocolate, like actual hot chocolate, creamer,
know why I chose Aquatail. Mud Bomb is just undeniably best here. Okay, well, I'd like to hit that. I'd like to be able to hit that move.
But I also am under the belief that I've never actually had a good cup of coffee.
85% accurate, by the way.
Like, I've made my own coffee, but that doesn't mean I was good at making it. If anything about learning, if learning anything about tea has taught me anything, you can make tea incorrectly. Coffee sucks. Blasphemy. There's 2 types of people in the world.
It's just the Whiscash show, guys. I don't know what to tell you. It's a check plus, and we are on to Candace, who is the secondary
one. Now that I'm actually looking at this design and Wee's put out the bandage thing, I think I'm gonna make their left side kind of regal and like slim and like, you know, refined, and the left side is gonna be all fucked up.
Oh,
I think that'd be a great design for Medusa woman. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna start with his head.
There we go.
Heartbreaker. Never meant to break your heart. So sorry.
I'd like to go +4 if I can.
I never. And the left side with the snakes is all fucked up because that's where people aim to damage her, where the right side is normal and the left alone because people don't target it that much. I could see that, but I'm more going for the fact that Medusa was a fucking
Frostlass is a nightmare.
I can't remember if she was an actual god or a priestess, and then Aphrodite was just like, you're prettier than me, and I don't like that, and then made her ugly. So part of her is gonna be super fucking fucked up, and the other part of her is gonna be not fucked up. Damn, I really want to play Stray Gods again. Especially since I accidentally got Medusa killed. Actually, I don't have to do what I was about to do. I have the power of technology. We're not cavemen. We have technology. Oops.
Does anybody have Ice Punch?
You were thinking about that game the other day? Well, neither of us have done the DLC for it.
I outspeed you. And you have rivalry against me anyway. Which is good for me. I don't know that I outspeed you. I do, okay, nice. Cool. Easy peasy, baby. Easy peasy. That's a check plus. And we are on to the Elite Four. Bertha is now 1 fight away from claiming her spot. Now that we have our first trainer moving on past the gym leaders into a required Elite Four battle, it's important to note that on Elite Four battles specifically, I'm allowed to use as many heals as they have against me, and I still check plus. If I use any more though, that'll be check or even check minus. Okay, I mean, surely it's just Rock Wrecker, right?
Chad, do you guys have any animals that you're just like afraid of? Like, no specific reason, you just don't like them? Like, for me, it's a moose. I hope I never in life encounter a fucking moose.
Double team into U-turn, the classic.
Moose and a mountain lion. Mountain lions, I think, are actually kind of shy.
Yep.
So I think you'd be fine on that front. As long as you don't like walk over to where like where like a mother's kids are, I think you ought to be all right. But no, I feel that.
I go for Thunder Fang there to keep it out of heal range so that this Fire Fang takes instead of putting it into full restore.
Yeah, I think we don't. I don't think we comprehend how goddamn big a moose is.
Classic.
Until like you see one. Like a moose is as big as like an elephant.
Ice Fang is a very, 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 very good move. Flinch chance, freeze chance. I mean, come on, dude. They really gave it everything. It's one of the reasons that Floatzel on Crasher Wake is so devastating. Because Ice Fang has so much potential to mess with you. This Rhyperior is Lightning Rod, unfortunately.
I remember seeing like a truck or something that was just hit by a moose and the truck was fucked the high hell and back. Bro, fucking Mies, don't fuck with him.
Nice hit. Beautiful. And with that, Bertha has definitively 100% claimed her slot, despite Wake and Candace trying to thwart it. Flint has really positive matchups against basically all of Sinnoh, except for just one fight. And it just so happens to be the most difficult one in the bunch. Crasher Wake has to be Flint's arch nemesis because, my god, I don't know what we're gonna do to get past Floatzel and Gyarados. The one nice thing here is that we will have.
I don't like Floatzel. I don't dislike Floatzel, but I don't like them.
We'll live an Aquajet from Floatzel at full HP, which does give us some options because Infernape is so physically powerful in its attack stat. But that isn't where the problems end. Truly, I think all we need to do is clear Wake here. If we do, Bertha could wind up being a bit of a problem, but I'm fairly confident I can find a line to win there. Candidly, if I get past Wake, I'm gonna be over the moon. Here we go. Well, we know we get through this, at the very least. Crit.
Natty, have you played Hades? And if you haven't, when are you starting?
Okay. We'll swap in Hound. Oh, no, it's not Intimidate. It's Early Bird, isn't it? Yeah. That's unfortunate.
I did play Hades, but I never finished it. I think it was at a time when where I wasn't crazy about roguelike games. Fair enough. I was Medusa's giving me thought flashbacks to Hades 2 because we played that relatively recently as well. Need to play more of it, really.
Beautiful. This might 3-shot with the Reflect Up.
I think I want to go back and finish it, especially because we played Straight Gods and I love that shit. I miss my girl. I miss Medusa.
Oh.
I can't believe I got her fucking killed. I'm so upset. I'm still upset.
That. Well, this might take you out of heal range. In that case.
Work with me.
Nice. And the Reflect wears off just in time for the ace. Should live that.
If Hades is so good, where is Hades 2? Channeling filler, apparently.
Procs. So long as we live this Magical Leaf on a high roll, we should be fine. Oh, yeah, and the Blaze? Come on. Easy.
Up and down and all around.
Is there anything Monferno can't do?
Your fun fact for the day is that there was a point in my art career that I did want to be a character designer.
Dude, okay.
So I get to practice that skill. In fact, my senior, one of my senior projects in college was character design. I made a fake video game. I made a fake Legend of Zelda video game. Where I made it like actually properly gritty and rough.
Such a cool Pokemon.
Like not like Twilight Princess. I mean like it looks like Link came from a Souls game. He has like a scar on his face and everything.
Easy peasy, baby. Come on.
Easy, baby. I need to watch Austin Powers again. It's been a while.
You have Rock Tomb also? Why? Why everybody got Rock Tomb on this team?
Rock Tomb.
This is actually probably a bad call because I want to be able to get a move off on Lucario with Houndoom. So let's just bait a turn. Maybe go Ponyta and eat a Karate Chop. Still goes for Rock Tomb. Okay.
How much that fucker's been through. I'm surprised he hasn't had any scars yet. Yeah, truly. But I put a scar. Maybe I can find the design at some point and show you guys in the Discord. But what I did is I put a scar, like now under his eye, but like through his lip. Yeah. If that makes sense. Okay. So like,
let's just get as much damage as we can before we swap.
If that's his face, I put a scar like right here.
The Flareon back spread is pretty good. The definition, like the hairs coming off the tail, looks really good.
I'm so sorry. I never meant to break your heart.
Tail whip. Oh, you're cooked. You're cooked.
I feel like that's too thick.
You're so cooked. Oh, that hit?
Never had that problem before. I can't believe this feels a little too thick.
No, you can't do this to me. I'm too young. I'm too young. You can't. Oh, never mind. It's the Monferno show. Okay. We now move on to Wake. This is where push comes to shove, okay? This is where boys become men.
Boys to men, ABC, BBD.
Obviously, Wake is really difficult for Flint, but I had a lot of faith here, actually, because we have a ton of team depth, and we know that Monferno did okay and had some solid potential
just like that,
against Wake
many
in
of
the berry
friends.
video.
And all
So
the
having
Philly
Infernape
sticks you could
instead
eat.
could mean that we have
Back
pretty
in
solid
school, we
options.
used
The
to
only
dream
difficult thing here,
about
of
this
course, is
every
finding a
day.
line.
Couldn't really happen, or do dreams
Why is
just
Magmar
fade
like blowing a
away?
kiss when it appears?
Then we started singing, and they said it sounds smooth.
Okay, there's a burn.
And we started
we
a
probably
group,
lived
and
this.
here we are, kicking it just for you. Motown Philly back again. You know how older games didn't have a proper save system in place, so that they would always have some kind of password system for saving games? I wonder how many kids out there had journals or multiple journals full of passwords for games. I don't know about you, chat, but when it came to like games like that, I just said fuck it and I won't remember it. I'm like, I'm not writing this shit down, kiss my ass.
Hyper, okay.
I also tried to guess passwords as well. Like there's this like Stuart Little game, I think it was Stuart Little 2 on the Game Boy, where it had a password system, and I just guessed a really far in level.
Massive take from Magmar right now. There's the snap out. Oh, you don't have quick attack. Oh, but it is still burned, so it might be fine. Oh, we have Stomp. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, sorry, we're faster. It's okay. So Quagsire comes in, we Tail Whip. Twice?
Then we started singing and they said it sounds smooth. Ooh, what kind of Christmas music you guys listening to? Is it just generic Christmas music, or like you guys have like an actual like people that you listen to? Because every year during Christmas I listen to a group called Straight No Chaser, and man, something about like the acapella hits every time.
Nice wake up. Huge. Okay, now close combat. Then swap. The question is, do we want Sand Attack or Tail Whip? We live this Aqua Jet.
I don't really listen to Christmas music, but if it's on, I don't despise it. Other than All I Want for Christmas Is You. Yeah, that's the most like cliche. I wonder how that became such a popular song. Is it just because it's Mariah Carey?
By not clicking Quick Attack, well, Aqua Jet would have.
Or was there like a trend that I was too young to understand was a trend?
We are now, unless they crit. Well, even on crit we live, I think. So I think we have to evade 1 crit. But this is 99% at low roll. Okay, nice. Huge. Easy peasy, baby. Close combat all the way down,
I just got 2 lives as enemy drops in the same stage. Nice. Good RNG. We love that. Just like that, plenty of friends. Another Philly steaks you can eat.
All right, Magmar, come on.
Magmar.
One day, Byron's gonna have a big
Damn.
W.
All right, you're set up for lives for at least a little bit.
Actually, did he beat someone in the Victory Road Challenge? He did, right? Didn't he? You should go watch that video and then come back and tell me after you watch that whole video and make sure you finish all of this.
I already watched that video, 8F.
So that you watch both of them all the way through.
8F is really good for background noise. That's what he's on right now.
Yeah. Wonderful. Okay, now we just need one of our remaining fire types to hit one move. That's it.
Not too hard, not too soft.
We'll hit something.
Actually, I'm not sure about that kneecap thingy. I don't know how I want to do that.
Attack?
But we started singing and they said it so smooth. We started a groove, here we are.
They're really just setting up the +6. And for what?
So really back again.
No heal. We're chilling. And that is a check plus on Candace. Beautiful, and we're on to Volkner. Excellent. I probably should have Sunny Day'd right up top. But we'll take it now. The flame body? That's actually huge.
Alright, so until one of 8F's videos, I actually didn't know that burn cut your attack power by half, unless you have guts. I think it was an 8F video that also taught me about Switch Switch meta.
Wait, does that
so like your opponent switches into Pokemon depending on what Pokemon you have active. Famously, which is, you know, like duh, but like I didn't realize how it worked until one of his videos.
But within Fernape's attack stat, surely. That is crazy! That's nuts to me! That's so nuts to me, dude. No, rivalry only affects their attacks on you. Whoa, I'm back. Looks like me in the past is getting a little bit closer to figuring out why I can't one-hit KO Luxray with fighting type moves. Do you know what it is yet? This is you don't have many more chances to guess, and I really keep screwing this up. So, what do you think it is? Let's get back to the video.
I don't know. I'm not actually paying attention enough to the video to try to figure it out.
None of that. None of that with double team, please. Thank you.
I assume it's got something to do with the rivalry, though.
We outspeed Vespiquen, wow. Yeah, I mean, this is going about how you'd expect. This is going about how you'd expect. Yep. Okay.
I keep a vest clean on scene.
Kind of
I can't keep the cute flies off me.
You outspeed, and you also don't go down to 1 flamethrower unless I crit, probably. Yeah. Let's Thunderbolt. Just to get you a little lower without putting you into heal range. That's close. Yeah. Dang.
So I was gonna give her this claw foot, but I don't know if I want this anymore. Maybe I just want it to be bandaged or something.
The Magmortar sweep, bro. is that all 5 with Magmortar? That's crazy. So yeah, I guess we just double Sunny Day. Yeah, that just has to be it. Nice miss. That's really good.
Yeah, so there was I just saw a clip on Twitter, not like just, but like today. Saw a clip on Twitter about the one time Brock's Krogunk didn't fuck him up for trying to flirt with a girl. And it was against Cynthia. Because he pops, like Brock does his thing and starts flirting with Cynthia. And then Krogunk pops out and is about to beat the shit out of Brock. Yeah, and then Cynthia like smiles at Krogunk and Krogunk's like, you know what, man? She kind of bad. You got it. You got to go for it. Shoot your shot.
Good.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
Good, I outspeed. Okay. This will definitely one-shot. Oh, I outspeed. Massive. Nice. How much is this gonna do? There goes the sun. Do. Oh wait, no, it's here comes the sun. Ignore me. If you weren't already ignoring me, please resume. Nice. Okay, that means Flint has definitively earned his spot. That was all we needed to do, was beat Bertha. Wow, I'm honestly genuinely surprised. I thought Wake would pose more of a threat, and that Bertha would also be a little more difficult, but we're fine. We always talk about Cynthia, we're always gassing up how difficult that fight is, but to get to Cynthia, you have to get through Lucian, and I think a big part of what makes Cynthia so difficult is the fact that Lucian and the trainers before, but really Lucian, weakens you a lot before you get to the champion fight. Lucian's team is very good at survivability and staying on the field, and also Lucian wants very badly for you to lose. If Lucian has any rough matchups in Sinnoh, it's really just Fantina and then a little bit of Candace's team, but Fantina is the big problem. If we can clear Fantina, I'm pretty confident we can deal with Candace's Sneasel and Frostlass, but Fantina will be rough, especially given how early on that fight
I return.
It'll be before our team is in
All
real
right.
fighting.
I really don't know what I want, because like I said, I was gonna do this claw foot.
Video, the one which requires him to beat everyone but Cynthia, including all the trainers we've already seen. Let's find out.
I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't know.
Hit yourself?
I don't know. I turned Scottish there, but I did.
Kidding. Bronzong has like Bronzor has a little pattern on its back. It's kind of fun.
Let me see, what kind of different... Dizzy, are you in chat right now? You are not. I don't think you are.
Yeah, without Bronzor, we might genuinely lose this. Bronzor might be the only reason this is possible.
You have the bigger boobies? I don't think any of the female robot masters have boobs. Like, they're not designed to be, like, boob-like. How you doing, fella? No, it's really just the, because what I was looking for is if any snakes have, like, weird appendages or anything, but I think rattlesnakes is the only thing that have something weird. will be innovating the Mega Man franchise. I've already decided to make them darker skinned. I think I'm already innovating.
But that is a check plus on Rourke, and we are on to Gardenia.
While I figure out what the fuck I'm doing with this.
Holy crit, okay.
Do snakes have any like interesting appendages besides the fangs and like a rattlesnake's like snake tail thing or rattler tail thing? Is it too much to ask for a goth mommy robot master? I don't know if the goth thing works as well in Japan as it does America, or Western countries, I should say. Not really. That's what I thought. All right, maybe we do just go for the weird claw foot thing. And then I'll just bandage it up. Bandage. Yeah. How are we feeling about this design so far? I still got to do her face like properly, but I think I like this.
Beautiful.
I think I like it.
Plus, and we are on to Fantina, who I'm realizing will be quite difficult.
Stop blackface and do goth face. Wouldn't that be racist to goths though?
Alright, it's just that.
Japan didn't get hit with the mass goth brainwashing in the 2000s. Yeah, they got hit with the I will ignore you for for literally anything.
Obviously not.
Coup d'etat type.
Live that?
You know, like with Samus and Lightning. Like I would kill you for a petty type waifus. Where'd my pen go? There it is. Samus wouldn't kill innocent, but she would ignore you.
Uh-huh. Are you?
And she has done a genocide, and she has. I'm pretty sure she'd even get paid for that. She has done the genocide. She did attempt to kill all Metroids in Metroid 2.
That's gonna take forever.
Actually, Samus is probably as close to as what you're getting to as close as what you're getting to a Dami Mommy goth chick.
That's unfortunately the line.
In a Nintendo game.
Unfortunate, but this is the way.
Which is funny because she's blonde and wears bright colors. But she gives the air of goth chick.
Come on. Good.
Y'all aren't ready for a girl boss and it shows. says the lack of girl boss in chat.
Doesn't seem to matter.
Billy, have you listened to any of like the bad Mega Man audio, but like the Japanese dub of it? Because the Japanese dub of it is actually really good. Like, or it hits a nostalgic like brain point. You know what I mean? If Samus had genocided any species, it would be Ridley species, because that fucker is responsible for 99.9% of our problems. While that is true, I don't think there are any other space pterodactyls.
Come on. Good. Oh, I should use light screen. That's a massive.
Alright, so if you guys actually look on the Nefertiti bust that's like in the museums and whatnot, the bust itself is missing its left eye. So I think what I'm gonna do is she's not gonna have a left eye. It's gonna be one solid eye. And that's gonna be the only thing on her left side that's kind of imperfect.
Oh, I don't have that move. I have this one though. Doesn't do much. Oh, but I'm just gonna keep hitting myself if that's okay with you. Oh my god, I lived on one. Okay. That should do it. Well,
doing things symmetrically is probably the worst thing
but it's a check plus, so
ever. It's so hard to get things perfectly.
Stop it.
There we go. Not even, actually. That eye is lower now. Use an even smaller pen. Gotta add for Qatar Airport. Asked me to vote for them as the world's best airport. Phila, have you even? Oh no, you had to because you've been to. Oops, you've been to Florida. So you've been on a plane.
Oh no, no. That's not good. The crit and the double attack boost? Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean? We're fine. But what do you mean? What do you mean? So sorry, Lucario. Sorry to bother you, Chief. Yeah, I'll just walk away. Thanks for the check plus. I'll never see you again.
You wanna some poison man going on.
Good. Nice. Freeze, you like? Easy peasy, baby. Not even worried. Check plus. We're moving on.
I think I'll do the Dragon Ball Z nose, where it's just like the implication of a nose.
Probably can't greed this any further. Do you live this? No, not at +4. All right, that is a free check plus, and we're on to Candace, who should be the same. Frostlass is a little threatening, but we should be fine.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, that did a lot. Hang on.
Kind of wild that this will be the 12th Mega Man game and we still can't play his role. Why do you want to play his role?
So that's good. We'll get some of this health back.
You can play as a base, a shitlord from a game no one likes. You can play as him in other places.
Really fast and really
Hello, Screech. How you doing?
Yeah, okay. Frostlass next. Shadow Ball.
Because you want to play as a Wom. But why? You can play as a cool woman.
We do hit
Role is like the most support character a support character could be. Doing good. Just playing Overwatch. Nice. Are you winning? Or are you just playing? All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of detailing here, just a little bit. I also still need to put that thing on.
And that's that. That'll be all she wrote. And we're on to Volkner.
Woke liberal wants to play as well, man. I can't believe you do this. The fuck is my?
That's annoying.
There it is. That's a cool character you got there. Yeah, so we're going for a Medusa woman, and I think it would be really cool since like the design itself is kind of like asymmetrical. I thought it'd be really cool to have like an asymmetrical idea in the sense of their main design as well. And Wheeze gave me the brilliant idea to make one side covered in bandages. So that's what we're about to do right now. We're gonna cover in bandages.
Good. Yeah, I was -1 defense, so I think Drain Punch is the right call. Psycho Cut also takes, but we want some health back.
We started singing and they said it's so small.
This is officially your last chance. Do you know why I selected Signal Beam instead of Psychic on Luxray there? Yeah, I bet you do. And it's really obvious to you, but in a second here, we're gonna play this video and I'm gonna figure it out in real time. And then you're gonna watch me crash out about how stupid I am. In fact, you know what's crazy? I made this exact same mistake in the Victory Road video for Platinum where I used Staraptor Close Combat and I'm still really confused.
Staraptor can learn Close Combat?
I have a YouTube channel dedicated to Pokemon and I don't know this thing that you're about to realize in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodness gracious. Yeah, we can do this. That's fine. Because if this puts it in heal range, Focus Blast is still good. We just don't want to miss. That's all. Why not Psychic? Because it's Dark type.
It's not Dark type. It's not Dark type.
It's not? My whole world is shattered. I'm not
yeah, it looks like it's a Dark type, but it is not Dark type.
Electric until right now. I'm not even, like, I wish I were doing a bit. This is a Dark type in my mind. How is this not a
that
Dark
means
type?
I get half of the royalties.
Dude,
That's
that
not...
explains it! Every time
that's not how
that's why I've been so shocked.
That works.
Every single Sinnoh fight
First off, all the royalties go to Capcom. This is their character who wins.
Like, well, it's probably rivalry, and then I'm like, no, rivalry isn't a defensive ability; it's a physical ability. So it doesn't.
Just because it's black doesn't mean it's Dark type. Obviously, come on.
So I was like, well, it just makes no sense. How is Infernape Close Combat not taking? How have I not noticed the lack of super effective text boxes? I don't know if you noticed, but I got a lot going on the screen. I got all these chatters. I got all this gameplay. Okay, so yes, would Psychic have been better? Yeah, absolutely, bro. 100%. 100%. What about its design or description makes it Dark type? Use your eyes. It learns Crunch, and its fur is black. Those of you in the chat who are currently be like, of course it's not Dark type. I've known this all along. Don't even act for a second like you don't agree with me at least a little bit.
No, it should be Dark type. It looks like it's a Dark type. I feel like Luxray should be a fucking Dark type. I agree.
So obtuse.
However,
anyway,
it is not.
Check plus. I'm a moron. You can say it. Let's move on.
Oh, what's next? Just because it's red, it's a fire type. I don't think there are any fire types that aren't red. Like, that's an extremely rare trait. I think like Cerulege is probably the only one.
I think part of it is that I view it.
And technically, it does have red because its eyes are red. It's electric type, right? Yeah, it's only electric type.
Because I was like, well, a pure electric dog line already exists, and that's Manectric, you know? You just gotta hit this, Gallade. Beautiful.
I don't play Pokemon anymore, and I know that. I mean, yeah. But you played Scarlet Valley, didn't you? You just didn't like it. I think Cerulege's eyes are only red and it's shiny. I don't think that's true. Let's find out.
Good.
No. Its colors get inverted as a shiny, because now then it looks like Amarogue.
Oh no. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
Oh no, maybe I just lied to you. Maybe I just lied to you. I think I just lied to you.
Nice miss.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's red. His eyes are only red when it's shiny. Which is, while I do like that, they really easily could have just that's a fan concept. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it.
Gallade is slow. But we have Calm Mind Bronzong as well, so like we have other.
I know it would be a stinker when the character's T-posed in the intro. I mean, yeah. I still had fun with it, but
after all that.
Yeah, I think the criticism against the game is fair.
Actually, wait. Yeah, no, we're fine.
Screech, I don't know when you have to go to work, or if you even go to work today, but I probably will be asking you for some color opinions when I actually get to coloring this.
Good.
I just got the Yamato and Mega Man, and I'm gonna fight Virgil next. What are you talking about?
I think we're fine. Check plus Aroni, and we're on to Bertha. Why doesn't Gallade have the citrus berry? I don't know. I made this sort of arbitrary decision to like stop giving held items.
I beat Yamato Man and got Yamato Spear.
Like,
oh,
do I get to use it only once?
I forgot he was in that game.
Keep using it? Like, I don't know. We have Levitate. Naturally. Low roll.
Philip, what's your favorite Mega Man game? Because you and I talk about a lot of stuff, but I don't think we've ever talked about Mega Man specifically. What's your favorite Mega Man game? I'll if you can say anyone, but if you can't think of one specifically. Mega Man 1, there's something wrong with you. You're a weird freak. I can beat Mega Man 1 without dying? Bullshit. I'll believe it when I see it. Nobody can beat that game without dying. I think even speedruns like intentionally take a death. So no, false, not real. Fake news.
Why is that doing so little?
You just gotta use pause buffer. Oh, so you cheat. Got it. Well, anybody can do it if you cheat.
Okay.
The game is impossible if you don't cheat. Exactly. So I think if you guys look at the VOD of me playing Mega Man 1, I actually do cheat and I still quit because fuck that game. I love Mega Man, but Mega Man 1 is hard.
Really?
You didn't beat Mega Man 1, Scrub Lord. So I think we've been over this. I can and I would. However, I value my time.
Okay, just one more fight to prove Lucian can earn his soul.
I think the best design one is probably Mega Man 2 though. That was before I got bullshit hard. Mega Man 2 gives you metal blades and metal blades are broken. Like metal blades are objectively the best weapon in any Mega Man game. They do a lot of, they do decent damage. And on top of the fact you can aim in 8 directions. It's just the best. It's just the best one. All you have to do is bring up Cuphead and she's stun locked. Did you not beat Cuphead? You value your time, you beat Silksong. I was having fun.
Fastest member of the team is Infernape.
I was not having fun playing Mega Man 1. You know that Simpsons meme where Bart goes, "Look, Lisa, you can see the exact moment where the light leaves his eyes."
Evidently not.
Yeah, that was that stream for me. Oh, Jesus.
So we definitely sweep everything in one. The question is if we live a move on Infernape.
Where'd my, there it is. There it is. I see it.
And this is bounce. Did this outspeed us? It did, right? But it was also the same level as us, so.
Like, there is a part of Silksong where I did find unfun, and that was all of Biowater. But that's one section compared to the entire game in which I had fun.
But that means Infernape outspeeds, and Flare Blitz does a lot.
And it's quite the skill to enjoy getting your ass whooped.
I'm not going to get a move off, so I may as well heal and get Flare Blitz to put it low. But Zam Psychic would have just taken either way, so this isn't actually necessary. Didn't do as much as I thought.
The new design Bioware should get punched in the face. Yeah, that entire area is actively malicious towards the player. Time exists to be wasted. It truly is. How you doing today, RPG Haste?
Let's let you eat the overheat. Interesting.
Jade Alice, thank you for the follow. I don't know why any of that didn't do anything. Like, I didn't get the alert, didn't come off, it didn't pop up in my activity feed.
Keep it out of heal range.
That was very weird. I don't know why that didn't do anything.
Well, recharge turn, we're fine. That's a crit. That's not a crit. Oh my god. Holy moly. I guess Espeon does have relatively low physical defense.
All right, well, that was really weird. What the fuck? Why didn't I do anything?
Don't think I lived that.
Did I ever tell you guys what my idea of hell is? I found all of Silk Song to be an exercise in annoyance.
Drop is
sure.
Oh, and there's the citrus out of heal, so we're
I can't just take the most gnarly shit. I don't know why you felt the need to tell us that.
That special defense drop should let Mr. Mime Psychic do it.
Oh, right. I gotta put the fangs on this damn snake head.
Very nice. Lucian has earned his spot. It's now time to take our teams past their slots and into theoretical territory. Luckily, all 4 of our teams got check pluses on all of their required fights, so we can take all of them above and beyond and figure out which of them could go all the way if they chose to. To scale the teams up as we go, I'll level the ace Pokemon on my team up to match the ace of the next team, and whatever that level gap was between where I was and what I needed to get to the ace level of the next trainer, I'll apply that many levels across the board to everyone on my team. As we've seen throughout this video, and as evidenced by the fact that all of these teams got all the check pluses they needed, these fights are seriously tough. How many of our Elite Four teams will be able to go all the way to Cynthia and then defeat her? Well, there's only really one way to find out. Let's start with Aaron, who will definitely have some issues in this.
Are you gonna keep us updated about your cat's bowel movements in the future? Yes. Yes, I am. Of all the robot masters, why Centaur Man for the water level? I don't know. I'm not a Capcom dev.
Remember, we get as many heals as they have against us, and we can still check plus. Please hit this power gem. I am simply begging. Thank you. So now we should live power gem from the other Vespiquen. Okay, we won the speed tie this time.
As in the level itself is grease?
Yeah, that's smart.
No, cool. I don't think I was paying attention, that close attention to it. I think I was too busy being mad at the game and getting my ass whooped. Yes, I know. Here comes the skill issue. I know. You right.
Wow, we are winning the speed tie every time. I will heal that. Nice crit. Oh, man. Okay.
Anything else I want to detail before I start, like, doing other shit? Oh, whatever. I wanted to put...
So then we should probably go for X Scissor because it's the same.
And I'll put, like, that weird Greek key tiling thing on there.
And we're not going to get the flinch because we go second. So the higher crit ratio is what we should be fishing for.
Actually, I was going to put that there, but I think I'll just do that in the coloring. So I'll just wait on that.
This is an easy air slash on Heracross. Oh, does X-Scissor not have high crit rate? Yeah, no.
I mean, they've
no
done so many water men. The Mega Man 10 had to have water woman. I mean, it was Splash Woman. Get your facts correct. It's a Splash Woman. God.
I think you have Aerial Ace on me,
Fake
but I should
fan.
have speed.
Is my mouse? I don't know where it is. There it is.
Oh no, it's Ironhead. Yeah, okay, never mind. We live that. Do I live that? Nope, not on crit and not at -1. Okay, well, sure. Beautiful. Okay, well, that was way more annoying than it needed to be, but it's a check plus and we're on to Bertha.
Your mouse is on your desk. You made that joke already.
How much does heal order do? Is it like recover? How much health does it recover, chat?
Too thick. Get down to 12.
Half? Okay, yeah.
Hey, you didn't acknowledge it because it wasn't good then and it's not good now. Get better jokes. Acknowledge my shitty jokes, damn it. I gotta pee again, really bad. That's what happens when you drink coffee, I guess.
This raising defense and special defense, like being like cosmic power, is very good for us. No, using a move for healing does not count as a heal in context of the check system because it's a move. Nice crit.
All right, so the idea here is that she gets damaged enough, like half damage. She goes fucking ape shit, right? And then she loses the crown. You see the snakes come out. I shoot the lights out. Till it's bright out. Oh, just another lonely night. Are you willing to sacrifice your life? Bitch, I'm a monster, no good blood sucker. Fat motherfucker, now look who's in trouble as you run through my jungle. All you hear is rumbles. Kanye with samples, here's one for example. Man, I miss when Kanye wasn't a Nazi. I miss the old Kanye.
It'd be cool if attack order just raised your attack. Oh, that's bad.
The forbidden autistic man have a special interest. I will say, as much as I hate Twitter, Kanye West's Twitter is fucking hilarious. You can tell exactly what thought process went in his mind and what happened to him to make his opinions the way that they are.
I'm gonna speed this up for all our sakes.
Kanye's Twitter crash outs need to be studied. These are not good snakes.
I get that, the crit.
I agree.
You outspeed me?
He followed his dream and didn't take his normal pills. Exactly. He also got told no by the bank a lot.
At least one of the Pokemon has a good solution. Also, I guess Rhyperior will be the same. You live that? Okay, goes for Sandstorm. That has to be a range, right? Okay, well, no heal.
Hello, Batra. All right, you guys ready for the explanation of what we're doing again now that Batra's here?
nice. This would be an Iron Head on Rhyperior. This will not... If it didn't take gold, it won't do this, but... Pretty good still.
Ah, yes, you walked right in when we're talking about Kanye West being a Nazi. Good timing.
At -1, I live that still, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, nice.
So, to recap,
damage.
I decided that doing a Banshee woman was kind of really hard because there's not really any good design elements for Banshees because Banshee is just woman screaming.
I live that.
So I was gonna go for like a Wraith woman, and like a Wraith woman was like more interesting, but like design wise, but
that was...
I don't know.
I probably made that harder than
it wasn't like clicking for me design wise. So I decided to go for something that's obviously evil because I think that's what we all agree on. They gotta be a woman, right? Because there's just not enough robot masters that are women. There's like exactly one.
But if you ever do want to see the full line cooking or how my Twitch chat and I work together to come up with creative solutions to these fights,
what's obviously evil? Snakes. We already have a snake man, but they use motifs all the time, right? So I went to Medusa woman. And the more that I'm drawing this, the more I'm really liking this design.
Okay. So if Drapion lives at high health, we live
There's
in
indeed exactly one. What about the X games and the Zero games? What's this anti-snake racism? I just want to let you know that like my lore involves a snake. What's this anti-Irish racism? Anti-Irish racism banshees are important Irish folktale. Yeah, but they are in fact just women screaming. The scream signifies that someone is about to or has died.
Oh, that's smart. We could have swapped into Yon Mega to get the speed boost.
That's it. Woman screamed.
Intelligent. That would have been intelligent.
And I did think of some of the more like common things that Twitter already thought of, like Void Man and Vacuum Woman, but Vacuum Woman felt sexist and Void Man. I mean, I think the game's gonna end up with the Void Man because there's too many submissions for Void Man. They're just gonna pick a design and put that in.
God, that just...
Plus, Void Man is just a good idea based on the design.
Not the Will-O-Wisp.
I think the Japanese version has 2 women, but the translation changed one to a man for some reason. Can you confirm that? That sounds odd. Why would they even bother? I shoot the lights out.
That's a nice crit for us.
Till it's bright out. Oh, just another lonely night. Are you willing to sacrifice your life? So what are you watching for Pokemon?
Nice.
That is ADEF doing an Elite Four challenge, in which he's trying to prove that the Elite Four can in fact be the Elite Four by taking their teams through the entire game and beating every gym leader. The reason why Cynthia isn't in this video though is because he said he was going to do something for Cynthia specifically.
Crit there would have been really nice. But now it's just me against Magmortar, right?
Right now we're just on my watch later videos. I think there's a Why One Punch Man Season 3 video sucks
surely, right,
in here,
guys?
and then we'll probably go back to the suggestions that you guys put in the Discord.
That's actually decent damage. All right, Heracross, I need you to live this on 1 again, baby.
I wonder if your design gets picked. Are you asked to draw more shit for the Robot Master, or did they just see the design and then they just take it and do their own shit with it? That's the second thing, but I'm okay with that. The point is to get more things
huge
to look at me. I don't understand. I don't think that made sense. The point is to get more eyes on my social medias. I don't think I'm gonna win. I'm not anticipating that I'll win. I'm really just doing this because I think it would be fun.
In principle, we should now have an easy fight because we have an incredibly positive type matchup against Lucian, comparatively. Reflect obviously annoying, but you know. That bait's a heal.
Like I'm planning on making her skin dark, and I think that already has like design bias against it.
And we can bait out the
like I think most people don't realize they have a bias against people who are darker skinned. So, which is, you know, just how life is.
Nice. You live that because of reflect, probably.
But you cannot tell me that
just
Greek
kidding, we crit. Also,
or Egyptian or otherwise
like, not bulky at all.
did not have darker skin because they're in the fucking deserts. I can't find any confirmation, so maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah. I wonder if you. Oh nope, I read that. It's not really a suggestion since I put it a day ago or two, but I'm watching the challenge run of using original Digimon partners from the first anime through Time Stranger with Permadeath. Yeah.
Because it doesn't really have anything for me.
I mean, Greece isn't a desert. Egypt is though. Well, I mean, they conquered Egypt, did they not? Did they not run through and just fuck up everything?
Oh, no,
so they eventually got brown.
No. We're not doing all this. No. We're not doing all of that. We're not doing Calm Mind. We're not having a setup moment. Actually, close combat has a decent chance to take. Okay, well. And we definitely go down to Psychic. 100%.
No good blood sucker.
You annoy me, Bronzong.
Now look who's in trouble. I mean, the Greeks do the sex at anyone, so they'd be brown even without conquering. I don't know. I don't know how you mean by that. Greeks fucked boys.
Nor do you, evidently.
They didn't just fuck anything. They fucked boys specifically.
Beautiful. We are on to Cynthia, baby. It's not going to surprise you to find out that Cynthia is remarkably difficult. Weirdly, though, for Aaron, it's actually not that bad. We have a lot of really diverse attacking options, which is great, and we have a massive pickup. At level 57,
you had boys,
which is
Egypt,
right
you know what, you got me.
Cap, Scizor picks up Swords Dance, and Setup Sweep is just so good in single battles in Pokemon.
They were gay because they hated women. They just thought, I think I've mentioned this before, but the Greeks thought that the purest form of love was between two men.
Now, if my Pokemon learns a new move,
so it's not that they hated women. They just thought it was cooler to like men.
Can you stop it with that? Oh my god, it's lowering my defense every time.
I mean, the Greeks did hate women. They didn't have rights in Greece. Didn't no one have rights? Women just didn't have rights. Like, I don't think that's like a fair statement to say that they hated women because women didn't have rights. Nobody fucking had rights.
It's not like
women had rights in Sparta. That's cool. I didn't know that. They probably didn't have as much as men, right?
Okay. I am faster at +1. Flinch. Citrus. Nice flinch. That's huge. Crit would also be absolutely... Ooh, the Dragon Rush miss. I really want to double team, but I know I should just air slash.
Women don't have the same rights as men today either, though. Yes, but the people who are in charge of making rules hate women, so I don't know what you want. Like, they actually do hate women.
Do I get one Swords Dance up for free? Ooh. The smart AI won't use it twice. Just kidding. Okay.
And that's because they all want to fuck boys, so we're back to the Greeks. Similarity is not causation.
Okay.
You cannot prove, just because those two things are similar does not prove anything.
Nice miss. Huge. Force Sphere does a lot on us. Not enough, though.
That was kind of silly, but I'll leave it for now.
Huge.
They were all boy kissers.
And then you have nothing on me. Absolutely massive. Chad, thank you for helping me cook up that line. That is a check plus. Aaron is champion, the bug type team, dude. Flint was a huge roadblock, just a massive roadblock, but we got
what
there. What
design
baby.
element do we want to put
dude.
on?
Bertha is an
thing?
interesting case where I really thought she'd struggle more on the gym leaders, but here in the
I'm
Elite
going
Four,
to now. All politicians
really
are from ancient Greece. Prove me wrong.
All of these teams.
You know what?
I don't think she'll struggle much here, but I've been wrong before. Besides, Cynthia always poses a threat.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's really clean. And Sandstorm is obvious.
Does there need to be a design element here?
So this is an incredible.
Let me look at some other robot masters.
Which is very good. This time I go first. Oh, when you miss.
What a Splash Woman have?
Oh no.
Splash Woman just has like the little thing on her chest.
Stupid. Anyway. Surely that confidence won't come back to bite me. You live that.
You know, they got the weird like chest thing, which I assume is the double gear from 11. So maybe I'll just put it so like that the double gear is like invisible or some shit. That might be cool.
In a sense. So I'm editing the video right now, and I just want to interject with something that I think is so interesting. I think it's really fascinating how whenever you watch someone speak or do jokes, you can often tell what comedy is currently inspiring them, because everybody is just kind of like an aggregate of all of the comedy they're currently enjoying, or at least the comedy they're really hyper-fixated on right now. And I just want to point out that that last line and a line I'm about to say in a moment are so Adam Chase coded, it's actually crazy. You can tell that I have just been binge watching Jet Lag the game because, oh my god, I sounded just like Adam Chase there. Anyway, I digress. Back to the video, but have fun from here until eternity, just trying to guess what YouTube channel I'm currently really obsessed with based on the way I speak. Isn't it sturdy anyway? Sturdy doesn't behave
the double
like
gear.
That
I like the double gear. I like that gameplay mechanic. It was fun.
A GGMOM
it's weird for a Mega Man game, but I liked it.
You just sort of get me in an important big way. This will do like a third. Not even. Okay, well, I'm swapping off of that. And back into you.
Yeah, we'll just have the double gear showing here.
Okay, just hit this and it'll be fine.
And then
just hit this and it'll be fine. Okay. Well, hey, okay. Hyperier's Gen 4 sprite is so funny. He's like, I could eat a watermelon this big. Anyway, that is a check plus and we're on to Flint. I love in Nintendo Directs where they're like, I can't wait to play Super Smash Bros. Brawl game on my Nintendo Wii system. It's like, okay, buddy.
Yeah,
Pokemon
that's fine.
White version
which means I need
awesome
that, and I need to put that design motif on the main one.
It's like, all right. This does a lot, but yeah,
right.
Definitely.
And I don't think we actually need a back view. Back view would be cool.
Didn't do as much as I thought it would.
Do I need a back view? Let's see. What are people doing on Twitter?
On.
People on Twitter doing back views. Ooh. Oh, I forgot about my fucking.
So this is going about as you'd expect.
That's a back view. That's a back view. This one does not have a back view, but it has design elements on it.
Exactly.
Oh no, I lied. That's a back view.
more or less exactly what you would think
back view,
would happen.
back view, back view. Fine, I'll do one. Damn. I don't want to, but here we are.
Yeah, okay. And that is a check plus, and we're on to Lucian, baby.
So most comedians are obsessed with misogynistic, homophobic humor. I think it's just easier to make misogynists and homophobes laugh.
Okay, yeah, we definitely.
They're already mad at the world. It's easy to laugh at that.
Is pretty important. Like,
BAB, I gotta use the bathroom again.
But not as annoying. By my count, that should be good, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's heal range. But we outspeed, so it should be fine. Okay. Solid damage. The AI never misses those moves, dude, and I miss them all the time. Not all the time, but frequently enough that it's annoying. Yeah, okay. Cool high roll. Yep. Probably Aquatail is best.
Jesus. I almost just stepped in my coffee. That would have been an interesting flavor. All right, I'm back.
This is jokes, dude. Come on, man. Okay, you don't heal? All right, it's fine. I take it back.
Oh, and the coffee is cold. Luckily, there was only a corner left in it anyway.
Good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was a mistake. Because of Leaf Blade. Unless Rhyperior magically lives this.
Alright.
At least not from there. Alright, let's just get back to Gallade with...
I think I'm just gonna eyeball this as close as I can. I'm not gonna try to design too much here.
Wait.
It should be more or less self-explanatory. I think I'll just go fast and loose with this.
I have one more heal, right?
So, if you're watching on YouTube and you've made it this far, hit the like button.
No crit, I win this.
Chat, do you guys enjoy these kind of art streams?
Sick. Okay.
Is this something you would like to see more of in the future?
Check plus and we're on to Cynthia. I thought that was later. Nice. So we actually have pretty solid odds there. I know this has Marvel scale, but I think this is worth.
Yeah, they're just excuses to talk about random shit. It's true. And I know you come to streets because you like yapping. Baby, what you're creating, hope it lifts you.
Huge.
That you never need a tissue. say there's something you want to look at.
Please leave that.
All right, so 2026 is almost over. What do you guys what games are you excited? 2026. 2025 is almost over and it's almost 2026. What games are you looking forward to in 2026? It was the question that I was supposed to be asking. Because I think the only games I'm looking forward to is obviously, well, I mean, this doesn't come out in 2026, but the Mega Man game.
No,
and I think Eugenics is the only thing that's on my radar at the moment. Anything else, I guess, will be a surprise.
Nice flinch.
I want you to know that every time that happens, it scares the shit out of me.
Okay.
You don't know just yet? Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any games that I'm particularly looking forward to. I'm looking forward to potential Persona 4 revival next year. I'll play it, but I'm not necessarily looking forward to it. I'm interested to see what they change so that way it's not like so
and just hit Ice Fang.
2000s coded.
A couple of times, probably. 3, well, with heals, several
But
times.
I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to it.
Several
it's more
times
like something that I'll be playing because Persona fan, duh.
Okay, we missed one. That is an unfortunate range. We probably still just Ice Fang. Let's go! We really thought Bertha didn't have a chance because of Wake and Candace, and here we are! Wow, okay. Check plus all the way down. Bertha is champion. Put some respect on her name. My God, dude. This team
Put some respect on my name.
Clint's team is really strong with a lot of power output. But I think Cynthia could pose a genuine issue here, more so even than with the other teams. But first, we have to get to Cynthia, which means getting through the mirror match and Lucian.
And I heard the consensus that you guys want me to play more Zelda games, so maybe we'll...
I do.
Maybe after a few games that I have on the docket, we'll do that.
Yippee, and a crit! I'm surprised they didn't send out Rapidash for bounce immediately. Sunny day.
Oh, sunny day.
You heal here, so I'm going to Mach Punch.
It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool that you were doing Ocarina of Time, but I can understand you not having the patience for it. For people who heard that in, out of context, I was playing it on Master Quest blind. And yeah, I did not have the patience to do that shit blind. Master Quest really is a challenge for people who know the game already. I did not, so obviously I got frustrated with it.
That did more than I'd like. Such a cool entrance animation. Could have healed, I guess. But, oh well. Annoying. We're gonna hear that sound effect a few times. We do not have flash fire.
You know what's really funny, chat? There is a YouTube channel, 2 of them. They were doing a Soul Link, which is where I actually got to do the idea to do the Soul Link with Day from. And they've taken so long to actually do that Soul Link that me and Day have done ours and beaten ours before they have finished theirs. But yeah, I would like a chance to play Ocarina again. Or not Ocarina, Wind Waker again. Wind Waker is probably my favorite Zelda game because I love Toon Link. But I guess if you're a fan of the channel, you guys know already that I like cartoons. And Toon Link is very Western cartoon coded. You guys think GTA 6 is coming out next year? Absolutely not. If it does come out, it'll be like one of those situations where it comes out unfinished and then they update it over time.
He's gonna set it back up, dude. That's so annoying. Or maybe not. Oh, it saw a kill, so it went for it. Now it's gonna set it back up. Still no? Okay, maybe the AI is like hard-coded to only do it early game or something? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. It lives on a range.
I don't know why, but I have a hunch that GTA 6 is going to be fucking dog shit. I have no opinion on that because I never cared for GTA to begin with.
Oh, no heal.
But okay. I mean, the people who do care about it, I hope it's awesome. I hope you can do everything you want and more. But I never cared for GTA.
I should have used Sunny Day. Why everything living on one? Let's try that. Yeah. Nice.
Okay, no, I just made that thing.
Live this and snap out?
You guys gonna get hit with ads in 3 minutes.
My goat! My goat!
It's beautiful.
Yes, sir. Probably should have kept you for quick attack. Nice crit, bro. Cool.
Oh, oops. This is where I watched my parents die, Parappa. This is where you watched your parents die. Oops.
Check plus and we're on to the champ. Trust me when I tell you, I tried really, really hard to make this one work. Not the least of which just because Houndoom is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon, and I kind of wanted to get redemption for Inferno.
I wish Houndoom looked cooler.
Video, so there were a lot of reasons that
like it's not a bad design. I just wanted to look even cooler than it is. You know what I mean?
Twitch chat, we tried to come up with something, and at the end of the day, it basically came down to you just need to get really lucky. And this is unfortunate because that's never what I want. It's obviously fun when it happens sometimes accidentally and you just get lucky and win. Yippee, that's a check plus. But this one just wound up being so overwhelmingly difficult that I could not find anything consistent or winnable for Flint on Cynthia, which means unfortunately it is a fail. But it's not like this means Flint is a failure or anything. He just couldn't go above and beyond all the way to champion, but he still won his slot and was able to beat the 2 Elite Four members above him. So I'm actually pretty happy with Flint's performance here, especially considering how badly I thought he was gonna do. The only bonus battles for Lucian are the mirror match and Cynthia, which are obviously both quite difficult.
Has anyone been watching One Punch Man season 3?
Just really great.
After season 2, I just wasn't really into it. Besides, I think Mob Psycho is way better. But like, if you're like a super fan of One Punch Man, I feel bad for you, man, because it didn't deserve this treatment, and it's just an industry thing, I think.
You outspeed me?
That is not the correct shape.
Just crit. Oh, the reflect is off. Okay.
I watched season 1 and most of season 2, and I've only seen clips of season 3. That's exactly what I did, was. You can tire. Working on a symphony.
I lost the speed tie, but it's okay. I'm +4. We happen to know based on that range on me that even +2 would have done it. You outspeed and I go down to psychic here, I think.
Yeah, I can't think of any anime that I've had that just
we're on to
the quality has gone down like as bad.
It's not gonna be free to set up on,
or like anything.
I'm not sure what's gonna happen here, but
well, I don't think anything has gone as bad as One Punch Man season 3, but like.
Open. Maybe get a little damage.
Yeah, I feel bad. Like, obviously there's a lot of like production issues that happened that made that not as good as it could have been, and it kind of sucks. Nobody wants to see their animes fail, right? Beautiful. Blah 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 blah. Apparently they really stepped up their game in episode 8. They probably had so much time, so like they just chose like a handful of really good and important episodes and went, all right, this one needs to be amazing.
I mean, I guess it really just depends if I outspeed, which I probably don't. I do. That is bogus. The E-speed, yeah. Okay, this is really smart. This is from the Twitch chat room. We're gonna Drain Punch here because at +6 we know this takes, and it heals me back up so I'm not in E-speed range. Very, very smart. Very, very smart.
I'm not really being consistent with these bandages, but I don't think I care about that. I don't think I care about the consistency here. Screech, are you still in chat? Are you still playing Overwatch?
There's not too many more special moves were really that were. I guess Surf maybe. We maybe.
I think the only color I think the colors I want to use are like a really dark green, red as like a highlight, and then maybe gold as also like a second highlight.
Really not sure. Well, you bad again. Why is this always happening to me? Oh, come on, man. We can't. No, bro. Good Lord, it's so bulky. It's so bulky. Let's get back to that point. Okay, so it's pretty reliable to get to this point. See? Okay, the Dragon Rush will just miss sometimes, and we're +6. This surely takes. And I think that crit on Earthquake probably mattered. And we outspeed my Lodic. We are so back. And anything on my team one-shots Roserade, I think. We might be outsped, but we still one-shot with anything. Yeah, there we go. Easy peasy. That's a fun line, dude. That's a really clean, fun line on Cynthia, and kind of raises some questions about whether or not Cynthia should be champ over Lucian, because Lucian's team is pretty good. But it's pretty good in the context of if you know that setup sweep is just the most dominant form of single battling in Pokemon.
All right, and now I need to do this cape.
Setup sweep is the most dominant form of single battling in Pokemon? Wow, that's really cool. You know what Lucian doesn't have? Setup sweep on Gallade. Pull up Lucian's team sheet, please. Some of you will have already noticed this, but Gallade's final moveset does not have Swords Dance.
That was weird.
It has Stone Edge.
I don't know why they did that.
And this video that you're watching right now was supposed to come out what is today for me as I record this bonus part. But as I was watching the final review of the video after having rendered the whole thing, I realized it right at the end. I kept Swords Dance on Lucian's Gallade for the entirety of the Elite Four. And now I could have just let this stand, but that didn't sit right. In all of my team sheets that I've shown you in this video, Gallade has Stone Edge because that's what he's supposed to have. And yet I used Swords Dance through all of Lucian's Elite Four battles and the champion battle you just watched. It just doesn't feel right to say, well, he probably would have won anyway, so let's just keep the check pluses as I have them and move on. So I had to do the honorable thing and do them all again with the correct
Shout out to ADF.
The good news is that the Elite Four battles are still pretty straightforward. What you're watching on screen right now is Lucian's new Elite Four battles without Swords Dance sped up. I was still able to pretty easily check plus all 4 of these Elite Four battles, even without Swords Dance. If you do want to watch the full corrected fights, the unedited Lucian Elite Four redo video is in the playlist in the description below, along with all of them.
All right, I think I'm happy with this design.
As for Lucian's battle against Cynthia,
yeah, we just got to color and do some design elements.
I want to show you the attempt in normal speed because, after all, I swept her whole team with Gallade after setting up with Swords Dance, and now I'm losing Swords Dance. So I don't know if I even have a chance because I don't have setup sweep anymore. Or do I? Yeah, we can't hit with Psychic, obviously. Yeah. But
I like this. I like the way this looks. We got ourselves a Medusa woman. So
we can just use Earthquake to get it down.
First things first, I need another angle on the snake.
Nice crit.
Which I'll just do this.
That's quite nice. Although I don't want to do too much damage because that baits a heal. I think just set up Reflect. And that doesn't really do anything, but it stalls a turn. Whatever. I just don't know that Earthquake will do it. Is the problem. A heal is better here than later, but the thing is on Cynthia it doesn't really matter because Cynthia has so many heals that getting one out early isn't nearly as advantageous as it usually is on most of the other fights. Was waiting for the flinch. Hadn't happened yet. Okay, this is +6. +5 special defense. But that should be fine. We're pretty bulky.
+5 special defense is wild. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, well, that's less fine. This is getting annoying. Stop it! Okay, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. This is, I'm getting annoyed. We're just gonna go. Stop! Stop! Oh,
Don't.
Nice crit. Okay, well done, Bronzong. I think we're okay to just Psychic. It goes for Dragon Rush, really? Wow, okay. I guess it sees my special defense increase. You live that at +6, you monster? You absolute behemoth? You nightmare creature? Damn! Okay, that miss is good. A double miss? Hold? Okay. baby! Come on, wait. This is fine. This is fine. My Lodic is the only problem, I think. I mean, do we just send it? We have anything can get through Roserade. So I think we just send it and hope for the best. Okay, it didn't even go for Mirror
Actually,
Coat.
I actually need to see the inside of a fucking snake's mouth.
If it goes for Mirror Coat and lives, that's quite bad. See, that would have been very, very bad. That would have been very, very bad if it clicked
that works.
Mirror Coat. We definitely lose that exchange. Okay, that special defense drop is nice. In case it healed again. Oh, that's a crit. Oh, that's a little crit right there. Should be fine. Should be fine. A little tension in the 11th hour. Should be fine. Right? He lives on one and missed. Okay, they heal here. No? Okay. We're fine. It's fine. We didn't need Swords Dance after all. It's all good. Check plus. We're fine. I could have just ended the video. It doesn't even matter. But it's a good thing I checked, because wowee, the comments never would have let me forget it. Okay, so the call on the field stands, and Lucian was still able to get check plus
and so
on all of the Elite Four battles and the champion
weird
battle,
suction
not only earning
hand
his
thing.
spot, but also going above and beyond.
It's just a
as
weird
we
suction
thought he
thing.
could,
All right.
which is great, and I'm glad that it was fine, but I'm also glad that I went back and actually checked. It just wouldn't sit right if I didn't even try, and plus a lot of you would have very reasonably commented like, hey, what is going on with Gallade's moveset? But all in all, I'm glad I corrected it, and this means that our final tally for Sinnoh's Elite Four is that all 4 of these trainers can easily earn their spot, getting check pluses all throughout the Sinnoh region, with only one single fail for any of the teams, which was Flint on Cynthia. And that's not entirely surprising. I think Flint is the most likely to have a problem somewhere. His team just lacks the depth you would need. There's probably, again, a line through Cynthia somehow with Flint, and I encourage you at home to try to find it. And if you are able to find a good check plus line, please leave it in the comments. I love reading those when people figure it out. But yeah, ultimately, I'm very happy with how Sinnoh's Elite Four performed, and I'm now going to send you to the outro I originally had for this video before I had to shoot this bonus stuff. Okay, bye-bye. I send you now back to the past. Thank you so much for watching, and if you enjoyed, please consider subscribing. I have lots more videos like this on the channel.
Yeah, ADF is good. Is good content for just for good background noise. I hope my videos are kind of like or my VODs are at least like that.
Left to do. So again,
like the good background
so you
noise.
don't miss the Cynthia dedicated video. I'm really excited for that one. What
I'm
you see
already
on screen
subscribed,
right
so I
now
won't
is my
miss it.
top tier patrons on Patreon. If you enjoy what you see and you want to support the show directly, you can go to the link in the description to support the show on Patreon. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Jesus Christ.
In 2015, One Punch Man
Chill.
exploded onto the scene with a debut season that looked like it shouldn't even have been possible on a TV schedule. It hit so hard that even celebrities like Bill Burr were hyping it up. 10 years later, Season 3 shot
Check, give me a volume
for
check.
a
How's that?
very different reason. Scenes that barely moved, cuts that felt distractingly awkward, and an episode that bottomed out as the lowest rated anime entry in
How's the volume on this?
entire catalog. The
We good?
reaction
All
to
right.
Season 3 spiraled out of
That was
control
loud for
so
me. That
fast
motherfucker's on a
staff were
TV,
publicly
like,
begging fans
a
to
good
stop
6 feet away.
sending them death threats. So, how does a
Also,
series
don't
this
send people
successful
death threats.
fall
I think that's the
apart that
stupidest thing.
badly?
I don't like what you
Well,
did.
far
Die.
from
Like, that's the
being the result of
dumbest shit
winning
ever.
animators,
First off, that's
this
illegal
points
as
to a
fuck.
toxic issue that those within the industry and within
It's illegal
One
as
Punch
fuck. It's
Man's
also
own production
lame as
teams
fuck.
have
Like, do
been
better.
warning us about for years. This
It's a bit quiet,
is
but
the
I can still
story
hear
of
it.
how One Punch Man Season 3 imploded.
How's there? Just don't send people
In
fucking
order to
death threats.
understand the
It's that
choices
simple.
that
Don't be
transformed
a
this
dumbass.
into the anime disaster of the decade, I'm gonna need to condense the very complicated
That's
subject
good? All right,
of
cool.
media adaptation into about 200 words. So, I don't know, hold on to something. The core misconception many people struggle with is that a faithful adaptation is automatically a good one. I mean, fidelity does matter, but it's not the deciding factor. The real test is whether the anime understands how the manga tells its story through rhythm, emphasis, and visual language. Extracting those unique qualities from the source and
I'm actually going to, I was going to do all blacks and just make it like dark, but I think I'm going to do is this instead.
So much as it's just a different medium with its own strengths and
I think I'm going to do hash lines.
And those limits matter a lot more than most people realize. Most of you guys out there know One Punch Man through Yusuke Murata's stunning artwork. Dramatic, polished drawings with an uncanny ability to imply movement in static shots.
I fucking hate how many passion projects and interesting shit because some dickhead shit on Ison because some dickheads on the internet couldn't behave and send the creators death threats. It's so dumb, bro. Like that's not even. It's not even like a good. Like what did you think was going to accomplish by getting death threats? Most of those people who are sending death threats aren't capable of like
originate in one's rough
capitalizing on it or like actually carrying through with it. So why are you sending death threats? Like it's like top tier dumbass behavior
that perfectly balance coolness with absurdity long before Murata adds gloss to them. Therefore, when Murata first approached One as a fan of his webcomic, it was important for him to come with more than just his profound technical ability. He needed to demonstrate his understanding of what made One Punch Man work, and boy did he. By rooting his technical skill in the compositional language inherited from One, Murata gave rise to a new One Punch Man. Neither wholly One or Murata, but a synthesis of both. A version where pristine spectacle and
this person's taking a long time to do this thing I want. I'm gonna send them death threats so they hurry up. Wait, why is this thing I want canceled? Yeah. Maybe it's because they felt unsafe or some shit. You know, I think one of the craziest things is that people cannot differentiate real life from the fictional media, because I don't know if people have seen Game of Thrones, right? But Game of Thrones had that one character, Joffrey, who was just a certifiable dickhead. Like, full stop. I think it's okay to hate Joffrey. However, his actor got death threats.
Everything we need to know about the adaptation. When you look at One's original
he's an actor? Stop it.
Redraw, the pathway to the anime becomes obvious. One establishes both the comedy and the drama through simple but enormously effective composition. The framing, the negative space, the timing of the beat all set the tone here. Murata builds
the Wimpy gamer sending death threats versus the chat gamer simply giving feedback and going on with life.
He spaces the actions out more deliberately, pushing the poses and creating a sense of impact that the webcomic can.
The virgin gamer sending death threats to the creator that's taking a bit too long versus the chat gamer who waits until it's done. Like, it's not even about patience. It's just don't do dumb shit. Like, I understand the frustration of waiting so long for a thing that you're highly anticipating, but like,
sits over the entire lead up, giving the scene a heavy, almost oppressive mood. When the Deep Sea King finally strikes, the force of that punch creates a brief shockwave that clears the rain and leaves a pocket of silence around Saitama's
We've been going for about 2 hours. I'm gonna stand up and stretch. My shoulders are getting stiff. Everyone stand up. Get some water.
And that is a textbook example of what Season 1 does repeatedly. Taking the ideas established by One, refined by Murata, and pushing them to stunning levels of spectacle without losing sight of the original vision.
I wonder how many death threats Team Cherry got for taking so long with Silk Song. I bet you they didn't even open them. If they got death threats for waiting too long, I bet you they didn't even open.
That felt distinct depending on who animated them. Some scenes were crisp and stylized, others more rough and energetic. And the variety helped introduce many viewers to the idea that animators leave personal fingerprints of their very own. That diversity came from a team built at the right moment. Madhouse's animation producer Yuichiro
I love Studio
had
Madhouse.
A reputation for attracting strong
Madhouse and Trigger and Bones have done a lot of my favorite animes.
Still early on in his career, had the ambition and clarity needed to guide a project of this very scale. The character designer Chikashi Kubota, along with artists like Yoshimichi Kameda and Norifumi Kugai, were on the verge of becoming major creative figures in their own rights. Their abilities, paired with a reliable support staff and well-chosen guest animators, allowed the show to reach a level of consistency that, even as I write this, felt almost unreal for a weekly production. And unfortunately, it was too much to replicate.
I think I slept wrong. My shoulder is all fucked up.
Capturing lightning with the very first season created a strange kind of curse. You see, once a series sets the gold standard for its medium, every follow-up is measured against it, and well, Season 2 just couldn't even attempt to replicate the conditions that made its first outing even
Let's move some of this around so that way it's organized a little bit better and less chaotic.
That certainly wasn't by choice. You see, the unfortunate reality is that even if directors want to return, the animation production system often makes that very difficult to happen. When all this was going on back in 2019, Natsume actually said he would have liked to have handled One Punch Man again. So it's not like that door wasn't open. The issue was that reputable studios are normally booked years in advance. Production committees dictate sequel timing based on things like marketing windows, not just creator availability. If a sequel's not planned early enough, then you've locked yourself out of the timeline needed to reunite the original team. And at this point, Natsume had moved on to things like Boogie Pop and Sunny Boy, and the original animation team were scattered all across the industry. And so, with Madhouse busy or unwilling to accept the production conditions of the sequel, JC staff stepped up and walked directly into the furnace with Season 2. There was no version of reality where it matched Season 1's scale or polish, yet it still managed to deliver an adaptation that was steady, thoughtful, and far better than its reputation might suggest. One of the more interesting sections of Season 2 adapts material that originated not from 1, but from Murata's embellishments to the original manga.
Also, another thing I fucking hate, the fact that some people can't comprehend that games aren't meant to be played different different ways, and insulting / sending death threats to people who don't play the games the way they like, the way they like to, who don't play the games they like the way they play it. I find it fucking bullshit that Jacksepticeye won't do videos on Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 because some dipshits can't handle people playing games differently. I think the Undertale / Deltarune community is very strange in the sense that, like, you have to do this thing this one way instead of figuring out, instead of understanding that the experience is people finding out that they can do things certain ways.
Understands the beat. And this is what a competent adaptation
Maybe
does.
I'll just play Deltarune and for myself. That's also the reason why Markiplier never finished his Undertale series and why he probably will never touch anything Toby Fox again. And good for him. I think in Markiplier's, I think in most people's cases, playing a game the way someone tells you to play it just isn't fun. Nobody likes backseating. That's a type of gatekeeping, isn't it? It's not gatekeeping, it's a type of backseating. Gatekeeping would be like you wouldn't understand this thing, so don't even try.
That approach is extremely mindful of the production as a whole, and as a result, allowed for crazy numbers of contributions without burdening all the various finishing departments. And he wasn't the only one who did this. Yuji Takagi and Yuki Suzuki also delivered reliable action cuts, helping the series find its own.
Alright, chat, let's get coloring. I'm actually gonna change this background layer.
Admittedly, it wasn't all good. There were absolutely outright creative missteps, like the heavy digital textures and characters and backgrounds, but largely the flaws of some fights feeling stiff or underdeveloped were simply signs of a team that had to prioritize finishing the show over reinventing it. Season 2 followed the manga closely because it didn't have the time or resources to expand upon it. And yet, with time, and especially in contrast to what came later, many fans now look back and recognize how much this team actually managed to accomplish. It was
I think we may be small enough to get away with playing Deltarune. I don't know. I thought we were small enough to get away with not having anything on the
Season 2 tried to hold the line,
not having a moderation on the Jackbox games, but look what happened.
Did nothing to protect Season 3 from what came next. One thing that One Punch Man Season 3 makes painfully clear is how fast things can fall apart when the foundation isn't exactly protected. If the production pipeline isn't stable, even the best talent in the
I think what's worse about that is that I got reported for that shit happening.
Pretty neatly into real life and your browsing habits, particularly when you're traveling.
Like that shit happened to me and I got reported.
Networks with basically no protection, you're in the very same situation. Everything looks fine on the surface, but it only takes one weak link for someone to slip into your emails, passwords, or even your bank details. That's why I've been using ExpressVPN. It wraps all your traffic in
I can't skip the ad at this exact moment.
The kind of structural protection that Season 3's
because I'm doing this thing. I'm doing the coloring, so deal with his ad. And don't use his ExpressVPN. Use my NordVPN. I got a code for it. You get a full year for cheaper.
ones in all 50 US states. You don't even have to think
Is that why we haven't had another
Just pick
Jackbox
an
night?
option from the
It's just
smart
because
location
Jackbox
list,
gets
you'll
old
guarantee
fast,
yourself
so
the best latency and speeds on offer.
that's why.
It's just
That's
one
mainly the
click to
reason why.
connect and you're good
It's not
to
really
go.
that hard to add
It's also
moderation to it.
cheaper than ever thanks to their new tiered plans. Starting at just $3.49.
Also gets sponsor block. It automatically skips sponsor segments. I like giving people the ad time, the watch time.
And even the basic plan gives you 10 simultaneous connections. So
like you guys don't know, like unless you know the YouTube game, you guys don't know how important like watch time and shit is.
So you can get yourself 4 months extra using our own community.
But you guys ever think how weird it is that like how YouTube is? Like longer videos get like a lot of ads, and I think just YouTube just in general is kind of unwatchable at that point. But then you have ads embedded into the video due to sponsorship and stuff. So now we have another version of unskippable ads that are technically skippable, but like holy shit, it's like
6 years.
That's several layers of like ads.
Had 6 years between season 2 and season 3. 6 years to plan, to prepare, to learn from what went wrong. So naturally, the show began animation only a few months into 2025. Yeah. Pre-production is extremely important. It's the stage where design, style guides, and structural decisions are refined, but at studios as big as JC Staff, long stretches of silence between projects rarely imply focused development. More often than not, it means staff are tied up with whatever show has the nearest broadcast deadline. Even when a project is in production, that doesn't mean most of the team's actively working on it. There are actually a few ways to infer when a show's production truly kicks into gear, but one of the most reliable ways is to look at the people who make up the production desks. Unlike animators or directors, these roles aren't usually spread across multiple titles. The sheer complexity of the job requires them to be attached to a single series at any given time, and so their credit history forms a pretty clear timeline for us. In Season 3's case, the timeline is both revealing and incredibly depressing. Aoi Terayama, the production manager for Season 3, spent the end of 2024 finishing 2.5 Dimensional Seduction and The Do-Over Damsel Conquers the Dragon Emperor, and then moved directly onto Can a Boy-Girl Friendship Survive for Spring 2025. And yes,
all of those are fucking weird-ass light novel titles.
Even Episode 1's production manager, Hajime Nagase, only transferred to JC Staff in 2024, and was immediately tied up in Magalumiere until that finished up at the end of that year. And that same story repeats all the way down. Every production manager and assistant for Season 3 was still attached to other shows all the way through to the end of 2024. Even with these production issues taken into account, that paints a pretty clear picture that One Punch Man's third season only entered its animation phase in the opening months of 2025. Combine that with a series director that appears to have replaced a previous one.
So that makes sense why One Punch Man's
some kind of
fucking animation sucks. Because they didn't have any time.
Feasible.
They literally had no time to do anything.
Heavy lifting there, let me tell you. And of course, the consequences of this were immediately obvious to all viewers. One Punch Man Season 3 is stiff, and what it sacrificed in movement wasn't really made up for in polish either. Simply because you can't refine drawings under those conditions. The shortcuts that they understandably had to take became so apparent and awkward that this was no longer a visual issue anymore. It was impacting many viewers' abilities to enjoy the quests of the same characters they once liked in the same way that poor pros can sour you on ideas you enjoy. There's one key characteristic in One Punch Man Season 3's production mess that explains why so many viewers reacted strongly against it, even though TV animation is plagued with problems. The series' popularity and the magnitude of the issues are of course important, but there's one thing that this show doesn't share with all messy productions.
Okay.
It's conservative by design. Now, this doesn't mean that the team set off to create a bad show, but rather that they knew how bad the circumstances were from the beginning. So it's always being geared for survival against all odds. Series director Shinpei Naga,
you know, she's kind of a queen, right? I'm giving her kind of a queen vibe. Maybe I change it to purple.
Want to even attempt trying to ensure that a show with high expectations is finished within extremely tight deadlines while still somewhat resembling the show that people feel so passionate about is an insane.
Do I want purple?
Even when it comes
purple
to
and gold kind of works, right?
The team has had to reach out to companies that specialize in quick delivery over
Snakes kind of give me green.
Now, some of the greatest TV anime in recent years have made great use of subcontracting, giving specific episodes to capable and fitting teams to allow the main crew to pace themselves correctly. But within the context of crunch,
okay, I'm gonna leave it purple for now, and I think we're just gonna block out some black parts or parts that are supposed to be darker colored, and then maybe I'll figure it out.
Damage control approach has been apparent since the first episode of Season 3, beginning with the storyboarding itself. You see, when you adapt source material,
maybe make
with
the snake purplish gray. That's
perfectly
definitely going to
common
be a bone
build
color.
upon its imagery. And as we've seen, One Punch Man is no stranger
like a
to this. Given
weird
that the second
tan
season
kind of
was
color.
already fairly close to the flow of the manga, and like I said at the beginning, even Murata's interpretation owes more to one's image composition than the latter gets credit for. What makes One Punch Man Season 3 stand out in this regard is the way that it can go for several minutes without introducing a single new shot or idea that wasn't already present in Murata's comics. Now, animation generally needs the addition of new cuts to feel natural for the viewer. This is because it's consumed as a continuous flow, rather than the separate panels that encourage you to imagine what's in between them when reading a comic. And yet, there's
I really hate that clip has that thing right there, and you just can't do anything with it. It's very frustrating. Like, get out of the fucking way.
When they read the manga, what they've had to do is simplify everything so that it could be finished in time. If you're an avid fan, chances are that you've noticed how the eye-catching angles from the originals have been consistently nerfed so that they've been a bit easier to draw. And while this would be alright for a solid adaptation occasionally leaning into a manga panel, one that offers none but lesser versions of those original drawings comes across as far too bare bones. As its sole storyboarder so far, Nagai has conceived the entire season like this so that it's somehow feasible.
What's everybody eating for breakfast?
The very negative circumstances. It's an approach that results in
Didn't think I'd say that.
Very recognizably One Punch Man, since it follows the original so closely, but that is so awkward in execution that anyone can pick up on its issues, even if they aren't familiar with animation practices themselves. Again, this isn't a condemnation of the guy or the artist working on the show. This was a no-win scenario with the cards that they were given. They opted for long-term survival in a situation where higher ambition would have led to everything blowing up very early on into the broadcast. So if you want to look for culprits, you should look higher up, at the companies calling the shots in the committee. The final question many people are asking themselves is, how could this happen to One Punch Man? It's important to understand that, for as troubled as the production was, it's by no means unique. Sure, we've talked about its conservative storyboarding as a distinctive trait, but the
finish the leftover chicken curry, help I'm sleepy. That shit was good though, wasn't it? Me and Dizzy ordered African food last night. It was so fucking good. I mentioned it in the Discord, but I had jerk chicken and
a dozen other shows in any given season.
And oxtail.
Watch high-profile popular anime,
man, that shit was so good.
How common these issues are nowadays. We're in a period of polarization in the anime industry.
Like, that's one of those things where like I ate it and then I had like the itis and I went to sleep and I got up like 4 hours later. That's like normal for me. Like if I sleep because I ate, I get up 4 hours after. And then after after I did some chores like wash dishes, I just went back to sleep. That's how good that shit was. I hit the itis twice.
Brute force your way through top of the line artists who can at least give off the appearance of high quality animation. But since there are only so many difference makers like that in the industry, it's not exactly
sunny side up eggs and toast. Can't go wrong with eggs and toast.
Surely a show like One Punch Man is big enough of a deal to be granted that special status, right? Well, unfortunately, not even popularity can ensure that you will have the tools to create a high-profile anime the way you want to. Back in 2023, My Happy Marriage absolutely trounced the sales of every light novel and anime-related book. It achieved that while also spawning the biggest Japanese live-action film of the year, as well as successful adaptations into manga and the theater. And so, after receiving a solid season of anime as well, the production of its sequel was rushed so badly that it tanked the quality it once had, eventually having to stop the broadcast altogether, delaying the remaining episodes and putting out official apologies. I'm serious. This actually happened. One of the few series to surpass My Happy Marriage's popularity at its peak was Apothecary Diaries, which has continued to be a mega hit that is now awaiting an original film and a third season. And yet,
I also got soda because, but I got my lunch late because I had to bother the bitch who got a higher anxiety level than me and is basically a chihuahua. You had a late lunch because they were anxious? Would you like to explain that more?
During that tight gap between Apothecary Season 1 and 2. As a consequence, they had to lower their polished standards a lot for the second season of Apothecary Diaries, only managing to avoid cancelling the broadcast altogether due to contracting a low-profile yet very reliable studio to produce 1/3 of the episodes in the second season. Had they not pulled off that emergency trick, the issues could have easily reached the level of One Punch Man Season 3. Now, if you are a fan of One Punch Man, all of this isn't to say that you shouldn't feel upset. But what is worth understanding, though, is how widespread and pervasive issues like this really are, and where they really stem from. Hating on directors and animators who were set up for failure is punching down in a truly pointless way. It's hard to make a difference as individuals, but if we have to project anger somewhere, it should be at the high-level producers pushing for narrow window releases and the unhealthy structure of the industry as a whole. So the next time you see real staff members begging fans to stop sending them death threats,
don't send death threats at all.
They're not the ones who broke.
It's very simple. Just don't do that.
They were the only ones who tried to hold it together while the industry insisted on ripping it to shreds. Thanks for watching.
What if I make her head purple too? I had a late lunch because they got too anxious to remember how to do math and manage schedules, so I had to yell over the radio for 45 full-ass minutes, "Hey, can I have my lunch now?" before she sent someone over. So is your superior anxious? Is that what I'm understanding?
Series that only launched on the Sega Saturn and PlayStation, not the Super Nintendo. The change in platforms made them upgrade the style of the art, and I love it. It reminds me of the drastic change from Mega Man 7 to Mega Man 8. Plot-wise, a new Maverick hunting force has been formed, and they call themselves the Repla Force. For some time, they work with the Maverick hunters to keep the world safe. This leads to Zero forming a close bond with the girl from Extreme 2, Iris, and her brother, Colonel. As I said before, Iris is part of a failed Repla Force experiment. However,
Fuck yeah, beat Mega Man 6. That was fast.
The organization tried building a Reploid with a strong fighting spirit and pacifistic heart, but it didn't work out. So they instead created two separate Reploids to embody each ideal. Iris had the pacifistic heart, while Colonel the fighting spirit. With the Maverick Hunters and Repla Force both making a difference, things stayed chill for a bit. But everything changes when the floating city of Sky Lagoon gets attacked. Maverick sabotage the generator.
Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Situation, they fail. The floating city ends up falling on the surface, killing thousands. The Hunters run into Colonel during the fallout. And though they don't outright accuse the Repla Force for causing this, they question Colonel as if they're responsible. They even ask them to lower their weapons and come back to HQ for questioning. But Colonel is like, "Bro, I only came here to save my sister. The Repla Force hasn't done shit. What are you even talking about?" But once the Hunters mention that they'll have to treat them as Maverick, Colonel snaps. He tells them to consider them Maverick if that's what they wish, then dips. And I'm not gonna hold you, I feel Colonel here. Like, I mean, if you accuse me and my people for shit we didn't do, I'd be pissed too. So in response,
I'm gonna go grab something to eat. What are you gonna get?
Its leader, a big-ass Reploid named General, announces that he wants to build a Reploid-only nation in space, where they can live free from prosecution. He's not trying to start beef with anyone, he just wants a place where he and his fam can relax. Oh, and I know I already came at the voices, but General's voice is so weird, like it doesn't match him at all.
Brave soldiers of Repla Force, we have all been wrongfully judged as Mavericks.
That is bizarre. He does not look like that. He does not look like he sounds like that, rather.
What could have been the reason for this? Anyway, the Hunters see all this as a coup, so they move out to stop the Repla Force, beginning the Great Repla Force War. And as usual, 8 Mavericks, some Repla Force,
she's one of 5 superiors that I have at least for cashiers, but she's not specifically for my area.
Magma Dragoon, Jet Stingray, Cyber Peacock, Storm Owl, and Slash Beast.
Before all this, Frost Walrus was already a violent individual, which made him a target for the Maverick Hunters. This aggressive nature made him jump at the opportunity of joining the Repla Force. Web Spider was a Maverick Hunter who ended up joining the Repla Force as their guerrilla unit's commander. Split Mushroom was revived by Sigma. Jet Stingray,
I remember fighting Split Mushroom.
Armadillo. He got recruited to the Repla Force and his loyalty to the cause made him join the war. Cyber Peacock was once an AI meant to protect important computer systems, but he was reprogrammed by Sigma. Storm Owl is also a member of Repla Force, but he's been holding a grudge against the Hunters ever since the defeat of his old friend Storm Eagle. Slash Beast joined the Repla Force to test his strength. And last but not least, we have Magma Dragoon. He was once a Maverick Hunter, but he betrayed them. He was actually the one who sabotaged Sky Lagoon and started this whole mess. His reasoning? He wanted a chance to face X and Zero without holding back. Yup, homie.
Man, some of these Mavericks are petty.
The Repla Force for the smoke. But when you think about his inspiration, it actually makes sense. According to the Maverick Hunter's field guide, Magma Dragoon is a practitioner of the Ansatsuken, Akuma style from Street Fighter. And if you didn't already know, Akuma lives for the hands. However, the reference goes even deeper than that. One of Akuma's greatest feats in Street Fighter was destroying an island with one blow. Though it wasn't done in the same fashion, Dragoon also caused an island to get destroyed. I have no idea if this was done on purpose, but if it was, that's pretty cool. Anyway, Zero and X engage with the Mavericks. Zero is aided by Iris, while X is aided by a new recruit named Double.
All right, maybe I just
As
start.
They do their thing, the Rebel Force continues constructing
I continue
the satellite
on
they
with the
plan to
snake.
migrate
Let's
to
go with the
space
snake.
However,
Ekans.
it looks like this new home also doubles as a big-ass space laser. The game refers to it as their final weapon. This part confused me because General never gave any reason to make us think he needed to build some crazy, violent weapon. I thought this was supposed to be
I might need to do some color grading on that.
But I guess not? If any of you guys can give me clarity on this
is going to be...
it would be much appreciated. Maybe I'm
easy. Okay, that worked. That was bizarre.
Having one final showdown against Colonel.
Ian Lee Poopy Pants won. Thank you for the follow.
Maverick. Their clash ends
Wild
with
name.
Zero as a victor, but he ain't too happy about this. Not only did he not want to kill his old friend, but now he has to explain to his sister how he died. Regardless, the Reploid falls, asking Zero to let Iris know that he died as a proud Repliforce soldier. Afterward, the Hunter duo chases after the rest of Repliforce who dipped to space. As they fight through the satellite, X is stopped by Double, who reveals himself to be a spy. Sigma was manipulating everything behind the shadows to get the Hunters and Repliforce at odds. He sent Double to keep an eye on X, but even with the element of surprise on his side, the Yellow Maverick is still no match for our blue hero. Meanwhile,
thank you for the
confronts
stretch.
Iris, and unfortunately for him, she opts for the Avenge My
Can't wait to
Brother
get
route.
me and Dizzy are gonna go chair shopping Tuesday. I guess that's tomorrow. Mega Man 12 is OP. It's not even out yet. You don't even know. It's not even called Mega Man 12. I guess it's technically a Mega Man 12, but like it's not even like a Mega Man 12.
And the Repliforce leader responds with,
I am excited for it
"You're
though.
the ones who called us Maverick. The fuck did
I
you
wonder what the
expect us
story
to
is gonna be.
And X is kind of left standing there like, damn, you right. After beating him, Sigma.
Like I
shows
hope it's a
himself.
little bit
Only to
more
get
than
taken out
Wily
as
is hating
Maverick.
again
But instead
and
of his
decided to
usual
fuck everything
selflessness,
up.
The Maverick leader is filled with pride because the final weapon is preparing to fire at Earth and nothing can stop it. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I guess, General is still alive and sacrifices
Dizzy, what
himself
color
to
is
prevent the end
Bone?
of the world.
Like it's like a
With the
creamish
day
color,
saved,
right?
Barely. X and Zero return home. In X's ending, you can tell this whole situation shook him up. He worries about going Maverick and tells Zero that if he does, he needs to take him out. Similarly, Zero's ending sees him distraught too. Throughout the story, he was hit with flashbacks of his past, specifically about his creation and his fight with Sigma. He returns home thinking about Iris and asks if all of them turn out to be Mavericks.
Wait, if
after.
Dr. Raleigh got his robot
That's
tank back?
fucking
Which one? The Guts Man?
fam. So now we have both
The
Zero
Guts
and
Man
X
tank?
worrying if they are Mavericks or will end up turning into Mavericks eventually. And we know that they're destined to fight. That's a pretty depressing note to end this game on. Regardless, we move on to Mega Man X5.
I mean, there is for some of the things that they did for the promotional material did have Gutsman on it, so he does have a weird fixation on Gutsman.
In fact, the first Mega Man Zero game was being developed alongside this one, so the original plan was that this would lead into that series. But we now know that didn't end up happening. So if this game feels like the end to you, that's why. Anyway, the story takes place several months after the Great Repliforce War. A new Reploid named Cygnus now leads the Maverick Hunters.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello.
His predecessor stepped down due to guilt over the casualties of the Repliforce War. Now, I didn't see anything clearly stating that X gave up his role as leader ever since taking the spot in X2, so this might mean that he gave Cygnus the position. But the guide is usually pretty good with mentioning an important character if they're involved with something. And X isn't mentioned here, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that at some point, some random NPC started acting as the Hunter Commander. The field guide also mentions that Cygnus' CPU is extremely
That
precise
feels wrong.
and one of the most complex out of all Reploids.
Let's see.
In exchange for this
What can
buff,
I do to
his
make you
combat
not
stats
look
are
like
ass,
this?
though. Along with this change to the Maverick Hunter's hierarchy, repairs have been ongoing for the space colonies damaged during the Great Repliforce War. The last one that needs to be fixed is Eurasia. But one day, a Maverick bounty hunter hired by Sigma named Dynamo commandeers the place
That looks better.
and infects it with the Sigma virus. Meanwhile, Sigma
Like
goes
that.
up to Earth for seemingly
Like
no
this,
reason.
like
After
that,
X and Zero take
like
care of
this,
him,
this,
his
like
explosion
that.
causes
Alright,
the
cool.
Sigma virus to spread across the globe. Reploids and mechanaloids everywhere
Make
start
me
malfunctioning,
feel so
while humans
fine.
begin getting sick. Yet nobody's safe this time. So the hunters regroup and assess their situation. There's a global pandemic, and thanks to Dynamo, Eurasia's gravity system got fucked. So now it's free falling down to Earth. If it hits, everybody gonna die. So Aelia, another new Maverick hunter,
Gamma, that's what I meant. Instead of crap.
Ancient laser beam of mass
you meant
destruction.
Gamma?
With it, they can destroy the colony before impact. However, they'll need X and Zero to collect 4 parts to make it work. And getting
I couldn't even beat Gamma or Beta.
Guarding them.
Crescent Grizzly, Volt Kraken, Shining Firefly, and Tidal Whale.
So
Tidal Whale is a great name. Is a fucking great name.
An illegal weapons dealer. Crazy, I know. He also knows that he will eventually succumb to the Sigma virus, so he chooses to fight X and Zero of his own free will before that happens. Oh, and that scar on his face was actually given to him by Zero. Volt Kraken used to be friends with Launch Octopus, but ever since the Maverick's death, he's held a grudge against X and Zero.
Going to Mexico? What's in Mexico?
Is a Reploid scientist who was distrusted.
Are you going to like Cancun or something for like a vacation?
In X and Zero. Due to the virus taking over his systems, he asked the duo to put him out of his misery once they confront him. And last up, Tidal Whale was the Oceanographic Museum Chief and Maritime Security Force Captain. When the hunter duo beats him,
exactly that. Going to Cancun.
He loves so much. Also, in the English version of this game,
never been to Mexico. I've been in the country several times, but I haven't been to Mexico.
So Crescent Grizzly was Grizzly Slash.
Viva la
Volt
Mexico.
Kraken was Squid
Cubano.
Adler. Shining Firefly
Dominicano
was
are the
Izzy
plugs
Glow,
that I know.
And Tidal Whale was Duff McWhalen. Once the Maverick bosses
Duff
are down,
McWhalen is also a
hunters
great
use the
name.
gathered parts to fire Enigma, but it only destroys a portion of Eurasia. So they go with Plan B, crash a space shuttle into the landmass. But guess what? This shuttle requires 4 parts to run too, and these parts are being guarded by another 4 Maverick bosses.
Spiral Pegasus, aka the Skyver. Spike Rose Red, aka Axel the Red. Dark Necrobat, aka Dark Dizzy. And
Dark Dizzy?
Rex, aka Matrex.
Going down the list, Spiral Pegasus used to be a part of Repliforce, and asked to be taken
I guess
down
I should
as
do the
one final
bandages
tool after
next.
The Sigma virus outbreak. Spike Rose Red was once a nature control unit.
I'm gonna
but
keep
virus
the
mutated him
color.
into
I
what
saw
you
people
see.
made.
Dark Necrobat was built by Sigma 3 years ago, but he ran away from his
I saw the people that made That's the
and
Sound of the
Burn
Police.
Dino-Rex was
You saw
also a part of
KRS-One?
Repliforce. But
Sorry, I've been
Homie
here in the
also has a
shadows
legal
doing
weapons
chores since
problem.
my
After taking down all these guys and
sister-in-law, I
collecting
think
the
that's supposed to be, is
shuttle
gone, and I don't
parts,
want to have to
he
wait till she's done with the work.
Zero volunteered to
Fair
fly the
enough.
shuttle,
How you doing,
and he managed
Day?
to destroy the fallen colony. However, debris from the impact still falls to Earth. A few hours later, Zero was found safe and sound in his crashed shuttle. But something is off. The virus from the colony and Sigma virus somehow fused and caused the formation of a small cyberspace pocket dimension. Stranger yet, the readings of this new combined virus are similar to Zero's. Because of this, Aelia calls it the Zero virus. X heads to the Crash Eye looking for his friend, but when he finds him, things don't go the way he hoped. He tells him that they should go back to
Jay, since you're in chat, I might ask you about colors in a second. Like, how you feel about colors?
But Zero refuses.
But for now, how do you feel about this design?
More clues. So X
I poked myself in the eye.
Listen, man. I know now is probably a bad time to fight since we're
This
on a
video makes
mission
so
and
much
all,
sense.
but
Yeah,
I'll
we were
prove
watching just random, or not random videos because they were in my watch later. But yeah, we're doing lore videos. I think Bacha put in a fucking video for request for the Archie Mega Man comics as well. So that'll be fun.
While they're both down, Sigma pulls up talking all that hot shit.
Tired already? Why are you tired?
But Zero defends him and
All
scares the
energy
commander
gone?
away. With that,
But you gotta get more energy because you have a stream later.
Once they get to Sigma, the guy reveals everything. He's been receiving help from an old man, a man who was very interested in Zero and thinks of him as his son. Though he doesn't outright say it, it's pretty obvious this old man is
You like
right.
it?
Under
Cool.
the doctor's instructions, Sigma spread
But
the
would
Sigma
you
virus
vote on
all
it
over
though?
the
That's the
planet
real
and set up
question.
the Eurasia colony crash to try and increase its power. The hope was that it would turn Zero back into his true self, the tool for world domination that his creator wanted him to be. And though it failed, all this still raises a huge concern. If Sigma was instructed by Wily, that means they were somehow conversing. So, did Wily find a way to transfer his essence into the Maverick virus? I'm not 100% sure if he did, but let me know what you think in the comments. Anyway, Zero's basically like, yeah.
What do you mean,
that, but it's still fuck Sigma till I die. Then together with X, they beat him. But the salty-ass Maverick
What do
blows
you
himself
mean,
up, severely damaging the Red Hunter. X is distraught over his
I'd
fate,
vote for it.
but
Dude,
Sigma,
don't scare me like
somehow
that.
still kicking, uses this as an opportunity to nail both of them. But Zero, also somehow still kicking, blasts right back.
What the
Who the hell is Sigma? Have you not played Mega Man
This
X?
is 2 different endings. In X's ending, he's found by a hologram
Sigma's like the main bad guy,
who somehow repairs him and sends him back to Hunter HQ. After that scene, we move 3 years into the future. X is now a Special A class Hunter who fights with his old friend Z-Saber. A Hunter comments on how his eyes have a new sharpness that is reminiscent of Zero. This makes me think about Aaron Hansen / Egoraptor's sequelitis video on Mega Man X. In it, he talks about how the blue Reploid was slowly growing to look and fight like Zero in the first game. I feel like that observation comes full circle here. Anyway, in Zero's ending, we watch as his life flashes before his eyes. Now that he's aware that he was the original,
the aim was for streaming later? Oh, okay.
He lets himself die believing it'll help the world achieve peace. The final image he sees.
Are you not gonna stream later then?
So this is all depressing as shit.
Gotta stream soon. You're streaming too, huh?
That takes the cake. This one gets triggered.
I'll probably
earlier.
still be on.
Depending on how you go about the game, Zero can end up going Maverick once he crash lands on Earth. In this situation, X is forced to defeat his friend and then face Sigma alone. Once he wins, Hologram Light finds him once again.
I don't know if there's gonna be a stream tomorrow, chat, because like I said, we're going out shopping.
Without the tragedy of his best friend's death,
right, probably want.
He sets his sights on a new goal. Building a
like a brown.
For everyone,
maybe increase the saturation so I can see what color it is.
In Greek mythology, this place is pretty much seen as the afterlife for heroes. But more specifically, in Homer's writings, he describes it as a land of perfect happiness at the end of the earth. So yay, X is finally gonna create his utopia free of violence, but at the cost of forgetting his best friend. That's fucked up. However, none of that matters because the X series continued even though Inafune didn't want it to. According to the official complete works, the next game in the series, X6, just kind of fell into his lap. He said that the series was moving in a direction that was out of his control, and going forward, he wanted to be careful with how he managed it. Oh, if only you could see into the future, my friend. So this game
Bitch, I'm so sleepy. Dizzy, you didn't answer my question. Is this the same color as Bones? That should be pretty close to the color of Bones, right?
Rebuilding their home. But unfortunately, because of the pollution caused by Eurasia's debris, humans have moved underground. The good news is that this devastation put a lid on Maverick activity.
That's very weird that the contrast made that look like that.
Sadly, someone shows up to ruin the peace. Enter Gate, a prestigious Reploid researcher and former associate of Alia. Back in the day, his interest in X and Zero led him to create Reploids that were ahead of their time. However, just like Lightyear for X, the streets didn't understand what he was cooking. So he became a recluse. His colleagues grew jealous of his strides in robotics, so they sabotaged
the Reploids not going the way that I needed
to. Deemed as Mavericks. This obviously led to their destruction. So Gay ain't the happiest dude alive right now. One day he investigates the crash site where the Zero virus was born.
We will be here, Day. You enjoy your vacuum. You enjoy scaring your cats with the vacuum.
Research. Then eventually, with the help of another Reploid researcher named Isaac, they decrypt Zero's code. Isaac is another character who may or may not be Wily. According to the Maverick Hunter's field guide, his voice resembles the Doctor's. Unfortunately for Gate, studying this fragment makes him go Maverick.
I'll go with that for now. That's fine.
Shit. This guy mutates the Sigma virus into something new and horrific called Nightmare. As the name suggests,
that's pretty close. I'm colorblind though, bitch, so take it with a grain of salt. That's like H-bone, but I gotta go back to work on the floor in like a minute. I can look when I get home. I mean, yeah, sure, whatever.
He sees this madness as
good luck with the work.
But his plan isn't done yet. He creates a Reploid whose power surpasses that of X.
I guess I'll let him what the fuck, whatever.
After that, he creates a nightmare-fueled copy of Zero named Zero Nightmare. Then finally,
Zero Nightmare.
That were
Nightmare.
Commander Yamark, Blizzard Wolfang, Blaze Heatnix, Metal Shark Player, Rainy Turtleoid, Ground Skarovich, Shield Sheldon, and Infinity Maginian.
So, right, I want gold. Because almost all these backstories are pretty sad. Commander Yamark was originally tasked with protecting the forest, but one day he accidentally lit it on fire. Though he wasn't held accountable for it, he later died due to one of Gate's haters sabotaging his flight system. Blizzard Wolfang was the leader of an investigation team in the North Pole, but his squad got brutally slaughtered by Mavericks. He left that situation with Survivor's Guilt, then was later destroyed by Gate's former colleagues. When he was revived, he joined Gate because he felt it was the only way to make it up to his dead team. Blaze Heatnix was just a dick. Homie was too strong and would leave his teammates if he felt they were weak. Metal Shark Player was involved with the legal DNA resurrection, so he got destroyed. Rainy Turtleoid, poor Rainy Turtleoid, was created by Gate with max defense stats, but the other scientists didn't like that. They told Gate to nerf the dude, but Turtleoid felt bad for all the heat his creator was getting, so he deleted himself. On a happier note,
that's crazy.
This dance reminds me of Akuma's post-raging demon, so, you know, that's cool. Brown Skarovich was sent by Gate to investigate the places where X and Zero were sealed. However, Aelia was sent to intercept and kill him. Damn, girl! Didn't know you had it in you. Also, Gate apparently didn't give a shit about
What if I make
this
that
Reploid
blue?
dying. Homie was a savage even
What
before
if you're
the
blue?
virus got him.
Abadi
Sheldon was
abadai.
in charge of protecting people of importance. But then one day, someone went Maverick under his watch. He had to take him out, which led to Gate's haters falsely labeling him as Maverick. Sheldon couldn't take the accusations, so he deleted himself too. And last,
that's
Infinity
crazy.
Maginian.
Delete yourself now!
But then, Gate's haters started meddling, and it led to his death. So now you know the depressing origins of the X6 bosses. You're welcome? With everything set, Gate initiates his full plan. He empowers Hymax and his other Mavericks with Nightmare, then gets Isoc to secretly carry out a bunch of Maverick attacks. Nightmare begins to spread, and just like that,
I don't like
the
it.
world is in crisis.
I don't like it.
More. X is sent to the scene to quell
I'm just gonna
Maverick
color everything. I was gonna make that color this now, and then I'll
blames
probably
all this
change
on
it. But
Zero
I don't like this
Nightmare, who
blue.
he claims is the ghost
Maybe
of
if I make it
Zero.
red.
X is like, the fuck are you even talking about, bro? From what I can tell, you're behind all this. So they fight, but X can barely do anything to this guy. In the end, Hymax leaves saying the Hunters ain't nothing special. He doesn't need them to stop Zero Nightmare. Afterward, Isoc shows himself to the public and also blames all the Maverick attacks on Zero Nightmare. He adds that the spread of Nightmare is the Maverick's fault too. However, he's working with Hymax and Gate's 8 revived Mavericks, who he calls the Nightmare Investigators, to save everyone. He ends his speech by asking for the help of any Reploids willing to volunteer. X thinks this is bullshit, so after a talk with his fellow Hunters, he deploys to look into the 8 areas
X
of
thinks
interest
this is
the
bullshit.
investigators were sent to. Eventually, after beating Zero Nightmare, he runs into the real Zero. Since X5 didn't end the timeline like it was supposed to, Zero just kinda came back to life, completely repaired. Don't think too hard about it. Even the Maverick Hunters field guy says some cryptic shit like, there are rumors that supernatural causes may have been involved with Zero's recovery. So I honestly have no idea what to make of this. With the help of Zero, X manages to clear out the rest of the Nightmare Investigators, while saving volunteer Reploids stranded on the battlefield. Dynamo also appears looking for Nightmare souls to strengthen himself, but he catches the work too. Later, Gate ends up contacting the Hunter base, and tells him that he's the villain of this game. He plans on using Nightmare to form his Reploid dream world, where he's in control. Aelia is like, bro, come on man, you're better than this. But Gate's like, nah, fuck you Aelia, disrespectfully. Y'all couldn't let me rock with my Reploids, yet X and Zero are so unique that they can't even be studied. How are they any less dangerous than my Reploids that I created? Nah, y'all got me fucked up. Aelia, kick fucking rocks. X, Zero, see me with the fucking ones. So the Maverick duo pulls up to his lab, partakes in the gauntlet, beats Hymax once and for all, then takes out Gate. But then this dude says the wildest shit.
My stomach hurts.
This dude Gate.
Apparently, I'm going to the store with my dad, so I'll be a lot longer than I thought. It's fine. We'll be here. That's why everything's recorded.
Expect what he says next.
The coffee's starting to make my stomach hurt.
That on the side, he was rebuilding Sigma. Yeah, Sigma's back.
What? Sigma?
My homeboy's like, fuck you, Gate. You didn't revive shit. I was never dead to begin with. Then he kills the guy. He was already down, and he was trying to help you. Sigma, what the fuck?
Dude, you would have scared me, but I'm not wearing headphones.
But before they do, they notice Isoc's body. It's an empty husk that Aelia states is similar to the victims of the Erasure incident. Zero also swears that he hears the Maverick's voice pushing him forward before they proceed. So is it possible that that was Wily, and he somehow found a way to transfer his digital soul to different Reploid bodies? The world may never know. After that, they fight and defeat Sigma. X brings Gate's body back
the consequences of my actions. Yeah, that's basically what happened. But I really wanted to be, I really wanted to be bright-eyed bushy-tailed for this stream since I'm starting way earlier than I normally do.
Find Zero, Aelia stands with X during the final cutscene. However, as they're talking, Zero.
What if I make you red?
He talks about how he's gonna lead the Hunters to X for the time being, then dips saying he's gotta do something, which leads us to his ending. For the safety of the world, he decides to seal himself so the Maverick virus can be studied, and a cure can hopefully be found.
What if I make you white?
States that this process will take over 100 years to complete. And folks, this is where shit gets weird.
I don't mind that, but I think that's too much.
Done with Mega Man X at this point.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break because I'm dying slightly. I'll be right back. All right, I return. While I was in the bathroom, one of the cats stuck her tiny little paw under the goddamn door.
Hence Zero's ending. However, we still have X7, X8, and Command Mission. A common theory I've been seeing is that X6 causes a split in the timeline. In the main continuity, Zero's ending leads to the events that start Mega Man Zero. In the other, we have X7, X8, and Command Mission. However, another theory I've seen states that X7 and X8 are both in the main canon, while Command Mission isn't. Zero's X6 ending just happens further in the future than we thought. Now, I'm gonna be honest. Both sides have good points, but because I haven't seen anything from Capcom specifically stating that X7 and X8 aren't in the main continuity, I gotta go with the second theory. Of course, drop your counter-arguments in the comments below, but
I like the red.
Without much further ado,
maybe
let's
not
get
all
into
of that should be
the final
red.
chapter of the Mega Man X timeline. So X7 was the series' first try at going
Weez, you
3D,
went to go get food,
and
right?
Folks did not like it. They tried mixing in 2D elements to stay true to their usual formula, but it didn't work out. In fact, this is the only Mega Man X title launch I remember because of how much people didn't like it. However, outside of the gameplay issues, I recall this guy being the main target.
Axel, I remember Axel.
This is Axel, the new kid on the block. Armed with 2 pistols, the power to copy the ability of robots, and even transform into some robots, he made his debut as the main character of this game. Back then, from the outside looking in, I didn't see what the big deal was. I thought his design looked way better than X. Actually, Inafune's only contribution to this game wasn't helping with his look. But now that I'm waist deep in this Mega Man shit, I get the anger. Since X was absent for a lot of the game, it felt like Capcom was trying to force replace him. And though
Let's see
the
what
voice
else I
acting
can do here.
overall was bad in this game, Axel's voice specifically was annoying as hell.
Okay, I'll tell you everything, but later. Right now.
Well, Axel sounds much more kiddish than I thought he was gonna sound.
Plot-wise, X7 takes place a while after X6. X is full-on left the Hunters to find a more peaceful answer to the ongoing Maverick Wars. This weakened the Force, so a new coalition was started.
Like
by
he
a
looks like he would have
Red
at least a
This is
raspy
where our boy
voice.
Axel comes in. He's a prototype of the new generation of Reploids, but that's all we know about his
I guess they
past.
wanted him to be
He
like a
joined
kid.
Red Alert and quickly proved himself as an asset with his copy ability. However, things start getting weird when Red begins taking suggestions from someone dubbed the Professor. This guy convinces the Vigilante Syndicate to use the DNA data that Axel collects from his ability to strengthen themselves. But this leads to them attacking innocent Reploids. Once Axel takes notice, he runs away from the organization. Red won't have that though. He sends agents to bring him back. Zero ends up running into him, and together they stop the pursuers. But since Axel was at the center of all this chaos, he's looking sus as hell right now. So Zero arrests him. Once they make it back to HQ, Axel immediately shows interest in becoming a hunter. But X is so against it. Yeah, even though he retired, I guess he still hangs around the hunters. Then a transmission comes in from Red. Aware that Axel is with them, he challenges the hunters to a game. He'll release some of the Mavericks they caught, and they'll compete to see who can take them down. If they win, then Axel is theirs. X thinks this is stupid, and I see his point. They're about to get into another senseless fight all because Axel doesn't want to go back to his team. But if they let Axel go, the team will only continue to steal DNA data, so they have no choice but to fight. Regardless, X stays back because he's sick and tired of the violence, leaving Axel and Zero to take on the Mavericks and 8 agents of Red Alert.
Flame Hynard, Vanishing Gungaroo, Tornado Tonian, Ride Borsky, Splash Warfly,
Splash Warfly is crazy.
Soldier Stone Kong, and Wind Crowrang.
Flame Hynard
The
was a
latest
Red
Series
Alert
X
member
is
who
like,
suffered
I don't
from
want to
malfunction
fight
that caused him
anymore.
constant
I don't want to
pain.
fight
He
anymore.
thinks destroying
How
the
long must
Maverick hunters
Reploids
is
and
the only way to fix
how
it.
long must
There's
Reploids
honestly
fight
nothing
in order
special
to
about
keep
Vanishing
peace?
Gungaroo,
How much
except for
longer
the
will
fact
this
that he
war
likes
go
fighting
on?
his ride armor. Tornado Tonian is surprisingly aware of the Professor manipulating Red Alert, so he wants the Maverick Hunters to stop them. Ride Borsky is honestly just a hothead. Splash Warfly apparently hated Axel, so he was down for the violence. Snipe Anteater is an old Reploid who's good at mind games. Soldier Stone Kong just likes to fight, so that, along with his loyalty to Red, most likely made him jump at the chance to join this battle. And Wind Crowrang? Yeah, nothing interesting about him. He took control of a fleet of Air Force ships during this battle, if anyone cares about that. As Axel and Zero body Red Alert at their own game, X finally decides to join, cause doing nothing is way worse than going against his ideas. He still doesn't fuck with Axel though. Meanwhile, Red becomes aware that
You still don't fuck with Axel though.
Sigma.
At least Zero has the right mind. If there's a problem, get rid of them and everybody's happy.
His main goal is to use the Reploid to copy X's data.
Yeah,
Red
X is kind of getting...
and tries to cut ties with the Maverick, but he's too late. Sigma
What's the word that I want to use?
Now he either complies,
like, I get he doesn't want to fight Reploids, but like, people are dying. So if he doesn't fight, more Reploids are going to get destroyed than if he didn't fight.
So the Hunter trio rolls out to end this once and for all.
So while it does suck, you only really have one option.
He sets the place to blow and tells them to get out while they can. Axel begs for him to come with them, but he chooses to fall with his ship. Next up on the deletion block is Sigma. The trio gives him the business too, with Axel dealing the finishing blow. And it's in a surprisingly cool way. When it looked like Sigma knocked him out, he returned as Red to trick him. Then at the last minute, he shot the Maverick in the face. Good shit, bro. Almost makes up for that stupid ass voice. With that, the Hunters head home. Then we get one of 3 endings. In both X and Axel's ending, Axel tries shooting his shot with X again, begging him to accept him as a hunter. But X is all like, "No, Axel. Fighting the obvious bad guys won't create peace. That's not what it takes to be a hunter." Then Axel retorts with,
"Okay,
but I was following your lead. And look, we saved the day, together." But X, in one of his most dumbass responses, is like, "Yeah, but what I was doing was wrong." X, just say you hate the kid, bro. I promise you, you are the only person in the Hunters who takes this pacifist thing so seriously. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's kind of weird when you rejoin the Hunters to fight for good, but then you stop Axel from joining because he also wants to fight for good. In Zero's ending, he has this weird nightmare of X calling him Maverick and then shooting him with the charge shot. Maybe that fight he had with X affected him more than we thought. But with that, let's move on to the last game within this timeline, Mega Man X8. This title brought about a huge change to the series' art style. Tatsuya Yoshikawa, the game's artist, redesigned the Reploids to look a tad more futuristic. Their normal bulky limbs were slimmed down, and their armor was changed to look more polygonal. According to the official Complete Works, he thought about what everyone would look like as toys to help with this. And I mess with it heavy. I think everyone looks their best in this title. But where Yoshikawa really killed it was in the boss designs. He asked if he can go through with his own ideas.
That was an interesting one for a boss design. Her titties were out.
And in the end,
underboob on display.
Which one was his favorite. He likes all of them equally. Inafune once again didn't add much here as he was afraid that he'd try to take over the whole project. And this game was also fully voiced, but it's good this time. Max Gartha, Lucas Gilbertson, and the GOAT Roger Rhodes fulfill the roles of X, Zero, and Val respectively. Since this came out before Maverick Hunter X, I'm assuming they got a feel for their characters in this game and then fully went off in that game. When it comes to the plot, this game takes place somewhere after the Red Alert incident. The Maverick Wars is still ongoing with no end in sight. So the humans initiate the Jacob Project to escape from the carnage. This project involves the construction of an orbital elevator named Jacob that'll take its passengers to the moon. The one leading all this is Lumine, the self-proclaimed leader of the new generation of Reploids. Yeah, whoever built Axel continued. Now we've already seen the advancement of Reploids.
Butcher, what's your favorite Mega Man game?
What really makes this new generation so special that we gotta add new generation at the beginning? Well, like Axel, these guys come with copy chips, but compared to Axel, these copy chips are busted. Axel normally has to use his copy shot to copy robots. However, these new gen Reploids come with the data of hundreds of Reploids pre-installed. This doesn't just allow them to copy others at will, but also makes them immune to viruses, since they can voluntarily change their DNA. Wait, I just thought about this. Someone is out there creating virus-immune robots that have the power to transform into a variety of old Reploids? Isn't that, I don't know, kinda sorta really fucking dangerous? What if one of them poses as Cygnus for the day and then gets mad?
For all time, probably X5.
What then? Anyway, progress in the Jacob project is going smoothly. But guess who fucks everything up this time? Vile! Yeah, the #1 certified hater is back. He kidnaps Lumine and commandeers the elevator, talking about beginning a new world. Then another Maverick uprising occurs. 8 new gen Reploids start tearing.
I'm not sure about these colors, chat.
Let's make this count.
Like, I don't mind the white, and I don't mind the purple.
Sunflower. Dark.
But the red, I don't know though.
Gravity Antonian. Earth Rock Trilobite. Gigabolt,
Another viral return. This guy's hatred is still on X. I kind of want more like characters that are just haters. Like their only purpose is to hate.
The first one is a doozy. Bamboo Pandemonium went Maverick after determining that the evolution of destructive creations, such as Reploids, meant that the world wanted to be destroyed for a new beginning. Bro, what? History said destroy, so you also said destroy?
Hater?
Optic Sunflower used to be in charge of a Maverick Hunter training ground. Dark
I be waking early for this shit.
Military facility and refused to believe that he went Maverick. We'll soon find out that he indeed went Maverick. Yeah, I know, it's weird that all these new gen Reploids went Maverick even though their whole thing is to not get viruses, but don't worry,
your body just to get the paper.
Gravity Antonian also dismissed the idea of being Maverick, saying it's the world that's evil. Earthrock Trilobite used to be in charge of mining. Gigabolt's Man of War used to provide energy to the city of Megalopolis. I've never heard of this place till this game, but apparently it's in Australia? Avalanche Yeti used to care about the world's environment, but now he's willing to destroy it just to please his master. And Burn Rooster used to be in charge of waste disposal. He also has my favorite design out of all the bosses. Pretty ironic when he's basically a glorified garbage man. With their mission set, Zero, X, and Axel, since I guess he and X are cool now, deploy. They also have the help of new Hunter Navigators, Lair.
So I'm doing the artist thing where we just stare at the thing until we decide to do something with it. Day, are you in chat right now? Are you still vacuuming?
Palette helps with guiding the hunters through each stage, and turning the metals they collect into various upgrade chips. She also fights like Axel. And this is probably a good time
Screech,
to mention
are you in
that
chat right
Aelia
now?
got hands too. She fights like X, with their very own Aelia Buster. Anyway, one by one the Maverick bosses catch the work. However, there is this odd conversation that X has with Aelia after the first boss fight. Take a listen.
X? What's the matter? The mission's only just begun.
That's right. It's begun again. How long must this war go on? Just the thought of wiping the floor with those Mavericks makes my trigger finger itch.
Axel!
No, Aelia. Axel's right. There's no time to be wishy-washy here. Even as we speak, Mavericks are causing havoc.
X! What the fuck? You spent
he
so
flipped
much of the
over
last
real
game
quick.
in your feelings talking about how violence isn't the answer. But now when Axel says some crazy shit like this, not only are you cool with it, but you agree? In what world does a pacifist hear?
He flipped over real quick.
Yeah, all these bad guys make my trigger finger itch. And think, yes, you're right. There's no time to be wishy-washy here. Granted, he is right. This is pretty serious. But this part still felt hella out of character for me. In my headcanon, Vile got our boy so shook that he started talking crazy. Either way, the Maverick bosses are defeated, and the team finds the dark truth behind all these new-gen Reploids going Maverick. Sigma's data is stored in their copy chips, so this is a lot worse than them just going Maverick. These guys are like clones of Sigma. He actually refers to them as his children. The Maverick commander then sends a transmission to Hunter HQ.
Yo, imagine if we got the original like Wily,
he and his followers have grown tired of this basic
the original
ass
Wily
plan.
vision,
So he plans on using the
where
project
X
to usher
is
in his
not
new
X,
world and
Zero
end the old
is
one. So the Hunter
like
trio rides
it's
up the
Sigma's place.
elevator
Imagine
to
how
space.
imagine how
After taking out a
crazy that
bunch of
problem
new-gen
would have been.
Reploids and Vile once and for all, they finally run into Sigma. And Homie's design looks fire here. Definitely my favorite look of them in the series.
Seeing your past enemy
And after
mopping the
defeating
floor
him, they find Luminate, but it's
with you,
revealed
and
that
you
for the
when you were at your
first
lowest in the
time,
beginning of the
Sigma
war,
isn't
showing up
mastermind
again to do that again could make you
Luminate's the one who
very
used Sigma.
shaking.
With his data,
Shaking?
this new generation of Reploids can go Maverick at will.
Shaky?
So he wants to build a new world with these guys, but excludes Zero, X, and Axel because in his eyes, they are nothing but tools for the humans of the old world. His speech gets to X, but
Oh,
Axel's
shook.
resolve
Could
snaps
make
him
you
out
shook.
of it. With that, the Hunters engage Luminae in their final battle. And what's cool is that Luminae's final form is angelic to counter Sigma's demon form. It's a nice touch. Once defeated, Axel walks up to his body, but is attacked by some weird black tentacle thing. It knocks him out, but Zero and X quickly destroy what's left of Luminae afterward. On the way back home, X thinks about Luminae's words. If this is supposed to be evolution, then what are they doing? Should they be fighting this? Zero wonders if Sigma's defeat means this war is finally over. He also comforts X, letting him know that even if they are destined to become scrap, they must continue the fight against the Mavericks. Then in a post-credit scene, we see something shine within Axel's wound. It's definitely related to Luminae, but unfortunately we'll never find out what this is since there isn't an X9. We also find out that copy chip production stopped once Luminae's Maverick stunt became public. but production ended up resuming because society needs new-gen Reploids to help with space development. So y'all didn't learn anything from what just happened. Heard you. But folks, that brings an end to the very long Mega Man X timeline. As you guys know from that theory we talked about, the last scene is Zero sealing himself for the betterment of mankind and so the Maverick virus can be studied. But we're not done yet. There's still
But we're not done yet.
It's not canon to this timeline, but I mean, we've already covered pretty much all the X games, so might as well. With that, let's get into Mega Man X Command Mission. So you know how Mega Man X had some features inspired by RPGs? Well, that comes full circle with this game since it actually is an RPG. However,
I didn't know it
that's
an
also the
RPG.
reason why Inafune
Is it bad?
had nothing to do with this title. He believed that Mega Man X belonged in the action genre. So when Capcom told him to make an RPG for the series, he said no and left it up to the others. The story takes place in 22XEX, the same time as the Mega Man Zero series. In the official complete works, Ryuji Higurashi, someone who worked on Command Mission, stated that this 22XEX should be seen as another possible future outside of the Zero series. So there's your proof for it not being canon. And big ups to Rockman HQ on Reddit for helping me out with all this info. If it wasn't for you, I'd still be banging my head on a wall. Vigorously. Anyway, the discovery of a new mineral dubbed Force Metal has revolutionized Reploid engineering. So a government organization simply named the Federation established Giga City, an artificial island for mining and researching Force Metal. But you know we can't have nice things. So soon after its establishment, a rebellion breaks out, led by some dude named Epsilon. They banish all humans and demanded the Federation recognize Giga City as an independent Reploid state. Not willing to stand for this, Colonel Redups from the Far East Maverick Hunter HQ sends X, Zero, and a hunter named Shadow to calm shit down. However, once they get there, Shadow betrays them, and X and Zero are separated. Later, our blue hero wakes up in a place called New Hope, where he finds out about a resistance force fighting against the rebellion. Their leader, Chief R, is being kept hostage in Central Tower X, so X head out to save him. Eventually, he runs into the Reploid bounty hunter, Spider. He was originally sent to go after X, but he ends up switching sides and joining the resistance effort. Together they save Chief R, and from here, the real mission begins. X continues his work with the resistance to stop the rebellion. On the way, he recruits more like-minded Reploids to his cause, including old friends like Axel, who was looking into the origins of his creation before all this. Zero also ends up joining, even though he initially talked shit about X's squad. But, sadly, Spider ends up dying while trying to save everyone during a mission. On their quest, they also learn about an advanced version of Force Metal dubbed Supra Force Metal. The Rebellion is using it to create a warhead capable of driving all Reploids in the Northern Hemisphere, Maverick. The Resistance can't have that. But when they get to where it's supposed to be, it's gone. Eventually they get to Epsilon, who reveals that he has Super Force Metal in his body. However, they still manage to beat him. Colonel Redups congratulates them on a job well done, and instructs them to go to Central Tower to get picked up. But when they get there, the Colonel betrays them and kills Chief R. Redups is actually a new generation Reploid who can also copy appearances and abilities. At some point, he switched places with the real Spider.
Okay, I'm gonna do some detailing here.
Inside, hence why his name is Spider backwards. He's also the one who stole the Supra Force Metal warhead. His big plan is to collect all the Supra Force Metal and fuse with it to make his copy ability omnipotent. He used the Rebellion and the Hunters to do everything for him. As a final touch, he sends a broadcast to the world accusing X and the team of going Maverick and conspiring with Epsilon and the Rebellion. Pissed, X and his friends travel to the Far East Hunter HQ for one final battle. Once they take him out, the last of Epsilon's soldiers, Ferrum, self-destructs with the Supra Force Metal, so no one can use it for evil ever again. Afterward, Epsilon's Maverick status is posthumously dropped, since Redups was behind everything. And with that, X's last adventure comes to a close, thus putting an end to the Mega Man X timeline. Folks, we made it. We made it through another Mega Man timeline video. If you enjoyed the video, do not forget to like, comment who else you would like to see me cover in Honest Gaming history. After this, I'm gonna take a mini break on the Mega Man mini-series. I say that because there is one Honest Gaming history I really want to do. It's a personal one for me, and I think the story is so crazy that you guys are gonna fuck with it heavy, bro. This is gonna be a really story-driven one, and I cannot wait for you to experience it with me. It should definitely be shorter because it's literally one game. So, but yeah, you know, if you want to see more from me, if you want to see more of these videos, don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell to stay notified of whenever I upload new content. The Guild, appreciate you guys. If you guys missed my little commercial break in the beginning, the Guild is where I post all of my extra content. Starting at $3 a month, you can gain access to a bunch of stuff like my unsaid blesses us with the first Mega Man, beginning a franchise that would become bigger than anyone expected. Then in 1993, the team decided it was time for an extreme upgrade, giving us Mega Man X. However, once X5 came around, the leader of the team, Keiji Inafune, knew it was time to move on. Unfortunately, Capcom had other plans. Before he knew it, X6 was slapped on his desk, leading to the series never truly getting the ending it deserved. But a completely different team of ex-Capcom staff was ready and willing to produce their own spin-off. And surprisingly, they managed to cook up a glorious finale to this saga that started all the way back in 19XDX. Folks, welcome back to my mini-series covering the history and lore of every single Mega Man. We already went over classic Mega Man and X, but today we're diving into a series that isn't even focused on the Blue Hero. Join me as we enter what's left of a world plagued by countless.
You do enjoy Zero? I've played Zero 2, which I remember playing in high school, or not high school, college. But it's been long enough to where I don't remember what happens.
Black Macedonchi, and this is the devastating lore of Mega Man Zero. To talk about Mega Man Zero, we must begin with two vital visionaries, Takuya Aizu and Yoshihisa Suda. After working at Capcom for a couple of years, they pooled their money together with other creators from the company and formed their own studio, NT Creates, in 1996. Aizu was the CEO, while Suda was the vice president. They had a bit of a rocky start, releasing games that didn't quite hit the way they wanted them to, but Suda's passion changed everything. Having previously worked on Mega Man X2 and Mega Man 7, Homie was a big fan of the Blue Bomber. He was actually the creator of the green biker dude who got bodied in X2. Now I see why so many people didn't like it when I called him useless in the last video. My bad, green biker dude. I commend you for trying to be X's partner even though you were nowhere near his level. Due to Suda's love for the Capcom series, he was itching to make a Mega Man title. In an interview recorded in Mega Man Zero, the official complete works, Aizu recalled that the guy used to hound Inafune about it. Now, something interesting I found while doing research was this interview of Aizu and Suda, originally done by US Gamer, but now on VG247. Here they elaborate a little more on what led to the birth of the team, but we're also given some conflicting information. For example, it says Aizu was a Mega Man superfan, and that he's the one who worked on X2 and Mega Man 7. So just to be safe, I'm gonna stick with the interview and then the official complete works, because, well, it's the official complete works. Not trying to call these guys out or anything, I just want to bring it up because I saw this article a lot while learning about the company. Anyway, after all those requests, Inafune finally hit the team up like, bro, y'all keep saying you want to make a Mega Man game, but have you ever thought of, oh, I don't know, sending a proposal? With that, they got to work on concepts. Their initial idea was a far cry away from what we know now as Mega Man Zero. In fact, it didn't even star the Red Warrior until Inafune said that's what he wanted. Homie probably saw this as the best chance to give his character all the shine he deserved. However, NT Creates merely
I don't know, Chad. How are we feeling about these colors? I'm not convinced on them yet.
In the official complete works, Aizu admitted that they were more focused on fleshing out this world that Suda imagined, rather than listening to Capcom. This led to incredible concept art from by far my favorite artist from this franchise, Toru Nakayama. But amazing as it was, they'd soon find out that they probably should have listened to at least some of Capcom's thoughts. During a Tokyo game show, the team pulled up to a room filled with a bunch of heavy hitters from the industry. They slid Nakayama's art to Inafune, but overall, the Mega Man producer felt the concept was a little too edgy. It needed to be done as a Mega Man game, and as dark as the series was at that point, it was still meant to be child-friendly. So NT Creates continued with revisions.
I don't know what I want to do though.
Because that's what kids were into. And designs were
what if I make the cape red? Like a bright fuck you red, and make change this
Capcom, they were
red that I currently have.
When creating this title. So many later adjustments made for continuity purposes
But
and the
change
like
this
were
to
done
like a
because
blue,
they
like a
wanted
light
to
blue.
make this game fit neatly within the Mega Man universe without any confusion. For example, since the X series continued after X5, a big priority throughout the whole process was altering Zero and X's appearance. They wanted them to look different enough so people didn't confuse them for their Mega Man X counterparts, but close enough so fans still knew they were X and Zero. Stuff like that is so dope because it just goes to show what can happen if you give a fan a shot at developing a game for a franchise they really care about. They took it upon themselves to make sure their
yeah, where is Day? Day, we need your help.
Timeline. Meanwhile, we have professionals forgetting the lore of their own game. Once 2002 came around, all their hard work paid off as Mega Man Zero was released as their most successful title yet. It was predominantly praised for its incredible sprite work and fantastic story. In the official complete works, the team talked about how thankful they were to Capcom for allowing them to truly take the wheel with this game. They also gave a ton of love to Nakayama, as it was his superb art that helped them to properly visualize their ideas and establish their world. Now, to avoid accidentally giving any spoilers to the overall plot, I'm gonna stop the development part here. Don't worry though, y'all know I'm a big ass nerd, so I'll still sprinkle in a bunch of interesting facts here and there throughout the video. But before we get into the lore, I want to say something. If you didn't already know, Mega Man Zero is a series that brought me into this franchise. I picked it up because the cover looked cool, but never beat it because that shit was hard as hell. Regardless, the title's aesthetic always pulled me back. No matter how many times bitch-ass Aztec Falcon bullied me, I couldn't help but return for another round. Which is why doing this video now, 2 decades from that time, feels so surreal. The cool thing about this series, Honest Gaming History, is that I get to visit games that I never got the chance to experience as a kid. However, I have a history with Mega Man Zero, so researching for this video was like going back in time and hanging out with young Donji. But now that I actually read and pay attention to the games I play, I have a whole new respect for this series. As of right now, the lore
I'll be right back. I'm
we're
gonna
about
put
to
this
go
cup
into
in the
is not only my favorite within this Mega Man series, but also my favorite in Honest Gaming history in general. And I am so grateful to you guys for giving me the chance to discover the gold within this series and geek the hell out about it. So without much further ado, let's continue this timeline and talk about how the Mega Man world gets even more tragic. So in case you missed the last 2 videos, here's a quick summary of the lore so far. Dr. Thomas Light was a genius who wanted to create robots capable of making their own decisions. He became famous, won mad awards, and changed the world with his advanced civil service robots. Wily, a robotic genius in his own right, was always thrown in his shadow, so he developed an obscene level of hatred for the guy, and turned into a supervillain bent on world domination. One of Light's most treasured inventions, Rock, would then ask to be altered into a robot capable of stopping the crazy doctor. Light does so against his better judgment, and thus, Mega Man is born. Then the classic timeline ensued.
I like the bright cape better than I did before, but I'm still not sure about these
years later,
small
Light
highlight
decided to go crazy on a whole new project, the robot with infinite potential.
Welcome back.
Mega Man X.
Thank you.
He would be the first creation to fulfill Light's dream, as he could think for himself and make his own decisions. However, the doctor had to let him cook a while longer, because he couldn't just release him to the masses without some type of QC. Elsewhere, Wily finished Zero, his ultimate weapon, but the dude was born with the incessant need for smoke, so the doctor sealed him along with his other project, the Maverick virus. Unfortunately, both of these geniuses died before they saw their finished work. But according to this Q&A session that Capcom Unity had with Inafune, it looks like Wily might have actually put his essence in the virus. When asked what happened to him between classic Mega Man and X, he basically said that he died but was brought back by the virus. So take that how you will. Fast forward to 21XCX. Dr. Kane finds the remains of Light's lab. There he discovers X, and using him as a base, he develops advanced robots called Reploids. By the way, I made the mistake of calling both X and Zero Reploids in my last video. My bad, they're not. In a way though, you could kinda take X as the father of Reploids since they're all based on his design. Oh wait, that's kinda cool. Light went down in history as the father of robotics, and now X is kinda sorta the father of Reploids, so, you know, nice little connection there. Life with the Reploids is chill initially, but some start going haywire and hurting humans because Kane didn't do the same level of testing.
You don't like the color of the glove?
The humans call these robots Mavericks.
What's bothering me is the texture on
the
the
Maverick
chest.
Hunters to put a stop to them.
I feel like
the
that's
greatest
too much.
creation, Sigma, as the leader. X joins them, and they begin arresting these guys until Zero wakes up and starts wrecking shit. Sigma goes to fight him, gets disrespected with a pipe, but still manages to win by the skin of his teeth. However, he catches the Maverick virus from the guy and slowly starts going evil. Meanwhile, Zero's renegade stat was already maxed out, so the virus brings that shit back to zero and purifies him.
What do you mean by that? I think there's too much going on here. It's visually confusing.
Anti-human rebellion, thus sparking the Maverick Wars and the Mega Man X series. As the final hope of the Hunters, X and Zero fight against these Mavericks for at least a century. On one end, this is cool because they develop a strong partnership.
Maybe I just take that out.
Even though their creators hated each other. Well, more like Wily hated life. But mad humans and Reploids die because of this war. Zero questions what he's fighting for, ends up fighting X, and honestly, shit just keeps getting worse the longer it goes on. So after the Red Hunter realizes that he was the original carrier of the Maverick virus, and probably infected a plethora of Reploids from just going on missions, he decides to seal himself so the virus can be studied. Now, there are two main scientists responsible for this task. One is a mystery scientist we'll get into later, but the other is Dr. Weil. And before you ask, Weil and Wily are two different people. In that Capcom Unity interview I mentioned before, Inafune straight up said they're not the same person. Now, could this be a possible descendant? Sure, but first you have to ask yourself if there was a woman alive who would put up with this man, let alone have a baby with him. By studying the Maverick virus, the mystery scientist is able to create a cyber elf,
Cloning makes everything make
the physical
sense.
manifestation of a sentient computer program. This one, which they named the Mother Elf, can return Mavericks to normalcy. So X uses her to finally put an end to the Maverick Wars. Then the study on cyber elves continues. However, Weil isn't down for this. He sees more potential in the Mother Elf, and thinks these Reploids should be punished for all the war and strife they caused.
Oh,
so he
is that better?
proposes Project El Paizo. Combine the Mother Elf with one Reploid so they can use it to control the minds of all Reploids.
But that was an accident,
that way,
but
none of them can harm humans ever again. The dude's pretty much trying to reverse Light's work. As you'd expect, some humans are down, but X is like, whoa, relax. Rightfully so, because for a lot of these Reploids, going Maverick wasn't even a choice. So the Blue Hunter puts a stop to the idea. But Weil, this crazy-ass psychopath Weil, saw Wily and Sigma and was like, nah, y'all didn't have enough ambition. Then he corrupts the Mother Elf, turning it into the Dark Elf. Following that, he makes clones of it, dubbed Baby Elves, and sends them across the world to incite quite possibly the most devastating event in this timeline, the Elf Wars. Reploids around the world begin fighting without reason. Shit gets so bad that Project El Paizo is approved, so Weil proceeds with making his almighty Reploid weapon, Omega. But X calls in the cavalry by waking up Zero. Together they manage to recapture the Dark Elf and defeat Omega. Now I see why people speak so highly of the Elf Wars. This shit sounds crazy, yet we still haven't gotten a game or anything focused on it yet? Capcom, y'all are leaving money on the table, come on fam! Hell, at this point, I'd be fine with an OVA covering it like Day of Sigma. At least the Archie Mega Man comic gave us a little tease in their 55th issue, and added Axel to the battle, which I thought was cool because he definitely would be there. The only reason he isn't mentioned in this part of the lore is because I don't think Axel was even a thought before the first Mega Man Zero was released. The Elf Wars retrospect audio drama within the remastered tracks Rockman Zero Telos album also gives a top tier rendition of this event. Which reminds me, Inti Creates published these remastered track albums that contain audio dramas meant to flesh out different parts of the lore. A lot of you ask, so to answer all your questions, yes, I listened to them, and yes, I will be adding their info to this video. And one last thing. For those who know about the lore of Mega Man Zero, I'm aware I'm missing a key detail about Omega's creation, but I want to recapture that same shock we felt when we found out for all the newcomers to the story. So relax, don't come at me in the comments yet. Anyway, even though Zero and X managed to end the Elf Wars, the damage done is freaking insane. 60% of the human population, gone. 90% of the Reploid population, donezo. Nobody won this war, fam. Afterwards, Zero reseals himself because he's not trying to have history repeat itself, especially after that mess. X is sad to lose his best buddy, of course, but he's got a world to save. To fulfill his dream mentioned in that really depressing X5 ending, X establishes Neo Arcadia, a utopia where humans and Reploids can live together in peace. 8 Reploids are later assigned to assist X in judging any leftover Mavericks. They're named the 8 Gentle Judges.
Alright, that looks better. It annoys me a lot less.
His memories and knowledge are turned into data, and his body is replaced with a self-regenerating armor. Then he's sentenced to spend eternity banished from Neo Arcadia. Meanwhile, Omega is sent off to space. Okay, I see what they're doing here with the whole "that's too good for you" bit, but they'll soon find out that they would have been better off if they just killed him and Omega. As X continues his benevolent rule of Neo Arcadia, 4 special Reploids are designed from his DNA. Sage Harpooia, Hidden Phantom, Fighting Fafnir, and Fairy Leviathan. These guys are dubbed the Four Guardians, and they're assigned to protect Neo Arcadia as well as help rebuild the outside world. Harpooia, the captain, leads a strong air squadron and is capable of controlling the weather in small areas. His name is derived from the ancient Greek word for harpy, harpia. In Greek mythology, these were beings that were half bird, half human. And in Yu-Gi-Oh, they're known for jumping poor, unaware duelists nonstop. His weapons are the sonic
He never
blades,
wins a fight in Yu-Gi-Oh.
shining weapons.
I think
These
every
are
duel
special
she
weapons that were given to some of the
duels
strongest
against
hunters during
someone,
the
she
Maverick
loses.
Wars. The X-Buster and Z-Saber, as well as the rest of the weapons used by the Guardians, fall under this category too. Though I don't believe it was used to its full potential, I like this little lore detail Inti Creates added. I think it's pretty cool that folks started passing down legends about these items. It makes this world feel more alive. Phantom runs Neo Arcadia's
I don't know what you were talking about for the past 5 minutes. I was talking to my grandmother on the phone. I got rid of the chest stripe thing, and I hate it less.
And he wields the Dark Cross. Fafnir is the Meathead member, who's always looking to fight someone. Every group needs one of these guys. His name comes from Fafnir, the great dragon from Norse mythology. He runs the squadron of fire and ash, and uses the multiple launchers Sodom and Gomorrah. So when I first heard these names, I thought they were mad cool. But this is also a biblical reference. In the book of Genesis, Sodom and Gomorrah were two cities God destroyed because of their wickedness. This reference goes even deeper because of a later event, but hold on, we're getting to that. Lastly, Fairy Leviathan leads the Deep Sea Squadron. Her name comes from the sea monster of the same name from biblical stories and mythology. With her Frost Javelin, she's tasked with helping Harpooia make areas outside of Neo Arcadia habitable for humans. Now, according to the official complete works, these guys, or at least their weapons, weren't originally made for combat. They were initially the controls of the weather controlling station, Weather Orbit. They were also supposed to be all blue to reflect that they're practically X's children, but Nakayama designed them with different colors so they could visually represent their element. Harpooia was thunder, Leviathan was ice, Fafnir was fire, and Phantom didn't have an element. The team was originally met with resistance at this choice because normally, blue represented X and red represented 0. But they decided to go through with the idea because color is very important when distinguishing characters, especially when we're talking about pixelated ones on a GBA screen. Neo Arcadia continues to prosper under X, but our boy soon realizes that the Dark Elf is still a problem. He brings it to Yggdrasil, the most secure area in the city. This is another Norse mythology reference, as Yggdrasil was the name given to the Tree of Life, which housed the 9 realms. X then seals the Dark Elf using his body. According to the now deleted timeline that was on the Rockman Zero collection website when it first launched, when X sealed the elf, the shock ripped his soul from his body and split it into 5 different cyber elves. 4 of them incorporated themselves into the 4 Guardians, while the other went off somewhere. Someone mentioned this in the comments of the last video, and at first I didn't think it made sense because the Guardians were made before the Dark Elf was sealed. However, it's still possible that these elves incorporated themselves into the Guardians while they were out and about. The Megaman knowledge base also notes that each Guardian embodies a specific side of X. Harpooia, his strong sense of justice, Leviathan, his playful and determined side, Fafnir, his fighting spirit, and Phantom, his dedication to his cause. So maybe these strong emotions came from the Cyber Elves, or maybe they just came from X's DNA. Let me know what you think in the comments. With X gone, a young girl named Ciel quickly realizes that society will crumble without him. So at the age of like 9, she creates a so-called perfect copy of X. This part of the lore actually came about merely a month before the game's release. I'm not kidding. In the official complete works, the team said that the final boss was always a big topic of discussion with them and Capcom. One day they said, "Bro, wouldn't it be lit if X was the villain?" To that, Inafune was like, "Sure, why not?" But at the last minute, they thought it'd be kinda crazy to put this guy who all young Mega Man fans saw as a hero as a villain. So they changed the main antagonist to a copy of X. That led to the idea of Ciel being his creator. But due to how young she is in Mega Man Zero, that would mean that she made him as a little kid. So they added more lore to make sense of that. Apparently, to aid in building a utopia for Reploids and humans, researchers were doing experiments on human DNA to produce advanced children. Ciel is one of those children, and her special skill is that she's a Reploid genius. I also remember reading the mystery scientist who created the Mother Elf, so it's possible that they used her DNA for Ciel. Copy X secretly takes up the leadership role of Neo Arcadia, with even the Guardians aware of this wish. However, his rule is a lot stricter than X's. He has the original's inherent nature to protect humans, but he's lacking in his compassion stat, especially when it comes to Reploids. Then everything goes south when Neo Arcadia is faced with an energy crisis. Copy X declares that the Reploids are the problem. To conserve it for the humans, he begins deeming random ones maverick and killing them mercilessly. The Guardians
What's
carry
wrong?
on like this is
You know, it's one of those things where you work on something for too long and it starts to annoy you.
X was never this quick to execute anyone. Many Reploids run away into the wastelands outside of Neo Arcadia and form the Resistance, but Copy X don't like that. He puts his 4 Guardians in attack mode and sends them out to retire any Reploids who stand against him. During this time,
for people who don't know why I'm just kind of sitting here and not doing anything, is because I'm staring at it and trying to figure out what would I do to make this look better.
Mega Man knowledge base, it looks like one of the strategies in this operation involved carpet bombing to strike fear in their enemies.
Jesus Christ.
Now you know why that Sodom and Gomorrah reference hits even harder. Ciel, now a teenager, joins the Resistance as their only human. But she's not just leaving the false utopia to seek refuge. She's searching for the only robot who stands a chance of stopping her creation and saving Reploid kind. This brings us to the first game in this series, Mega Man Zero. So, how we feeling? Not gonna hold you, I always knew things got bad in the Mega Man Zero part of the timeline, but I did not expect shit to get this bad. The Elf Wars alone were just awful, but now X is gone, no Reploid is safe, and the humans are just chilling, thinking everything is normal. To them, Copy X is the same old Master X who ended 2 wars. 2! They're not looking into the specifics of these trials, they just hear that a Reploid went maverick and they're like, well, if X said so, then it must be
true.
Coming
back to my PC for you, what you need. I'm fighting colors.
As hell, but
I need help fighting colors.
Is on a whole other level. However, all this gains deeper meaning when you think about the science fiction writer Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics. These are rules that he made in the 1940s to create an ethics system for robots. They were a big deal because before this, robots were predominantly seen as metal monsters. His laws contradicted that belief and gave them more depth. The first states that a robot cannot injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. That was referenced back in classic Mega Man when little homie was trying to kill Wily, but the doctor knew he couldn't.
No, that's the wrong thing.
In this case, it sort of explains why Copy X is acting the way he is. X, being more human than any Reploid out there, could have probably made a choice that was fair to both Reploids and humans to solve the energy crisis. But Copy X isn't on that level. The preservation of humans comes first, and inaction is against his programming. He's still going on.
The green might not be terrible.
Let's be real. The second law states that a robot must obey the orders of humans unless it conflicts with the first law. And the third states that a robot must protect its own existence.
Actually, the green might not be terrible.
With the second or first law. As the series goes on, I'd say these games show how these laws do more.
Oh yeah, that might be a thing.
Good. And also give us a different
I have a bad thing with saturation.
The timeline has attached this negative stigma to it, but what if going Maverick, for some Reploids at least, isn't a sign of a virus or a defect, but similar to what Lumine said in X8,
yeah, I have a bad problem with saturation.
A sign of a Reploid believing in something so much that they are willing to break the laws of robotics, and in turn, become more like their fleshy counterparts. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Where were we again? Oh yeah, Mega Man Zero. It's been 100 years since the Elf Wars ended. Ciel, her cyber elf Passy, a Reploid named Milan, and a bunch of other Resistance members are currently on the run from golems and pantheons from Neo Arcadia. Golems are mechanaloids that were built by the city to enforce peace, but now they're used to chase down Resistance members. Pantheons were originally built to help humans in Neo Arcadia, and as you can see, they were heavily based on X. They're also now being used to fight against the Resistance, but their bodies are pretty weak since
the green makes it stand out a little bit more.
Interesting how all the different kinds of pantheons are like base pantheons, but with different colors or different armors and weapons. It's like it's meant to draw a parallel with how X got more powerful with his armor. Ciel and her party make it to the ruins of the Forgotten Laboratory, where they find the hero she was looking for, the Red Hunter himself, Zero. But he's still sleeping. The Neo Arcadian army then closes in and takes out everyone but Ciel. With no options left, Passy sacrifices herself to wake up the warrior, and we're blessed with one of the coolest cutscenes in Mega Man history.
We want the red cape desaturated a bit and make it a smidge darker. I mean, I probably will, because I think the inside of the cape is going to be darker than the outside of the cape. What I'm mostly concerned with is I think maybe this purple is too dark. But I don't know what to do with it, you know what I mean?
The music, the pan-up showing you the badass character you're about to be using for this whole adventure. The feeling of knowing you're the only thing stopping this girl from getting captured. Everything about this moment just hits. Sure, there aren't any animations or whatever, but Zero don't need that shit, bro. The aura
maybe I just make it lighter.
My man is enough. Then as if homie couldn't get any cooler, he picks up Milan's regular-ass resistance buster and goes to town on everyone who was trying to chase Ciel and them down. Mind you, Zero woke up with no memories. Ciel was just like, Zero, please help me. And Zero was like, heard you. Maybe I'm giving this intro
One thing to note that Mega Man 0 for Zero, who always had these still images of him, is badassery or R farming for the young kids. Of course, naturally, he's a sword.
But newcomers like me
can
also
cool.
get hype because of what led up to this and how fire Zero looks. Like, peep the way he cool guy stands.
What colors are you 100% having? The only thing I'm 100% having is the bandage color and the bones color. And then maybe gold.
Anyway,
I think the gold works. Everything else I'm... And then the red cape. I think the red cape is nice. Everything else I'm subject to change.
Captured by a golem. Zero tries to save her, but that baby resistance buster can't do
like everything
shit.
else I'm not
Suddenly,
married to.
A random cyber elf appears and is like, Zero, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And hands him his true weapon, the Z-Saber. With it, he bodies a golem and saves Ciel. She expresses that watching him do all that proves that he's a legendary Zero, but he still questions if he's the hero she's heard of. Regardless, since he has nowhere to go, he follows her to the resistance base. Here she explains the whole Neo-Arcadian energy crisis problem, but says that X is the one doing all this, not Copy X. Zero is confused by this, as X sounds familiar to him. Even though his memory might be hazy, deep down, he knows his best buddy would never do this. Either way, he agrees to help Ciel and the Resistance. Now, I'm not going to go into every single Resistance member, but here are a few important ones that I genuinely like. Servo was like your cyber blacksmith. Throughout the series, he gives you different weapons. In this game, along with the Buster and Z-Saber, Zero gets a shield boomerang and triple rod. Andrew is an older Reploid who's honestly just here to give good vibes. He tells you stories about his past, and in this game, he talks about the time when he fell in love with a human and went as far as to change his appearance so they could both look old together. That's a level of love I hope you all get to experience. Lastly, Alouette is a cyber elf caregiver who looks up to Ciel. The Resistance is overall mad nice though, like most of them do nothing but praise Zero and express gratitude for helping them out. You can really tell they needed someone like him. After getting acquainted with his new home, Ciel sends him on his first mission. Resistance members are about to be turned into scrap metal in a Neo-Arcadian disposal center. It's up to him to save them. The former hunter makes quick work of the enemies guarding the place. Then he runs into his first real wall, Aztec Falcon of the Strong Air Squadron. This guy is a special type of Reploid known as a Mutos Reploid. They're more advanced and built to protect Neo-Arcadia. Their designs are based on both real and mythological creatures. And
Day's doing the same thing I'm doing, in which we're just both staring at the design and going, what do we do to fix it?
These Mutos Reploids are some of the dopest things to come from this franchise. Aztec Falcon is based on, well, the Falcon. But the Mega Man knowledge base also noted that he's inspired by the solar and war deity of sacrifice in Aztec religion, Huitzilopochtli. When you put them side by side, it's hard to deny the similarities. Along with that, in the official complete works, Aztec Falcon is described as a warden and executioner to all Reploids deemed Maverick. This could be a stretch, but that sacrifice part about the Aztec god kinda links up with this executioner bit. Anyway, Zero beats Aztec Falcon, and then
you like the design for the bosses in Zero? I don't remember
gives him a bunch more missions meant to either help the Resistance or sabotage Neo-Arcadia. Of course, each mission ends with the boss. And don't worry, no roll call this time, but I'm still gonna go over each one. We can start with the Mechanaloids since they're not that important. The Pantheon Corps manages all the train routes for goods and military equipment going into Neo-Arcadia. So Zero destroying it deals a heavy blow to
That's too saturated.
And Guard Optic is a mechanaloid that was sent to Caesar Resistance Factory that held energy crystals. Now for the fun bosses. By the way, I may mispronounce a lot.
You're brainstorming? Yeah.
I might have already mispronounced a lot of stuff. So
what are you feeling? Any ideas?
Sorry if I already mispronounced.
Way too saturated.
There are a lot of biblical, mythological, a lot of crazy references in this shit. So yeah, they really test my pronouncing skills.
I think no matter what, I have to make this body lighter.
Sharif is another Mutos Reploid, and he's based on the Hindu elephant god Ganesha. He's described as being a walking, combat-ready data server, which I think is pretty freaking cool. He also belongs to Leviathan's Deep Sea Squadron. Anubis Necromancis III, based on the Egyptian god and guide to the underworld Anubis, works for Fafnir. Apparently, he's a product of an undamaged heart unit that regenerated itself using nanobots and declared itself the Third. Okay. Blizzak Stagroth, inspired by the White Stag, is another member of the Deep Sea Squadron. He enjoys dismantling Reploids under the guise of questioning them. Homie's like a screwed up Batman. The last four bosses are the four Guardians, who seem to enjoy fighting Zero. Well, everyone minus Phantom. When he meets and beats Fafnir, Homie just expresses how hyped he is to be fighting a strong Reploid. Leviathan starts out excited too, but gets mad at him when he shows mercy. And Harpuya starts off by scoffing at Zero for being the legend that he is, and still choosing to side with criminals. But after losing, the dude is deadass like, "Stay healthy until we next meet, and then I shall retire you." This reminds me of those enemies in anime who would save the good guy but hit you with the whole, "Nobody can take you down but me." Those are famous last words for someone who's going to become the homie later. Meanwhile, when you meet Phantom, he's like, "Legends in the past need to stay in the past." It's like everyone is hyped to face Uncle Zero, but they know saying that will get them in trouble. Then we have Phantom being a hater because his fake dad told him to. While going on these missions, Zero also collects elemental chips meant to enhance his abilities. Neo Arcadia also sends a big-ass mechanaloid named Hittite Hotade to try and blow up the resistance base, but Zero manages to destroy it before anyone gets, well, blown up. Once all the missions are complete, their base gets attacked again, but this time, they're forced to evacuate while Zero handles the aggressors. In the midst of all this, CL tells Zero the truth. She set everything off by creating Copy X, but before they can continue, Zero dispatches to fight more enemies and a Mutos Reploid from Phantom Squad, Hanu Machine. He's based on the Hindu monkey god Hanuman, and he was the award for my favorite boss fight in this game. This wasn't a thing I planned on doing, but I just wrote it out, so I guess we're doing it. After defeating that guy, Zero tells CL that he'll take out this Copy X if it'll make her happy. They have a way to teleport right into Neo Arcadia's stronghold, but they need to hack into the place's security first. Fortunately for them, that cyber
what are you thinking, Day?
His Z-Saber appears, and he just so happened to accomplish exactly what they needed. Then he reveals himself to be the Cyber Elf of X by telling them to terminate the copy of him with extreme prejudice. So, 1, if that whole soul split into 5 Cyber Elves thing is true, this would be the one that went off on its own. But 2, X telling these guys to exterminate his copy with extreme prejudice might just be the funniest thing he said in this timeline. Dude really said, "Screw all that compassion, homie's gotta go." With that, Zero heads straight into Neo Arcadia. He fights more bosses like the Strong Air Squadron's Herculeus Ancus, a Mutos Reploid based on the Herculean Beetle. He also goes through your typical boss rematches. However, when he beats Phantom, the guy blows himself up to try and stop Zero. Homie is dedicated. After all that, Zero finally reaches the dictator of Neo Arcadia. And tell me how he's like, "Ah, so you're the pirate copy of X." The fake then gloats about his accomplishments, talking about how he's running the utopia that X and Zero could never establish.
But I don't love it yet.
Killing countless innocent Reploids to save energy and calling that peace is insane. This utopia he speaks of is just as much of a sham as he is. Copy X laughs this off, but all that chuckling stops after Zero whoops his ass. The former hunter tells him that even though he lost his memories, his body remembers that X was more real than he could ever hope to be. The copy then morphs into a second form out of anger, but Zero mops the floor with him again. This leads to a pretty somber ending since Copy X glitches out while wondering why this is all happening. He was supposed to be a perfect copy, a hero,
and the bone in between.
It's hard not to feel for the guy here. He thought
I don't love it yet.
And according to the laws of robotics, he was. But now he's getting killed for it because protecting the humans led to him harming his fellow mechanical beings. Either way, Copy X can't just let Zero have the win. So with his dying breath,
cut a color.
He sets the place to
blow.
I
was thinking that as well.
Our boy escapes just in the nick of time. Later, we find him laid out in the middle of a desert.
No matter what, I want this asymmetrical design here, though.
Things were after Zero sealed himself a century ago. However,
because the skeleton itself is asymmetrical, so no matter what, I want the asymmetrical design. I just don't know how I want to do that.
Please handle everything from here. Zero stands up and is basically like, "I've got you, best buddy. I won't stop till all my enemies are terminated." Then before him, he finds an army of Pantheons. He begins taking them on by himself. And with that, the first game comes to a close.
That's cool. All right, so let's start by getting rid of stuff, shall we?
Was supposed to be it. Inti Crace didn't plan on doing a sequel until the end portion of production. They feel like they created some memorable characters in this game, and it would be a shame to end all their stories just like that. And I'm sure I speak for the majority of the fanbase when I say I'm happy they continued. However, before we get into the lore of Mega Man 02, I've gotta introduce you to a special Reploid from the Neo Arcadia City Administration Bureau. He doesn't have a name yet, but his serial number is TK31. In the Clockwork Apple and Irregular Reploid audio dramas from the Telos Remastered Tracks album, he explains who he is and his relevance to the story. Sometime between the beginning of the energy crisis and the start of 02, he takes part in an investigation led by Harpuya of a submerged library. Before they go, the Guardian makes it clear to report anything they find to their hunter leader. Once TK-31 enters, he's drawn to ancient records.
Maybe that's the only thing I'm keeping.
He describes the knowledge as forbidden fruit, referencing the story of Adam and Eve. Harpuya shows up like, "Hey bro, the hell did I just say about reporting to your lead hunter? Now you done went and saw some shit you weren't supposed to." With that, he tells the Reploid to forget everything he saw. TK-31 obeys, and for some time, he believes that he can put this all behind him, but everything changes in as little as a week.
So it's all right.
Who goes by HG-22 starts talking about how sus it is that more Reploids are being judged as Maverick. Then he mentions that the sunken library
maybe we cheat a little, chat,
was blown up, and Reploids from that team, his friends, have gone missing. TK-31 is like, you're talking kinda crazy right now. Might want to relax before I'm forced to call the cops. But as if on cue, Harpuya busts in with a small group of hunters and accuses TK-31 of going Maverick. Homies shook, but they're interrupted by an explosion caused by a resistance attack. Now, I'm assuming this attack happened between 01 and 02. Originally, I thought it could have been when Zero infiltrated Neo Arcadia, but from what I understand, he went in there by himself. Plus, if Zero was involved in an attack against the city, with how infamous he's become, I'm pretty sure they'd make that clear in their warning message. HE-22 and TK-31 use a distraction to escape. HE-22 then reveals that he's part of the Resistance. They've been looking for TK-31 since he knows about the records in the sunken library. Now they need to get the hell out of here and regroup with his comrades. TK-31, with newfound resolve, agrees to help the Resistance, but he insisted they go to Area 7 first. That's where one of the baby elves made from the Dark Elf is being kept. With it, he'll gain enough power to stop Neo Arcadia. He then declares himself the savior of all Reploids, and takes on the new name, El Paizo. In the audio drama is LP, since the project's name in the Japanese version is Project LPs.
Alright, I'm gonna keep one of these. This will be our red color. That's not technically what it's gonna be, but we'll go for that.
Zero's been traveling on his own in search of CL and the Resistance, but he's only been met with more and more soldiers from Neo Arcadia. My man's been fighting for a year straight. He's forced to face off against another wave of enemies, until he finally collapses from exhaustion. There he's found by Harpuya and Aztec Falcon. I'm assuming this is the same one you beat in 01, but I could be wrong. Surprisingly, the Green Reploid doesn't kill Uncle Zero. Instead, he brings it back to the Resistance. Oh yeah, and I'm sure you're wondering what Neo Arcadia is up to now that Copy X is dead. Well, the Guardians decided to cover the whole thing up, to not scare the humans. This is gonna backfire like crazy later, but I kinda see why they did this. Harpuya, since he was pretty much the leader of the Guardians, currently runs Neo Arcadia. When it comes to the Resistance, a lot has changed. CL has devoted her time to creating her own energy system to solve the crisis. So now the new leader is El Paizo, the same dude from the audio drama.
I do like moi, but it's kind of too.
They met when he helped them escape Neo Arcadia in the past. So I'm assuming she's referencing the attack that HE-22 and El Paizo
maybe that'll be fun.
The new leader also came with the gift, one of the two remaining baby elves. Alouette names it Crea, but its Japanese name is Cree, which is the French verb for to create.
You can always change it later. Let's try it. Let's go for this right now.
Now, this whole change in the Resistance hierarchy sounds nice on paper, but here's the thing. El Paizo and CL do not feel the same way about how they should deal with Neo Arcadia. El Paizo has this plan he calls Operation Righteous Strike, which involves him leading a frontal assault on Neo Arcadia, freeing the arrested Reploids who are wrongfully accused of going Maverick.
420039
wants to focus on this energy system, because if they fix the problem that started all this, Neo Arcadia could actually become the utopia they all want. El Paizo's not trying to hear all that peaceful shit though. He straight up asks CL if he can carry out his plan. She reluctantly gives him the okay, but only if he promises one thing. But before they can continue, a Resistance member lets them know that someone left Zero outside. Once he's repaired, he meets El Paizo. The new leader greets him with his hand out and asks him to aid in his mission. Zero pauses and thinks, this dude wants to fight Neo Arcadia head on? Oh, nah, homie's crazy. Then he ignores the handshake and tells him that what he's doing is gonna be tough. El Paizo's like, so, what's your plan? But Zero didn't think that far ahead,
work with
so
me.
El Paizo
Thank
just
you.
kinda laughs it off. Afterward, he meets up with CL to catch up with her and learn about the baby elf they're keeping here. Then once Servo gives him his shield boomerang and new chain rod, he runs into El Paizo talking more about his plan to the Resistance. Zero's like, attacking Neo Arcadia head on is next level stupid. You're basically asking us to retire ourselves. What we should do is conduct small operations to bide our time until CL finishes her energy thingy. El Paizo was down for this, and thus, the first 4 missions are presented to Zero. The bosses for each one are Mutos Reploids just like in the last game. First is High Leg Ouroboros. He used to be a part of Phantom Squad and he's based on the Ouroboros, the symbol of the serpent eating its own tail. After Zero beats him, he finds the second baby elf, whom Alouette names Preya. In Japanese, it's Prie, which is the French verb for to pray. Also, in the Alouette's Diary audio drama, Azul Luna and Rojo Sol were considered as well. This was a reference to the 4th Mega Man Battle Network titles, Blue Moon and Red Sun. They came out the same year as Zero 2. Anyway, after finding Preya, Zero is also met by Cyber Elf X. He warns him about the baby elves, telling him that they'll do anything to return to their mother, even drive someone mad. Yeah, that can't be good. The next boss is Polar Cameras, who's part of Leviathan Squad. She's based on the polar bear, however her last name may be another mythological reference. In Ainu mythology, Kamui are divine and spiritual beings. Kamui, Cameras. Couple that with the fact that bears are very prominent figures in Ainu mythology, and the reference makes even more sense. Phoenix Magnian used to work for Phantom, but now works under Fafnir. He's of course based on the Phoenix. And lastly is Panther Flawclaws. He's from the Strong Air Squadron and is based on the Black Panther. But the last section of his name is a possible reference to something that goes way deeper than I imagined. So there's this 17th century grimoire, yes grimoire, called the Lesser Key of Solomon. It contains material about magic and sorcery written by multiple anonymous authors. Now there's a book within it called the Ars Goetia, which goes into detail on a bunch of different demons. One of them, Floros,
Goetia is
the
demons.
Hell, who was commonly represented as a humanoid leopard with big claws. Flaw claws, Floros. And the big claw thing, bro. Inti Crate
since it's the top heavy design wise, maybe keep only the asymmetry there to help draw a focus.
Robots would lead me to a real life book about magic. I didn't even know the Lesser Key of Solomon was a
You mean
thing
in terms of color?
And they said video games can't teach you shit. Also, now's a good time to say that homie over here wins best boss design for this title. Dude had no reason looking this cool. And screw it, let's make a little game out of it. In the comments below,
let's
let me know
play a little game
boss designs for each game. Maybe I'll tally it up and we can make like a definitive tier list or something, I don't know. Anyway, after completing these missions, El Paizo informs the Resistance that they are now ready to commence Operation Righteous Strike. CL comes to remind him that this plan is unnecessarily violent and can easily go south. Plus, her energy system is nearing completion. They just need to be patient. But in a sudden outburst, El Paizo's like, "Listen here, you uppity little..." Listen, CL. What if Neo Arcadia takes your precious energy system for themselves and continues their oppression? Do you really think this will fix everything? I mean, the guy has a point, but that doesn't mean you should risk the lives of all these Reploids for a dumbass frontal assault. Like, I feel like the main flaw in this plan is not the attacking Neo Arcadia part, but doing it head-on part. But them baby elves, bro, messing with his head. After straight up ignoring CL's pleas, he leaves to lead the Resistance at the front lines. Zero is asked to follow him, but when he enters the battlefield, he's met with a horrific sight. Countless Resistance soldiers are dead. At the end of the battlefield,
what I was going for is that this left side, aside from her eye, is going to be like quote unquote perfect, and this right side is all fucked up.
Zero that there's no point in saving El Paizo. He won't thank him or stop his plans. He'll only put more Reploids in danger with his actions. But Zero believes that he can stop the crazed leader and keep the Resistance safe. Harpuya calls his resolve selfish, but before they can continue, Zero gets a call from base telling him that a bombardment aircraft is on the way to them. They need him back now. Since Fafnir and Leviathan are still salty about getting their asses handed to them in the last game, they poke fun at the fact that our boy's friends are in danger of dying. However, Fafnir says something about how sending bombs is not really his thing. If the Mega Man knowledge base is right about that whole carpet bombing strategy he implemented back in the day, then homie straight up lied here, but that's besides the point. Zero teleports back to base with El Paizo. Then once they're gone, Harpuya says that he doesn't think that destroying the Resistance is justice. However, if they choose to rebel against human society,
there's the idea we're going for is Medusa, right? And Medusa's quote unquote ugly.
Because he's aware that what they're doing may not be for the better good. But due to the laws of robotics, he can't just sit idly by while the Resistance is willing to do things that could harm humans. Technically, you can say that this is the first sign of him going Maverick. Back at the Resistance base, Zero and CL manage to defuse Neo Arcadia's bomb. Then Zero faces Kuagust Ancus, the brother of Hercules Ancus from the first game. He's based on the stag beetle, known as the Kuagata in Japan. After Zero beats him, He shows regret for not being able to avenge his brother. Afterwards, Zero returns to base, but El Paizo and the baby elves are nowhere to be found. He left a message apologizing for his failed plan, but stated that the only reason why it failed is because he didn't have enough power. So now he's gonna get that power to destroy Neo Arcadia and all the humans in order to free Reploid kind for good.
2C044.
And then proceeded to go through with an even shittier
This is this gold.
That's crazy. That's crazy. The Resistance operators managed to grab the locations that El Paizo teleported to, so Zero rushes off to pursue him.
Maybe we use the gold sparingly.
He finds a former Resistance leader with the baby elves. He says that he now knows what he needs to become all-powerful. And Zero, remembering what Cyber Elf X told him before,
maybe we literally only use the gold up here.
Talking about the Dark Elf.
And on the
guy then leaves,
the chest.
stating that the key needed to unlock it is in this area. Zero chases after him, but the Mutos Reploid Burble Hecalod stops him right after letting El Paizo pass him. This guy is based on the frog-headed Egyptian goddess of fertility, Hecate. He used to be a part of Phantom's team, but he was transferred to the Strong Air Squadron. After defeating him, Zero finds El Paizo holding Cyber Elf X hostage. The lunatic says he is one step closer to becoming stronger than the Red Hero.
I'm one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to
hurry his ass up.
Everything you said, man.
So Zero continues his chase.
I need a little
he runs to
room
Leviathan,
to
who lets El Paizo
breathe.
escape just so they can fight, or as she calls it, play. After he wins, she says that his strength drives her crazy. Then something similar happens with Harpooya. The Guardian appears right after El Paizo manages to evade Zero's grasp again. He says that he got the IFF beacon, and wonders why he's moving on his own. But he ends up shrugging off the thought to fight Zero. But after our boy beats him, the loss fills Harpooya with more joy than anything else. Homie's like, "Yes, I love that you're still this strong. Only you can make me feel this alive, Zero." Then when he runs into Fafnir, the guy admits that he was chasing after El Paizo originally, but he's more hyped that he gets to face Unk again. After he loses, he tells Zero that he had fun. He even hits him with the "see ya" afterward. What? Bro, it's like, since Phantom is gone, all the other Guardians feel freer to express how lit it is to hang out with Uncle
9-3.
Just going off their dialogue, it genuinely feels like they'd be super depressed if Zero ever died. But that's just me. Let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
Blue steel color.
I think it's kind of adorable. Anyway, once Zero returns to base after failing to capture El Paizo, the former commander hits them up like, "What's good, Resistance?
Step closer to the edge, and I'm about to everything you said,
Neo Arcadia, and the place where X sealed the Dark Elf."
With that, he removes the seal, but something goes wrong. Cyber Elf X then tells Zero that he's trying his best to hold the Dark Elf back, but he needs to go and stop this psychopath. So Zero heads back to Neo Arcadia for his final mission.
Pulling out color codes. I mean, yeah, man.
Fights against Leviathan and Fafnir in their second form.
How you doing, Landy?
When he gets to the temple,
how's your day going?
He finds El Paizo, the
Did you just get off work?
And a half-awoken Dark Elf. Harpooya is there too, but El Paizo is in the process of controlling his mind. The Guardian is doing his best to resist. This is a wild turn of events when you remember that Harpooya was in charge of the mission that led to El Paizo turning into this mess. Out of frustration,
I've been sick for the past few days, and you ain't tell nobody?
Control, then leave so he can destroy X's
Or did you say
body
something and I just missed it?
Elf. Harpooya asks our hero to kill him, but Zero manages to take him down without doing all that. He proceeds to face El Paizo, but the guy paralyzes him. With nothing stopping him, he destroys X's body. Then he fuses with Kreia, Preya, and their mother. Zero is forced to face his new form, and somehow he gets the W. Afterward, El Paizo apologizes for everything he's done. He says that he was weak-minded and pathetic, and that it's hard to accept failures, but this one feels like it made him stronger. The Dark Elf then changes color, which scares the baby elves away. She turns El Paizo into a Cyber Elf, and they both leave.
I almost did, but the Discord is pretty quiet in general this weekend. I see.
How she was once the Mother Elf, but became corrupted. Zero feels like he knows her, which could be a reference to the fact that she came from studying the Maverick virus within him. Then the title comes to a close, but after the credits roll, we hear a mysterious voice say that now that the Dark Elf is awake, it's time for Omega to take action. Yup, if you thought things were bad now, you ain't seen nothing yet. While the same one who started the Elf Wars is returning, and he's not too happy about how Neo Arcadia banished his ass. To find out how he screws with the world even more, we move to the next chapter. Quick fun fact before we get into 03.
I don't know about these joints.
When 02 was being made, it was already decided that 03 was happening.
I'm gonna do one and
so
see how I feel about it.
The focus of 02 was to build up to this game. Because of this, Aizu felt like El Paizo wasn't as memorable as he could have been. Personally though, I think El Paizo was an amazing antagonist.
What do you guys think? Should I do the joints like this thing? I still have the other blue. The other blue is a lot like more saturated.
Though I know he was
I don't know how I feel about that.
I still feel for him because at least his heart was in the right place, you know? But moving on, let's get into 03. It's been 2 months since the El Paizo incident. CL has finished her energy research and calls her new system the CL
Let me look
system.
at Sigma. This is giving me a little bit of Sigma vibes, right? Let me look at Sigma.
But they never got back to her. Now she's accompanied by Zero and some resistance soldiers to investigate a large spaceship that's emitting signatures similar to the Dark Elf. Unfortunately, Neo Arcadia got to it before they did, so Zero pushes forward to clear out any enemies in their way. Once he gets to the entrance of the ship, he hears CL getting attacked by Pantheons, but Harpuya pulls up and tells him that it's all good. They're not trying to harm them. In fact, he's willing to let them go as long as they get the hell out of here now. But after he leaves, a roar from within the ship captures the attention of Zero. He proceeds to find
you know what? Sigma has a design. I think black would balance it better.
Saying that they'll get their
what part are you recommending be black?
Later. Then the red hero faces off against the beast before him. He manages to
Since we're doing
win,
asymmetry, here's what I'm gonna do.
But Dr. Wa's appearance stops them in their tracks. Harpuya is beyond baffled because he should be banished, but then they're hit by another surprise. The entrance of the revived Copy X. Copy X Mark II.
AC F0
here, which confuses the Guardian even more.
What if I do this?
While Asa he revived them to end the chaos within the world. Copy X follows up by telling Harpuya that he needs him to procure the Dark Elf. They require it for what's coming next.
Since we're making,
Harpuya argues that
we're doing asymmetry, right? What if we just make this a different color entirely?
Copy X doesn't want to hear it. Instead, he issues a challenge to Zero. They'll race to see who can get to the Dark Elf first. With that, the Neo Arcadians leave.
The joints? Yeah, maybe
he
so.
wonders how far Zero will get with his current body. This confuses the hero, but he returns to the Resistance before he gets to ponder about it. Now, before we get into how the Resistance handles all this, I want to touch
maybe I should be going for more neutral colors.
The Wild Numbers audio drama within the remastered Tracks Telos album
then going for the black.
The
oh boy,
were treated like shit after this. After Copy X returns, he immediately unbanishes Weil and makes him a prominent government figure. With this newfound power, the Doctor commands everyone to focus on capturing the Dark Elf. When Harpuya returns to see how his friends are doing, he finds out that only 3 people were selected to work on their repairs. 3! Which isn't good because Omega messed Leviathan and Fefner up bad.
Were you trying to put the blue on the leg to make it match the foot?
No. Critical condition. Harpuya leaves the work.
Or are you suggesting that I do that?
8 gentle judges, but they're acting very weird. They used to show nothing but respect to the guy, but now they treat him like trash and talk about Weil like he's their master. When the Guardian asks what the hell is going on, they reveal that the Doctor upgraded them. Now they're his battle-ready servants known as the Wild Numbers. This is the worst kind of revenge, fam. Weil was really like, you banished me? Copy. Now you're my slaves. I also like how Inti creates reference to Wily numbers from classic Mega Man in this bit. Anyway, back to the Resistance. Once Zero returns, he tells him that getting the Dark Elf before Neo Arcadia should be their top priority. He later speaks with Servo, who grants him the Shield Boomerang and new Recoil Rod. Then once the operators are ready, they give Zero his first 4 missions. This time the bosses are the Wild Numbers. The first is Blazin' Flizzard, the former Left Flame Judge. He was originally built
where I meant for the black to go,
and his combat mode is based on the Froltech Lizard.
the joints.
Now, all the judges are classified as Mutos Reploids, but I'm not sure.
Give me 1 second. I think the cast just got into something.
Or they got them when Wild did his redesigning. If you do, let me know in the comments. Next,
let me make sure they're not tearing shit up. I'll be right back.
The former Left Ice Judge. His ice abilities were meant to stop overheating, but now he's the most brutal of the Wild Numbers. As for his inspiration, he's based on the white hair of Inaba, an old Japanese folktale. That's why it's Inarabita. Inaba, rabbit. Then there's Devilbat Shilt, the former Right Thunder Judge based on the bat. And fun fact, his design seems to be based on the scrapped second form of Phantom. The last of these 4 bosses is Death Tan's Mantisk, the former Moonlight and Vice Chief Judge. He's based on the Mantis and was originally built for execution. Apparently his battle prowess was so top tier that he was given an especially durable blade sharpened at the atomic level. Were they trying to get this guy to cut vibranium? Cause jeez! While Zero's taking these guys down, he runs into Kreia and Preya, but they don't like him. They berate him for pushing their mom around a century ago and go as far as to call him a faker. Later they meet up with Weil, who tricks them into helping him by saying that he created the Dark Elf, so technically he's their grandfather. In Neo Arcadia, Harpuya tries talking some sense into Copy X, but his master is long gone. Instead of listening to the Guardian, he demotes all of them. He believes that Weil has learned from his mistakes, so in the worst move possible, he puts him in command of Neo Arcadia's army. And the timing couldn't be more perfect for the Mad Doctor, as he reports that he found the location of the Dark Elf, so they begin working on a missile that will get Omega to it before anyone. Back at the Resistance, they find out about this missile, but have no idea where it's being aimed. They send Zero over to the missile factory to try and stop it, and in the process, they find out that the weapon is being sent to a human district. This dude Weil is wildin'! Zero attempts to thwart his plans, but the baby elves hold him off long enough for the missile to hit its target. Once Zero gets to what's left of the place, he's too late. Omega fuses with the Dark Elf right in front of him. Then the asshole baby elves ask the monster to take out Zero. Harpuya comes in to try and help, asking Weil if this wasteland is what he calls justice, but Omega mops the floor with him easily. Zero knows they're in no condition to face off against this guy now, so he and Harpuya return to the Resistance. There, the Guardian is sent to Servo for repairs, but Neo Arcadia hits them up before they have any time to regroup.
I feel better about this, but this isn't quite what I'm looking for,
the Resistance has no hope of winning this war now, so Weil and his puppet ask for Ciel's energy system. They can combine it with the Dark Elf to obtain all the energies. But Ciel is like, you risk the lives of countless people just to get the Dark Elf. You think I'm gonna trust you with my work? Kick rocks. So Copy X is like, fine, bitch. I was holding back cause you're a human, but screw that. You have a monopoly on power and that dangerous warrior Zero backing you up. So we're just gonna end all of you. Bye. With that, Neo Arcadia pulls an
I appreciate the editing on that. That was very funny.
And sends a task force straight to their front door. Leading the charge are 3 revived Mutos Reploids from previous titles, Anubis Necromancis V, Hanu Machine R, and Blizek Stagroth R. After taking them out, Zero is finally confronted by Copy X Mark II. The fake asks Zero why he's
what
an
if,
extremist.
Hear me out, chat. What if that blue leg that I just made,
so
what if that's actually
must
pink?
Be a bad guy. But Zero hits him with the most real statement he's dropped so far.
What's the value in the justice that complacent humans seek?
This is one of the reasons why Zero's story is so dope to me. It instills the fact that this isn't just a battle between good and evil. Cause think about it, this whole timeline involved robots protecting
what if it's
humans.
pink?
Copy X
and I like that a lot better.
However, Zero presents an even more valid point. If the humans in Neo Arcadia are not even involved in all this, are they really
like it's off color? I like that.
Listening to? When you put yourself in the human's shoes, it's easy to side with Copy X because from the inside looking out, it just seems like Zero and the Resistance are attacking them during an energy crisis. However, once you get past the walls, it becomes obvious that the Reploids and the Resistance are fighting for their freaking lives. All this perfectly displays how so much can change if we all take a second step back and see things from another perspective. As we see here, being stuck in your own bubble can be extremely detrimental to your growth and society. Life lesson aside, Zero and Copy X then duke it out, with our boy coming out on top once again. Afterwards, Cyber Elf X appears to tell his clone the truth. Weil used him. In fact, he's not even here to help. He left with Omega already. Copy X grows furious.
I like the pink leg better for sure, but now everything else looks weird.
But in the midst of transforming, he explodes. Bro, I know making him was a mistake, but my heart still really goes out to this guy. Once again, Copy X thought he was doing the right thing.
Yeah, give me some opinions. What do you think? I like the pink leg. I don't know about the blue though.
He always gets shafted. X even suggests that Wily might have rigged him to explode. But fam, shit's about to get worse. Weil sends out a broadcast in Neo Arcadia announcing that Zero and the Resistance killed their leader, Copy X. Remember, the humans had no idea Copy X even died in 01. Then he declares that according to Ordinance Number 8, this makes him the ruler of Neo Arcadia. His first command, eviscerate the Resistance. In response, X questions if the Mad Doctor is trying to repeat the events that led to the Elf Wars. So they dip because if he is, they need to stop him yesterday. Back at the Resistance base, Zero's given his last 4 missions, and stopping him from completing them are the final 4 gentle judges. First is Cubit Foxstar, the former Right Flame judge. She's based on the Kitsune, the trickster fox from Japanese mythology. She uses 9 remote-controlled machines called the Nine-Tailed
I say no blue if you're gonna use pink.
All
right. Well, should we that's got to be something though. What do we change this to?
Boss design in this game. It was close, but
I like the pink a lot.
Renamon gave her the W. Not gonna lie.
The pink feels
Next
correct. I don't know about the what do we change
the
blue
former
to?
Right Ice Judge. He's based on the Barrel Cactus and was originally built to bring vaccines and drinkable water to isolated areas.
What if we also change that to like a pink?
The former
like a
Left
different
Thunder Judge.
pink.
He's based on the eel, but his second name, Biblio, is a prefix that pertains to books. This references the fact that he guards the same sunken library that El Paizo investigated. And last is Tratista Calvarian, the former Dark and Chief Judge.
Yeah, that's
He's
nice.
based on Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guards the gates of Hades in Greek mythology. What makes this reference go even harder, though, is that this guy actually has 3 individual thought processes that debate every decision to allow for the keenest level of judgment.
Like the Ellen Salmon, like you can't hear me?
From Ben 10, but a million times weaker. Sadly, when Weil altered the judges,
I don't
this
mind
messed
that.
with his thought processes. So now he don't think too good. After
me.
beating this set of bosses, Zero returns with data on the Elf Wars and the Dark Elf. Harpui is doing better now, so he goes to speak with him. But the guy exclaims that being here sucks. Being cast out from Neo Arcadia was one thing, but getting helped by the Resistance? Ew! So he leaves to try and stop Weil. After reviewing the data Zero got, the Resistance then discovers the truth about the Elf Wars, but Weil is always watching. He throws a big-ass L at them right after by speaking to the Resistance operators. He tells them that Omega is perfect now. He's able to control all Reploids without the need for baby elves. With that, he begins to control the minds of Reploids around the world. Son, I'm sorry. Can we just pay our respects to this man, please? This dude's not only conducting a plan more evil than anything Wily or Sigma came up with, but he's winning, bro. He's outplaying everyone right now. He tells the Reploids and humans that this is what they get for banishing him. Now he has the whole world in the palm of his hand. His last command to his Reploid army
I feel
is
better
to
about this
inscribe his
design-wise.
name on the world. You see what I mean? They should have killed this guy when they had the chance. They
You
heard
should have
Weil,
killed me
thought
when
it was
you had the
Wily,
chance.
and underestimated him. Now look, world domination. Luckily, CyberElf X is able to disable the brainwashing within the vicinity. And thank God it doesn't work on him or Zero. Once they collect themselves, they head out to
how do we
destroy
feel about
Omega
that,
and
chat?
stop Weil once and for all. However, according to the Light and Shadow audio drama, X has a little backup plan set up. At the beginning of the title, a Resistance member named Hirondell mentions how the appearance of Omega opened up a rift into cyberspace. This is sort of the afterlife for Reploids. X found Phantom here and asked him to help Zero now that he's fighting for the safety of humans and Reploids. But Phantom states that he will only be the blade for X, no one else.
It
What
looks
he
even
can
more
do
good or
is
even
test
more
Zero
good.
to make sure that he's capable of taking
Day,
on the
how you
challenge.
feel?
I want to be mad, but this makes perfect sense for his character. Phantom is loyal to Daddy X.
I don't know about
Daddy
the
X
glove
only.
yet. I don't know if I want to make that
Except
pink
for that
as well.
one time with Copy
Maybe
X, but
I
we don't
will.
talk about that anymore. Afterward, he and CyberElf X find Leviathan and Fafnir drifting in cyberspace. X asks him the same thing he asked Phantom, but they tell him no because Zero is their prey. They want to fight him, not help him. However, they hit us with the whole, but only we're allowed to beat him, so we're gonna help
to kill you.
shtick. Back to Zero. On his way to Omega, he enters cyberspace and fights
You think
against
it's better?
Phantom. The Guardian reveals
Let's
that
see
he
what
knows
we-
everything
let's see
about
how
the
I feel
Dark
about this
Elf
pink
and the
glove.
Elf Wars, but he still thinks Zero is unworthy. However, after Zero beats him, he changes his mind and encourages our boy to cross blades with Weil's monster. Once he confronts the doctor, the guy continues ranting, calling the humans squealing pigs who rely on the Reploids to exist. I mean, at least for the folks in Neo Arcadia? Is he wrong? After that, he sicks the baby elves on him, but Zero makes quick work out of them. Then he's called back to base. Ciel tells him that Weil was conducting his experiments in an ancient laboratory close to the place where he was sealed long ago. The same place where they found him in 01, so he heads there for the smoke. He runs into the doctor again, who brags about how good it feels to rule the world. Then he proceeds to tell Zero that he'll never understand this feeling, cause he's not a human. Zero didn't know Weil was human, so this is news to him. Regardless, my man concludes that even if he is a human, he's Maverick. Therefore, he must be taken down.
Okay.
Kinda crazy when you remember the time that classic Mega Man tried to kill Wily. Lil homie couldn't make the decision, but Zero's like, screw it, you're the problem. In a way, it shows that the minds of mechanical beings have improved, I guess, since 20XCX. Before Zero can do anything though, Weil sends Omega to retire him, but our boy still wins, even against his second form. But this win reveals something shocking. This whole time, Omega was wearing armor. Now that it's destroyed, we see his true form. It's Zero. Then Weil, as cocky as ever, announces that this is the true Zero. All the way back when he made Omega before the Elf Wars, he used Zero's original body. Zero doesn't have time to comprehend this though because Omega is sent at him for another round. Luckily he defeats him once again, but the Dark Elf leaves his body and starts healing him. Our boy is left speechless, but then the Guardians appear to back him up. Along with that, the corruption of the Dark Elf starts fading. Now this is mad cool to watch happen in game, like we're finally seeing Zero and the Guardians work together. However, a Newgrounds creator by the name of Flame Zero made this whole moment even cooler with the sprite animation Mega Man Zero: The Last Cataclysm. I originally watched this back when I was in like middle school, but I remember it being so dope that it got me into sprite animation for all of like a month. Yeah, I tried it and it was mad hard. I had no idea it was going to be that tedious.
Sprite animation is
Regardless,
hard.
I just want to bring it up because I feel like anyone interested in Mega Man Zero lore would really, really love that video. I left the link in the description. Anyway, Cyber Elf X then comes in to reassure Zero with the truth. His body may not be that of the original Zero, but his heart definitely is, and that's what matters. With newfound resolve, Zero delivers the finishing blow to Omega, which causes him to explode. Afterward, while he's lying unconscious, X contacts him to tell him that his energy is fading. He's leaving everything up to him now. He needs to defeat Weil and save the world. Later, he wakes up in the Resistance base to see the now uncorrupted Mother Elf. She leaves soon after, and Zero wonders if
I was feeling the blue, but now I feel like it looks weird.
People have been using her left and right after all. The title then ends with Ciel encouraging
Zero. Maybe we just make that a different color entirely.
Omega. He stares off into the distance and declares that he is Zero. Now it's time to bring this saga to a close. Let's get into the next chapter and talk about the final game in this timeline, Mega Man 04.
I don't know.
So, as always, I have some fun little development facts before we continue. While the team was working on 03, they were under the impression that that was the end. That's why that game was so wild.
Let me look at some head shapes.
The official complete works, they even mention how the intensity of 03.
I'll be right back. I gotta take the chicken out of the fridge. Out of the freezer.
Planned for it to take place between 01 and 2, within that year where he was fighting Pantheons non-stop. That's why he was given the Zero Knuckle as one of his weapons. Since his shield boomerang and triple rod were broken, he'd use it to steal weapons from his opponents. They later decided to just make the game a sequel. The fans felt that there was still more story to tell, so they agreed to make this title the definitive end of the Zero saga. With that, let's get to the lore. Mega Man 04 begins with the monologue from a new character named Neej. And she's human! Crazy, right? She gives us a short summary of everything that's happened so far. Since Omega's defeat, Weil has maintained control of Neo Arcadia. You're probably wondering why the Guardians didn't try to stop him. Well, that's cause they're dead. Yup, Omega's explosion killed them. The Mother Elf only saves Zero. Crazy. As you probably guessed, Weil's rule is way worse than Copy X's. So humans started leaving Neo Arcadia in the troves. Neej and her caravan are some of those humans, and they're currently being chased down by Weil's army. He replaced the Pantheons with the slightly tougher variants. This could be a stretch, but I'm guessing them going from blue to purple is a base reference. However, Weil's name in Japan is Weil, so it could also be a Va reference, but in turn, does that also make it a base reference still? Because isn't Weil in and of itself a base reference? I don't know. It could be a Va reference, it could be a base reference, y'all get it. Luckily for the caravan, Zero and the squad pull up to rescue them. But when they meet, you can tell the rest of the humans don't feel comfortable around them. Neej, at least, introduces herself.
I return.
She used to be a journalist who traveled around the world. She's heard about the resistance in Zero, and word around the street is they're dangerous. After their conversation, Neej tries to rush off, but Ciel asks where they're heading. Zero asks that they should just head back to Neo Arcadia. Isn't that their utopia? But Neej snaps back, telling them that thanks to a certain band of Reploids led by a certain red hero, their old leader is dead, and their new leader is out here doing the most. You know, I can see where she's coming from. Then she tells them that they're going to Area 0, the same one from X5. After the Eurasian crash, the area was sealed off. However, a functional environmental system remains.
So Egypt does a lot of blue and
leading
gold,
to the land's renewal over the years. Now it's a natural paradise. Ciel offers to join them, but Neej says that only she can come since she's human. Many from her caravan were caught up in
but I don't think it works with that type of gold.
With that, she leaves while Zero and Ciel return to the rest of the resistance. Back at base, she expresses how bad she feels for the humans. She didn't even know there were some who felt the same way Neej and her caravan did. So she decides to completely ignore what the journalist said and looks for the coordinates of Area 0 in an effort to help them. But as they find it, they discover that Weil's forces are already on the way. So it's actually a good thing Ciel decided to butt in. But next time, maybe don't? Zero rushes over there, and the pure beauty of the greenery takes both him and Ciel back for a sec. After he clears the area, he runs into another Reploid named Popla Kakapitri. And tell me how Zero just calls him a random grunt. You can take Zero's body, but you can never take away his savagery. Of course the guy feels insulted by this, but before he's able to fight our boy, his squad pulls up to stop him. The Enheriar 8 Warriors. Now before we get into the members of this group, we gotta talk about their name. because it is another huge reference to Norse mythology. If you didn't already know, Valhalla houses spirits of the dead warriors who Odin, the Allfather, deemed worthy. This band of spirits was known as the Einherjar. They fought all day, but their wounds were healed by the evening. The Valkyries, Odin's helpers, would tend to them. Now this all sounds nice, right? Like, from hearing this, I could see why someone would want to die an epic death just to get into Valhalla. But remember what we learned from my God of War video, folks. You can't be trusting these gods! The Valkyries' job didn't begin in Valhalla. They were also responsible for choosing who got admitted, and they'd go as far as setting shit up just so a worthy warrior would die and join Odin's little club. This is all because when Odin faces Fenrir during Ragnarok, the Einherjar is who he brings to battle with them. But Ragnarok is the end of everything, so they all die anyway. So Odin was up there secretly enlisting people to his army by setting them up. Crazy. I know that was a wild tangent, but it will all make sense later, trust me. Back to this game's Einherjar, who are all Mutos Reploids. First there is Heat Gemblum, who's based on the black tortoise known as the Genbu. Tech Kraken is based on the Kraken, the sea beast from Norse mythology, and used to be part of the Cutting Shadow Squadron. Yo, there were so many people in Phantom Squad, like, it must have really screwed them over when he died. After his former master's death, he disappeared. He's only back now to get revenge on Zero. Pegasolta Eclair is based on the Pegasus, and the last bit of his name, Eclair, is French for flash of lightning, referencing his element. He was originally designed to do
I thought an eclair was a food.
Station, but WoW redesigned him for combat, which works for him because he's been wanting to smoke for a minute.
I kind of want an eclair now.
His design also seems to be inspired by Spiral Pegasus from X5. Noble Mandrago, based on the Mandrake, was originally designed for the preservation and regeneration of the environment. When she was altered by the Mad Doctor, the idea was implanted that the preservation of nature requires complete control over it, and that requires destroying it from time to time. Her original function, as well as her looks, reminds me of Spike Rose.
What if I just make it black?
Soul Titanian used to function as an artificial sun along with another Reploid of the same model. However, that Reploid was destroyed by WoW's goons, and in the process, her operation circuits got
that actually looks a lot better.
Now she destroys.
Or what if I make it white?
She's also based on the Fairy Queen Titanian
like
from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. Similar to Titanian, she and her partner, the Fairy King Oberon, were responsible for keeping the world healthy. However, after an enchantment is cast on her by Oberon's servant Puck, she begins acting out of the ordinary. Fenrir Luna Edge, this game's boss design winner, once went berserk after trying out an altered cyber elf. He was put in cryogenic stasis to calm his ass down, only to be awoken by a while later. He's also another one inspired by Norse mythology, as his name comes from Fenrir, the wolf giant and child of Loki who was destined to face Odin in Ragnarok. Mino Magnus, or Minnow Magnus, based on the Minotaur from Greek mythology, used to be a part of a mass transportation unit. He joined WoW because he was promised unlimited energy. And last is the one Zero called a random grunt, Popla Kakapetri. He was heavily involved with the development of hacker-type cyber elves, but lost his job once they became more popular. So he serves WoW out of anger. He's also inspired by a mythological creature I never heard of, the Cockatrice. This is a dragon-like creature with a rooster's head. Honestly, screw the whole hacker cyber elf thing. I would have been more mad that I was a dragon with a rooster's head. The hell? After these guys showed themselves, their leader, Kraft, appears to drop the plot for this game. They are a task force started by the Mad Doctor to help him create a giant weapon dubbed Ragnarok. He plans to use it to destroy all nature around the world, so folks have no choice but to stay in Neo Arcadia. This man is so salty about his banishment that he wants to imprison everyone. I'll say it again. Y'all should have ended this man when you had the chance. Kraft ends the exposition by telling Zero that heroes are a thing of the past. WoW owns the world now, and you'll soon realize that there is no fighting against him. Afterwards, Zero regroups with the Resistance.
How do we feel, chat?
They confirm that their top priority is warning
what do we think about this?
About WoW's plan. Alouette also gives Zero a new cyber elf she names Qua, which is French for believe. The Megaman knowledge base states that this is in line with the title's overarching theme of belief. We'll talk about this more later, but in my opinion, that theme is pretty apparent throughout the whole series. From 0-1, we've watched Zero struggle with his identity. Was he the hero everyone thought he was, or was he just a red Reploid who happened to look like him? 0-3 was the true test of that belief, which is why it was so fitting that the game ended with him confidently saying that he is Zero. But now, if the humans want to be saved, they're gonna have to believe in 0-2. And sadly, that doesn't even seem like a possibility right now.
I think pink on the glove and the other parts of the body was a good choice.
Warn them They say they want nothing to do with another Reploid war.
I'm still not this. I mean, you guys can't actually see it, but this her left leg, like her left thigh, that's the part where I'm looking at that I'm kind of like, I don't know.
Gets word that Wild's forces are heading to the human settlement again. However, once Zero gets there, the place is already in ruin. After saving,
that's the part that I'm looking at right now. The rest of this I'm okay with.
He seems to be looking for someone. Our boy asks him how he, a warrior of Neo Arcadia, could be okay with all this. But Kraft hits him with the whole, "Bro, you don't understand. Wild won. This is all we can do." Their conversation leads to a duel, which Zero wins. But he noticed that the commander went easy on him. That's odd. So he asks him why they attacked the settlement in the first place. Kraft avoids the question though. Then Neej pulls up and reveals that she and Kraft had history. She's like, "Sir, back when I was traveling the world, you were cool peoples. You talked about how you want to protect humanity. The hell is all this?" But Kraft tells her that he's still trying to do that. Then he grabs her and dips. So obviously, Zero plans to save her. Even after hearing her come at him in the beginning of the game, he still wants to do what's right. But the humans? They switch up real quick. They believe that she's a traitor, because she was being buddy-buddy with the Reploid. So outside of Bryce and Typhon, nobody is down to do a thing to save her. This ticks Zero off. He calls them just as cowardly as the humans in Neo Arcadia. If this is how they move, what was the point in even leaving? This is why I think getting the humans more involved in this title was such a smart choice on Inti Creed's part.
Ill,
Up
disgusting.
until now,
I hate that.
these guys were just the damsels who always needed saving. Outside of when they were inventing shit,
here?
This is the first time their perspective is really being shown. I mean, in this case, they're wrong, but still, getting their take on everything adds a whole new layer to the story. Zero heads back to the Resistance base, and it's hilarious seeing how pretty much everyone is worried about Neej. Her own
that
people
pops more, but I don't think I like
yet
that.
these Reploids that they hate so much are trying to help. Ciel manages to find her location, but she wonders if this is even the right call. If humans want nothing to do with them, will they ever be able to build a world where both can live together in peace? But the caravan hits them up and admits they were wildin'. They ask the Resistance to save their friend. Zero's like, "Y'all still some bitches. But yeah, don't worry, I'll save your girl." He breaks into Wild's prison, fights through his guards, then gets to the journalist. He states that her settlement sent him. She thanks him, but before they leave, she wants to speak with Kraft. When she was traveling the world, he saved her from Mavericks, and she eventually fell for him. Kraft comes in and admits that he fell in love with her too. That's why he's doing what he's doing. If he doesn't get her to Neo Arcadia, then she'll die with the rest of her group. In response, Neej rightfully calls that cowardly thinking. But then Wild comes in, saying that a human like Neej has no right to talk. He rants about his banishment again, then asks if the journalist will join Kraft or die trying to oppose him. To which she tells him that she'd rather laugh in the face of death than live under his rule. With that, she sets off a flashbang and escapes with Zero. Once back, the caravan apologizes for their harsh attitude, while the Resistance wonders if this means they can all finally live together in peace. Later, Neej admits to Zero that she was wrong for believing the propaganda spread by Neo Arcadia. She sees now that he truly is a hero. Afterwards, Zero takes out the rest of the Einherjar. And for a moment, it looks like the
just do what I need you to do, please. Thank you.
But they catch a strong energy reading coming from space. Then Wild contacts them, saying that he outplayed them again. The Einherjar was a decoy meant to distract them long enough for him to finish Ragnarok. He has it aimed at them as they speak. So remember that Norse lore we went over about Valhalla
is that too much?
Ragnarok? Well, if you think about it,
did we hate that? Did we like
Wild
that?
is pretty much doing the same thing Odin did. He led his warriors to their deaths to fulfill Ragnarok. Zero asks the operators to send him to the weapon, but they can't. So Wild continues talking shit.
How are you doing,
Rocket? He wants
Pal?
to watch them scream as they die. Then Kraft interrupts everything, telling them that he's up in the weapon right now, and he changed his target. He's aiming it at Neo Arcadia. Now Kraft, I see what you're doing here, and kudos on joining the right side, but you could have just turned it off, or aim it somewhere else. Neo Arcadia still has innocent people living there. Both Ciel and Wild bring that up, but Kraft's love for Neej has taken over. He's set on his decision. This is what I was talking about before with the true meaning of going mad.
I feel like he should have a second phase. That's what this stuff over here on the left is, right? She gets beat up, and then the second phase is the fucking helmet comes off. She has snake hair,
pushing him is his drive to protect.
and she loses the cape.
Okay, so after taking another look
it's
at
got a
the
second
Mega Man
phase.
04 script, I kind of
we're worrying about the design right
I
now,
still
the
feel
colors.
like Kraft is heavily being influenced by his love for Neej, but from what he's saying here, it more so seems like she inspired him to want to take a drastic measure. to change the world, because he talks a lot about how he wants to change the world by doing this, and it's more than just taking out Wily with Ragnarok. I feel like he also believes that this hardship that the humans will face from this laser is gonna lead to change for them, which makes a lot of sense with what happens later. So yeah, still feel like Kraft was inspired by his love for Neej, but I feel like it was very much a need to want to change the world that really took over here, you know? But yeah, he still went Maverick for believing in something, so that part's still right. All right, back to the video. In a panic, Seal sends the Resistance to evacuate Neo Arcadia. Then using Kraft's coordinates, they send Zero to the weapon. He fights through it until he reaches the commander, who has already fired once and is planning to do it again. They fight, and
that would just make it green,
Zero wins.
Wouldn't it?
He tells the Reploid that they are robots built for war. They need to leave the fate of the world to the humans. As machines, it's their job to lend their strength to the.
You know what? I'll do something. I'll make the makeup or eye makeup. I'll make that green. I still haven't colored that.
Who should they trust? The humans who sit back and watch the world crumble? The folks like Weil who want to dominate the world? How do they decide who to assist? Zero tells him that there was once a kind Reploid, X, who he made a promise to. He chooses to trust the people he trusted. This makes Kraft lament about the fact that he couldn't find it in him to fully trust Neej. Afterwards, Ciel gets in contact with Zero. Kraft decides to stay because he can't face the woman he loves. Then Zero teleports back. He low-key breaks down to Neej, saying that she was right. As long as he keeps fighting, he's just like Weil. Now the blood of Kraft is on his hands. But Neej
I'll maybe make that into a different green. But right now, I think that looks fine.
Meanwhile, the Resistance reports that they safely evacuated a good amount of the Neo Arcadia population. However, according to the Val's incident epilogue, that first attack took out over 20 million people. And guess what? Weil is nowhere to be found. Kraft did all that just to miss. But the craziness doesn't stop here. The Resistance finds out that Ragnarok is still active and accelerating towards Area Zero. Zero has no choice but to go back and try to stop it. So he speaks to the Resistance and Caravan one last time before heading out. And it's cute that many of the humans talk about how they look up to Zero now, and how they'll miss him if he doesn't return. Once that's over, he heads over to Ragnarok for his
final thoughts, chat?
During this gauntlet, he fights the revived and
how are we feeling?
Which adds even more weight to the Norse mythology reference. He makes it to Weil, and the Doctor starts going
how
off
feeling
about
overall?
Everything he's went through. The line that really hit me was when he said he was forced to spend an eternity in a world without light or nature. That's dark as hell. Another reason why they should have just killed his ass. Right now, this is his justice. He's willing to make the whole world feel the pain he felt. After all that, they fight, and Zero manages to take the first W. But in doing so, Ragnarok begins to descend.
Anyone have any opposition to what we have right now?
However, Zero comes up with a plan. If he takes out Weil's core, the explosion should be enough to destroy the Doctor's regenerating body and the giant weapon. Ciel worries that he won't be able to teleport back to base if he does that, and Weil gloats, asking if he even has it in him to kill a human. Then Zero, with more belief in himself than ever, gives us his greatest speech in the series.
I mean, this is a good submitted art. Oh, we're not done. There's still a lot more stuff that we have to do. I'm just for as far as like flat colors go, this is fine. We're okay with this. Nope. Nope. What did I say? No opposition. We're good with this.
I love this series so much, fam. This is Zero confidently answering the question he freaked out about in X4.
What am I fighting for?
What am I fighting for?
And it's wrapped up neatly with the theme of belief by Zero telling Ciel to believe in him right before fighting Weil. So Zero and Weil fight for one last time, and the Doctor fails again. Zero's plan works, and most of Ragnarok burns off as it enters the atmosphere. But sadly, the only thing left of him is his damaged helmet. And unfortunately, yes, this is the end for Zero. Inti Creates purposely killed him off to officially close the book on this series. They didn't see a reason to make a 0-5. However, Ciel believes that he will return someday. Until then, they'll work diligently with the rest of the survivors to build a world that he, Light, and X fought.
All right, I'm not saying no one else is saying anything else in terms of critique, so we're good with this.
But there's still a bit more lore in the aforementioned Val's incident. The full name is
time to do some detailing.
It's Sin and
time to get down to the nitty gritty. Rip Proto Man, that was not Proto Man.
The events of 0, 3, and 4. In lore, it's a piece written by a journalist named Montagna, 2 years after Operation Ragnarok's failure. He mentions that he's creating this so people of the future don't forget. In it, he gives more details about the horrors of the day that Neo Arcadia fell, like the fact that many were caught completely off guard by the attack. I didn't even think about the fact that the humans in Neo Arcadia didn't know about Ragnarok. So most of them were just having a regular day, and then boom, over 20 million dead. However, he goes on to add that this moment opened the humans' eyes, especially when Ragnarok was destroyed. They realized this is the result of their own complacency. Now, the rebuilding effort is going smoothly. They're using the remains of Neo Arcadia to support themselves for the time being. And I guess everyone was really excited they survived because there was a baby boom. The Pantheons even dropped their weapons to help take care of all the newborns. All in all, Montagna expresses that though the humans lost their posh lives with the fall of Neo Arcadia, it was for the better. They've learned from their mistakes, and truly believe they can build a world where everyone can coexist. Cause who said their utopia had to be contained within one dome? But we'll just have to wait and see if they actually make that happen. For now, this is the end of the Mega Man Zero timeline and Maverick saga. Folks, we have made it through another long-ass Mega Man lore video. At this moment, I have no idea how long this video
So, I know it's probably hard to tell, but I might.
I don't know why my subtitles are automatically on.
From the moment Ian Flynn was brought on as its
okay, so I know about Sonic's Archie lore.
One of my favorite stories.
Sonic's Archie lore is fucking wild, so I can only imagine that Mega Man's Archie lore is also just as wild.
Years after starting on Sonic, he was given the opportunity to work on another adaptation of a video game franchise, Mega Man. Naturally, with my fondness for Flynn's work and the fact that Mega Man crosses over with the Sonic comic itself, reading it was a no-brainer. However, there is one problem. I don't really know anything about Mega Man. I mean, I didn't know that much about Sonic stories either, but I'd at least played a bunch of the games. But with Mega Man, I hadn't touched any of the main games except the very first one, and I just wasn't sure if it would be built for a newcomer like me. Way more than that though, I was concerned about the comic's ending. Because though I didn't know how Archie Mega Man wrapped up, I knew that it went on an indefinite hiatus. And the last thing I wanted was to get invested in a comic that never gets a satisfying conclusion. But then I got up to the first crossover during my read-through of Sonic and screw it. It's time to rock and roll, baby. Let's do it. Wow, this is really good. An experience that both fans of Mega Man and outsiders like me can enjoy. It's one of those stories where the more I read, the more I was left surprised by the fact that it's so underappreciated. I mean, I barely ever see anyone talk about this. I can't help but
I think it's one of those things where nobody read it because no one knew it existed. I know that, like I said, I knew there was a crossover between Sonic and Mega Man. But other than that, I haven't read it.
Mega Man comic that deserves to be remembered. But first, this video is sponsored by Boot.dev. Boot.dev is a fantastic try for losing interest. Now, back to Mega Man. In the world of Mega Man, everything can be traced back to a couple of old men, Dr. Light and Dr. Wily, both of them genius innovators and inventors responsible for evolving robotics. But where Dr. Light is rightfully celebrated for creating machines integral to modern living in this universe, Wily is different. See, though Light is given a military contract and builds weapons for the government, to him, that's nothing more than a means to an end. His ultimate goal is to progress and better humanity with his skills, and he views these weapons as nothing more than a stain on his life's work. But Wily? Well, Wily takes a certain glee in weaponizing his creations, and where Light has a powerful sentimentality for his inventions, Wily sees them as little more than tools spawned from his brilliant mind.
If being the best means outfitting his creations with the latest and most violent of biological weapons, then so be it. And yet that drive is exactly what gets Wily banned from working in the field of robotics when he goes too far, creating a machine that even the military views with disgust and disdain. But in Wily's
That's crazy, because the military would do fucking anything to win.
He simply made the greatest weapon he could. So why is it that Light gets all the glory? Which is exactly where the comic begins. See, Dr. Light is unveiling a line of robot masters capable of helping the world in even bigger and better ways due to their advanced AI.
Did you guys know that a lot of technology that we use in modern day was originally for military use only?
After all, having someone as
like the internet, for example.
This announcement would only hurt the robot masters' reputations, planting a seed of doubt about these great inventions before they're even able to start their work, which makes a lot of sense. At the same time,
the microwave. I didn't know that one.
Wouldn't this enrage Wily? Without him, this never would have happened. And if the world isn't going to put his name in the history books like he deserves, then he'll have to write it there himself. And so he changes all the Robot Masters' programming and unleashes them on the city, violently destroying the very world they were built to help. Right away, Wily is a ton of fun. The type of gloating, megalomaniac villain whose magnetic energy can't help but entertain. His over-the-top speeches, crazy poses, and menacing smiles. All of it adds together to create a monster who, despite some understandable motivations, is so ridiculously evil. Contrasting him with Light only makes this more engaging. A good-hearted man, a humble genius, and a loving father, forced into confrontation with a man who only cares about himself. Naturally though, with all the robot masters corrupted by Wily, now someone is going to need to step up to defeat them. And who else would be fit for that job but Megaman?
Aquaman.
Here's the thing, he isn't. Not really, anyway. Megaman, or Rock as he's originally known, is not built for combat. In fact, after a terrible failure with a prior creation, Light vowed to keep advanced AI separate from weapons, and eventually promised to stop building weapons altogether. As such, Rock is made to be a son through and through. He's truly just a good-hearted boy who spends his days helping his father in the lab and hanging out with his sister Roll. So when Rock sees what's happening, when he sees his father's distress, he steps up to the plate not out of obligation, but out of compassion. He can't stand to see people hurt, can't stand to see his father upset. And so, without any other option, Dr. Light does what he vowed to never do again. He weaponizes his son. And though this transformation into Megaman is treated as suitably exciting, the true start to this action-adventure comic, the thing I immediately found most interesting about it were the implications. After all, how would this kind of kid react to fighting, to destroying other robots like him? And this is what I find most engaging about Flynn's approach in this first arc. Because while Flynn faithfully adapts the plot of the first Mega,
I didn't realize that Ian Flynn wrote this. Yeah, I think he said that earlier, but I didn't realize that Ian Flynn wrote the thing.
And emotion. So yes, each defeat
that's
of a
pretty
robot
good.
master is depicted with striking paneling, fantastic art, and energetic action. But we also see Rock slowly growing disillusioned. He started this to help, but all he's really doing is destroying, and he hates that. The good heart his father programmed into him might have set him on this path in the first place, but now he can't make sense of this destruction. So he begins to cope, gloating as he breaks apart these robots until finally, Light becomes so concerned with his change in personality that he teleports him back to the lab, and Rock loses it, firing at the cage Light has put around him. But then he immediately stops and breaks down, regretting this outburst as soon as it's over. And so Light releases him and... I made you in my image. I built your heart and gave you eyes. I gave you power and a sense of justice beyond any compare. I gave you hands, a child's face, robot hair. But this burden, this burning in your heart, I did not put there. And this scene, it's shockingly quick, maybe even anticlimactic, but that's actually part of what I like about it. If Rock had truly gone off the deep end, I don't know that I could have found it all that believable, at least not with only a couple issues of buildup. But when it's reframed as nothing more than a desperate tantrum, when all he needed was his father to remind him that he is good, that it's only natural he would feel conflicted, well, it gives me a glimpse of their family dynamic, of the love between them, of the love that anchors Rock's good nature, allowing me to get invested in the premise of the story on a level I hadn't expected this early. It's a striking depiction of the differences between Wily and Light, and how what Wily views as a weakness is really often Light's greatest strength. From here, Mega Man faces the rebuilt Robot Masters again, but now his approach is different. Instead of fighting, he talks. He tells them that working for Wily was never what they were meant to do, that they can be something different, that they can be reprogrammed. However, the fact remains that the Robot Masters don't have the luxury of true free will. If Wily told them to destroy Mega Man, well, then they'll have to destroy Mega Man, even if they don't want to. So, they do. As Mega Man fights a copy that Wily created, they destroy a Mega Man, saving him from a stalemate and fighting their programming through a clever loophole in Wily's logic. From there, Mega Man handily defeats Wily using the weapons he
I just opened the window because it's hot as shit in here, so
with his father's gentle
if you guys hear some background noise, sorry.
His kindness even
you shouldn't, but
reach out to Wily the moment he's been beaten, offering him a helping hand. Overall, I thoroughly enjoy this arc. It's a strong start to the comic as a whole, offering plenty of action and spectacle, while still giving a glimpse at the heart of the series, at the relationship between Rock and Dr. Light. And then there's the Mega Man 2 adaptation. Yeah, I'm not as much of a fan of this one. Mainly, it suffers from feeling far too similar to the first arc. After all, Rock once again has to fight Robot Masters, confront Wily, and yeah, this sure feels like a by-the-book video game adaptation. Exactly the type of thing I initially worried about. The comic is just struggling to find a novel story here. I mean, since we already saw that Rock won't lose his way while he fights these robots again, what's the conflict now? Well, Wily is corrupting his programming as he defeats Robot Masters, so yeah, the core of this is a less character-based retread of the first arc. That first arc also had a pacing problem, an understandable one when adapting an entire game into 4 issues, but a problem nonetheless. For example, the Robot Masters, each fight would just be a couple pages and then bam, defeated. Then the endgame was crammed into a single issue with Mega Man one-shotting the Yellow Devil, and the dragon in this adaptation doesn't fare much better. I could overlook these pacing problems in those issues because I at least had a character hook to keep me invested, but here, there isn't really anything like that. The fights are mostly toothless and the arc as a whole just comes across as fighting for fighting's sake, like the comic is going through the motions. Now, does this mean the Mega Man 2 adaptation is bad? Nah. One thing I haven't mentioned yet is that Flynn's moment-to-moment writing is super solid. It's just a rapid-fire barrage of one-liners, punny humor, and striking action, all punctuated by the fantastic art from Ben Bates, who gives this entire arc a rounder, more chibi-esque style that I absolutely love. Additionally, those light robots from the first arc have stuck around, getting a bit of development as a goofy group of brothers who care a lot about Mega Man. So when they now have to fight to save him from Wily's reprogramming, yeah, that's a nice moment. A very direct way to show that Mega Man's actions have helped make the world a better place by allowing more heroic machines like him to exist. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have Quickman, a wily robot who's willing to bend a few rules to have his glorious fight with Mega Man. He shows up consistently throughout the arc, filling the role of a rival character, but also helping Mega Man out to keep him from getting completely destroyed during his battles because he needs to be the one to win. Quickman really carries this arc hard, and by its end, he was a character I definitely wanted to see more of. Plus, throughout both these stories, there's a certain vibe to the whole thing that kept it enjoyable, even if I had some pretty fundamental issues with how the second game's story is presented here. I could just feel the creators' love for the source material, or at least their genuine efforts to make this as engaging as possible for the fans. A huge part of this comes down to the art. Patrick Spaziante, the regular cover artist for both this and the Sonic comic, had actually already worked on the Dreamwave Mega Man series in the early 2000s. You can tell he really wanted to make this series appealing to fans because he is a fan. And man, it is appealing. As always, his art is super detailed and dynamic, with dense but readable paneling that always accentuates and elevates the action. While I might have found these various 2-page battles a bit disappointing, the art does a lot to remedy that, squeezing as much excitement as possible out of just a couple pages through his multi-layered art. Really, there are times when the presentation is exceptionally creative and endearing. Then there's Matt Herms, whose coloring is absolutely integral to the comic. See, he handles the vast majority of colors from here, and his mastery of lighting, shading, and contrast, the way he gives each blast and explosion oomph and weight as they bathe the page in light, yeah, his work is always a joy to experience. He adds a certain grit to this world, much like his Archie Sonic stuff, bringing this beautiful sci-fi universe to life. One of the most impressive things about the art is just how consistent it is. Outside of
Hello, Mari, how you doing?
That dip a bit below the usual bar, it always looks great, which is particularly impressive considering how many different pencilers work on this comic across its entire run. I'm sure part of why it looks so consistent comes down to Herms's colors, but even so, while individual artist styles certainly shine through, I rarely got that feeling of, oh, someone else is drawing this? And then needing to adjust to the new art.
Are you on the homepage? Damn, I was on the homepage?
Flavors of great, and honestly, it's
appreciate you coming through that.
Impressive comics visually that I've ever experienced. So, with all that being said, my feelings on this comic were pretty darn positive at this point. With its fantastic art, snappy dialogue, and some solid character beats, it kept me fairly entertained throughout. However, I will say none of the arcs had quite hooked me yet, you know? Like, I was happy to keep reading and I was enjoying my time well enough, but I was waiting for something that would take this story to the next level. And that's exactly what I got with the comic's 4th arc, Spiritus.
How you doing today?
Ex Machina. Now, if you're someone who's read the comic, you might have noticed that I skipped an entire arc. Yeah, between 1 and 2, they adapted Mega Man Powered Up. And there's a pretty simple reason why I skipped it. It didn't really do much for me. The conflict between Mega Man, Wily, and some robot masters felt pretty flat, offering little insight into the bots Mega Man had saved. However, there was one thing about it that stood out. One relatively small character I found pretty darn intriguing. Gilbert D. Stern. See, Stern is a federal agent who's very skeptical about this weird advanced robotics stuff. He also has his doubts that Wily taking over the Robot Masters was the big accident it was made out to be, believing that Light might just have something to do with it. And though his feelings toward Light and Mega Man clearly softened by the end of the arc, he definitely doesn't lose his concern about these almost human but not quite robots. And while it would have been very easy for Flynn to write him like a deranged lunatic who can't see past his own biases, I appreciate.
Yeah, we're just doing some detailing. Right now I'm doing the shadows on my Robot Master that I'm submitting for the new Mega Man game.
But Wily is right there. This guy has the right to be concerned, the right to worry that things are moving too quick, that Light is going too far doing what he can instead of thinking about if he should. And so Spiritus Ex Machina takes these ideas and runs with them, crafting an entire storyline around the potential problems with Light's style of robotics. See, Light, Rock, and Roll have all made their way to the Advanced Robotics Trade Show, where Light will be debating about advanced artificial intelligence. Most surprisingly of all though, the person debating against Light is one of his colleagues, Dr. Lalonde, a woman whose own Robot Master Tempo has been acting a bit distant and cold. However, as the debate is just ramping up, another group forces their way into the conflict.
We're just kind of chilling, you know what I mean?
Extremists who want to entirely erase these AIs from existence and have hidden bombs throughout the venue.
Yeah, erase AI from existence.
All the people have
fuck them all.
As for the Robot Masters, well, they'll be buried beneath the rubble, destroyed and discarded. The first step in the Emerald Spear's quest. And what I appreciate is how, once again, Flynn shows his strength at writing multiple sides of a conflict. Because despite the Emerald Spears clearly going about this the wrong way, he really gives legitimacy to their position. Heck, the Emerald Spear's leader actually does not want to hurt any people, and believes he can simply debate these doctors who created the machines he hates until they agree with him. Meanwhile, as Lalonde is forced to question her own position, she reveals the real reason she's adopted this anti-AI stance. Tempo, who she had once built to be her daughter, was nearly destroyed. And Lalonde, in her grief, unable to bear the thought of
I wonder if, I think Black Mastodon, or whatever his name was, mentioned it himself, but I wonder if Capcom's gonna do something, some kind of commentary on AI, now that AI is a bigger thing now.
Flatly assess and react to this conflict. All the dialogue here hits.
I doubt it, right? But it could be interesting.
Never feeling patronizing or overly simple in how it tackles this debate. For an action-adventure comic marketed towards kids, this is pretty ballsy stuff. And then there's my absolute favorite part of this story. Xander Payne, its main villain. Where everyone else is happy to debate their differences, Xander Payne is prepared to get his hands dirty. In a group of extremists, he is by far the most extreme, going so far as to knock out their own leader and assume control when he becomes convinced this guy doesn't have what it takes. He provides a startling, entertaining contrast to the other characters, clearly driven by something far more personal. No matter how much others try to show him that things have gone too far or offer him the chance to back down, Xander Payne has the exact same response. whatever it takes. And what drives him to do all this? Well, in the second issue of the comic, as the original Robot Masters were running wild, a couple soldiers spotted Megaman, contemplating whether or not they should attack. And as we see now, one of these soldiers also saw Lekman hurting civilians, causing destruction, and Xander, ever motivated and heroic, rushed in to stop him. However, in the face of this advanced, weaponized AI, he was nothing, and Lekman incapacitated him with ease and took his eye in the process. So, while Xander was knocked out, his eye was replaced with a robotic implant, an implant that now only reminds him of the monster that took his eye from him in the first place. I love this. Though it hadn't really stood out in my mind as a major complaint, the Robot Master attack hadn't been given as much emphasis as I would have liked. I mean, we're told they cause mass destruction, but it's not like we actually see anything that makes us feel the weight of what happened. But now we have Xander as a stand-in for the long-term effects of Wily's villainy. Whenever he does anything, the reader is reminded that this is what a misuse of Light's technology or robotics can lead to. A man who once bravely charged into a battle he couldn't win, only left a broken, rambling villain. From here, it would have been so easy for Flynn to make Xander the stand-in for robophobia, simplifying the entire debate about AIs into a one-sided conflict with a clear hero and villain. But instead, he crafts multiple pillars, multiple nuanced takes on whether these robots should be able to feel, be able to do so many things, and each and every one of their perspectives is given ample time to be fleshed out. And it doesn't stop there either. In one of my favorite Xander appearances, he gets shot forward into the future, into the world of Mega Man X. Here, he sees more powerful robots than ever causing mayhem, but he also sees that the Emerald Spears, they still exist. However, coming face to face with his deepest fear, seeing so much time transpire in mere moments, it's left him mad. Which is just such a cool idea. I mean, using the Mega Man X plotline to embolden this villain, but also show how, in some ways, he's kind of right. Because though Light's creations will lead to advancements and greater possibilities, they also lead to destruction and war, to humans becoming outdated and weaker, the exact type of future people like Xander and Stern predicted. However, at this point, you might have a pretty reasonable question. Where's Mega Man? I mean, this is my favorite arc so far, and I've barely mentioned him. And, well, that's because he's, not doing that much. Don't get me wrong, he's here, saving people, doing everything he can to stop the Emerald Spears, and the same goes for Roll. But they definitely aren't at the center of the conflict, and instead mostly serve as an action-focused B story, a contrast to the A story's more philosophical tilt. And it definitely keeps the pace of the arc moving at a steady clip. And yet, in the long run, I wouldn't really be able to call that a good thing. I mean, a comic being better when its titular character gets less focus, yeah, that's fine for a bit, but I'm not sure how long that'll work. After all, people are presumably coming here for Mega Man, at least to a certain extent. So that left me wondering what Flynn would do to punch up these characters, to take this comic to the next level. And fortunately, he's about to do just that. When I first read this comic, there was one major problem I had with it. The relationship between Light, Rock, and Roll. Yeah, as much as I enjoyed this scene, that's their biggest moment in the first 4 arcs. In fact, we don't see that much of them interacting, and this is the comic's most central relationship. We almost never watch them live as a normal family. We don't get a proper idea of what their day-to-day life is like before
someone like that disrupts it. What do I want to do? Do I want to give her like a body? Like a body? Or is that fine? Is the implied body okay? Let's see.
I should get invested
it looks some
trio. Now,
it's like a tomahawk man. Tomahawk man has a big body.
I like Rock well enough. I have from the start. He's in earnest.
Nah, that's it. What about Sigma?
Forced into a fight he never would have asked for. Desperately trying to save every robot master.
Yeah, Sigma is just kind of like that as well. All right. I think that's fine for them.
Meanwhile, though there hasn't been nearly as much time devoted to it as I would have liked, his relationship with Dr. Light is always pleasant when it does get focus. It also helps that, by and large, Light himself is just a very well-defined character, particularly from the Spiritus Ex Machina arc onward. Unfortunately, though, that doesn't change the fact that I needed more. And the character who suffers the most from this? Roll. Really, up until now, I can only think of a couple sibling-esque moments between her and Rock. For the most part, Roll's positive traits are exactly the same as Mega Man's. She's brave and kind-hearted, someone who likely would have taken up this fight if Rock hadn't volunteered first. Her biggest difference is that she's a bit firmer than him, I guess? Stricter? Yeah, she doesn't have much to make her feel distinct from Rock, and despite appearing consistently, I found myself waiting for a moment where I would truly be able to latch onto and understand her character, which is where the comic's 22nd issue comes into play. See, Iceman's got a little crush on Roll, and he wants to confess his feelings with a grand sculpture.
Iceman?
However, Roll is entirely clueless, unable to comprehend what he's even getting at, and instead comes to her own conclusion about this Arctic area. Yes, this is romantic, and that means they should hook up Tempo and her brother. After all, Dr. Lalonde only recently gave Tempo her feelings back, so she could use some romance, and look, aren't they adorable together? From here, the issue is just ridiculous. Iceman is absolutely crushed, constantly failing across the entire story. Rock's earnest demeanor leads to him genuinely considering his sister's ludicrous desires, even if it takes him quite a while to even pick up what she's putting down. Tempo is just kind of stressed out by the whole thing, far too busy sorting through her other new emotions to even give this idea serious thought. And Roll is hilarious. She's so over the top and sassy and annoyed that no one else understands just how cute they are together. And that more aggressive side, it's the exact sort of thing I've been looking for. That bit of spice that can not only make her more distinct, but also bring additional emotions and funny sibling banter out
my shoulder
her and Rock. Now, I'm sure some
Why did that rotate like that? What the fuck? I didn't tell it to do that. That was weird.
Low stakes. But that's part of what I like about it. Because now I've gotten a look at more of this family's status quo, at who they are when they aren't fighting wily or saving civilians from danger. This is how they act. This is their dynamic. And it instantly made me care about Rock and Roll far more than I did before. Meanwhile, alongside all of this,
yeah, let's rock and roll.
Stern about the ethics and nature of giving robots the ability to love when they happen to run into each other while out for Valentine's Day dinners, giving us better insight into how he views his family and his creations. Altogether, it's great. However, that's not all we've got, because there's another character who's going to bring even more out of this family, a character who represents some of Flynn's very best writing. There was Blues, Dr. Light's very first robot master from back when he was still working on military contracts. As such, unlike Rock and Roll, Blues was created to be both a son and a weapon. So sure, Light trotted out Blues for military tests, but he also showed him culture and art and nature, the beauty of the world. But unlike other robots, Blues didn't stop at viewing that world. No, he became a participant, an active creator all his own. I love this scene. Blues' innocent cluelessness to how big of a moment this is, contrasted with Light's reaction. This mixture of pride and maybe even just a bit of concern, as Blues reveals himself to be so much more than even he had anticipated. And yet Blues is still a machine, still a weapon, still something that can break down. And what makes this relationship between Blues and Light so interesting to me is how Light fails Blues. No matter how much he cares for him as a son, he also still sees him as a machine, as his creation. And he is all too quick to put his will over Blues's. So when he and Wily argue like an old married couple about how they're going to go about fixing Blues's failing power core, one person's opinion is clearly ignored, Blues's. See, as an independent machine, Blues now has his own wants and desires, and along with them, fears. He's afraid of his own death, afraid that Light's tinkering will alter his memory, or that Light might even purposely change something about him to meet his own ends. So he runs, leaving Light behind before he can make any modifications or fix his broken body. This is already great. Not only does it make Blues a compelling character, it also makes Mega Man and Light's relationship more interesting by contrasting it with Light's prior failures. Because now Light weaponizing Rock isn't just sad in a more general way. I mean, what kind of loving father would want to weaponize their own son? No, now it's specific. a potential repeat of the terrible things that happened when he didn't separate out robots made to be family and robots made to be weapons. So his support of rock and roll, those loving moments they share, now this isn't simply who Light is. It's a representation of his growth, of his regret over how he handled things with Blues. From here, we follow Blues as he goes to travel the world on his own, and after learning that there aren't any other robots like him out there right now, he comes to his own conclusion. He's better off alone. He'll live a quiet life using minimal power output until his core breaks down. If he does that, he should be able to survive for quite some time, shouldn't he? And yet, over and over again, when he sees people in danger, he can't stop himself from helping. Even if it means this mortality he feared so much will catch up to him quicker, this is simply who he is. And that tragic basis of his character, it adds so much to him, gives him that something extra I've been looking for from a character in this comic. Because for all of Mega Man's heroics, this is far more compelling to me. Every person he saves is one step closer to his own demise, and that just makes his heroism hit way harder. So finally,
okay, I think that's good for the shadows. Let me go ahead and fix them up real quick.
He rests among nature, among the beauty Dr. Light showed him, and a bluebird, similar to one from back then, lands on his foot, reminding him of all they did together, of the type of man his father was, and he realizes just how foolish he's been, which is fantastic. Honestly, one of my only complaints would have been how quick Blues was to run away from Light, and that it's prompted by something of a misunderstanding. But now, closer to his own death than ever before, Blues has a change of heart that feels real. He thought he was ready to die on his own terms, but he's not. He didn't give his father enough of a chance. As he says himself, I was a fool. So he rushes back to his father toward another chance, toward I was a fool. With this in Blues' mind, his fears that his creator viewed him as something that could be replaced or improved are confirmed. After all, two new robots stand in his place, hugging his father, taking his world from him. And he can't face that. He can't bear it. So he wanders away once again, this time to a rumored machine graveyard where he can be alone and where no one else will find him, where he can finally go out on his terms in his way. Because that was what his father never saw about him, that he is his own person. But someone's been hiding out here for some time while Mega Man dealt with the Emerald Spears. Dr. Wily, whose new robot masters quickly find Blues, and so he's finally able to do what Light wouldn't let him all those years ago. He fixes his power core. He brings Light's boy back. He gives the Mega Man comic the antagonist it's desperately needed, Breakman. Because while I've always really liked Dr. Wily here, I can't say he ever felt like Mega Man's villain, as weird as that sounds. Sure, Mega Man had to fight him, but Wily's deeper conflict is with Dr. Light, the man he feels so inferior to. But now Mega Man has someone to face off against, a character who sees Rock as a representation of all the ways his father failed him, who can't look past him because his very existence enrages him. One of my favorite scenes in the comic has to be here, when Breakman goes to talk with Tempo. After all, Tempo still lives with the mother who did exactly what Breakman feared Light would. She reprogrammed her, changed who she was. Once again, Flynn's writing shines.
Maybe you fix this line as well.
The time and weight it needs because
so I'm not really saying anything, I'm just kind of drawing.
Did betray Tempo, and Tempo has needed to deal with that pain, with the fear that not only will she die again, but that her mother will reprogram her. And yet each of Breakman's questions, each of his concerns, are met with the same response from Tempo, a quiet forgiveness.
She toyed with who you are. You can't just forgive someone for that.
I can, and I have, because I want to move forward. I can't change what has happened. Dr. Light did nothing to you. Is the problem that you cannot forgive him for nothing?
He replaced me!
And so now Breakman is on a collision course with that replacement. A replacement who, regardless of anything he does, will always want to protect his brother, who maybe even wasn't a replacement at all, but instead, one of two siblings who would make sure their brother never felt so alone again. But only time will tell whether Blues will be able to see that or not. Then there's Rock, who wants to save all of these robots, and who now has a far more personal brother to face off against, while his terrified father watches on in horror. That right there is the kind of deeper conflict that will only serve to make Mega Man more compelling too. And sure enough, it does. Every time Mega Man and Breakman interact, it's great, pulling out loads of emotion. Because much like Rock, Blues has a good heart. We saw that much with all the people he saved. That part of him has simply been corrupted by fear, leading him to make horrible mistake after horrible mistake. And yet, at the same time, he will do the right thing. He will help. He will regret when things go too far. That constant push and pull from Breakman, his inability to commit to a course of action, it makes him incredibly compelling and unpredictable. One of those characters who always steals the show when he appears. So, that about covers the first half of the comic, everything that happens before the first Sonic crossover. Of course, I jumped a bit ahead sometimes, and there are a few one-off issues I skimmed over. Like this girl power story where Roll saves a bunch of people from a sinking ship, despite not being as superpowered as Mega Man. That one's fine enough, and it does its job of giving Roll more time in the spotlight, even if it is basic in its execution. Then there's this New Year's one that develops Stern a bit more by directly contrasting him with the Emerald Spears, which is also a solid time. Really, there's only been one outright bad issue so far, this anniversary story, Rock of Ages.
Are you still on?
Unless you're a big Mega Man fan, this
I'm probably
is
not going to be on for much longer, though.
Basically, Rock keeps getting sent forward more and more in time. Eventually,
how you doing, Waze? Welcome back.
And they have to stop this time anomaly or something, and future Mega Man is there. I don't know, man. Overall, though, the first half of this comic has been a really good time. Stories like Spiritus Ex Machina and Prototype and the Valentine's Day issue more than make up for
just got back from the store. Did you guys get anything good, or is it just like a grocery run?
Unfortunately, this comic is only going to continue to get better, quickly going from good to truly great. This following story arc, Blackout, The Curse of Ra Moon, is the perfect example of how much this series has grown.
Dad's making beef and barley soup.
While the main conflict
that sounds gross, but it might be pretty good.
By a prelude and epilogue, multiple issues of build-up, and several more dealing with the aftermath. Really, I'd call this the comic's first big event. A story that dramatically shakes up the status quo, placing many of these characters in new and more interesting positions. And by giving this arc room to breathe, by giving these conflicts extra emphasis and taking the time to dig into the characters' emotions more, it addresses all of my previous pacing problems. Right away, this plot begins lighthearted and positive. It's Mega Man's birthday, and to celebrate all the good he's done, the mayor's even gonna rename the city to Mega City. Meanwhile, some of the other robot masters are trying to figure out what the heck to get their bro for his birthday, before realizing the ceremony's starting in just 5 minutes, so gift card? Gift card. This is contrasted by Wily and Blues, who watch as both of their rivals get all the praise and publicity. So Wily manipulates Blues, getting him to crash the party while he deals with some other plans. However, Ra Moon, the mysterious alien thing Wily has been working with in the background since Spiritus Ex Machina, finally takes control. While at the same time, Breakman fights Mega Man, with Light watching on in horror, revealing this other robot master's identity to Roll. That's their brother, his first son. And so Roll tries to take matters into her own hands and stop the battle. But
Roll!
Damn.
And, of course,
rest in peace, Roll.
Right at this moment, with this ill-timed shot, that Ra Moon's plan is finally revealed. See, this alien creature has the ability to turn off all technology that isn't its own. So it strikes, bringing the world to a screeching halt and freezing Mega Man in place as he tries to protect his sister. Much of what I've praised about this comic so far has come down to its optimistic message and attitude, the wholesome interactions or characters' general likability as we watch Light's ideals play out. But all that work that went into building up these characters before the crossover, Roll's proactiveness and spunky attitude, Breakman's bitter jealousy, Mega Man's heroism, the mystery of Ra Moon, it all pays off in this one masterful rapid-fire scene where all these pieces collide at the most dramatic moment possible. It's a real showcase of Flynn's ability that he's able to bring together all these elements in a way that doesn't feel mechanical. And finally, Flynn gives this the weight it needs by highlighting the true darkness and destruction of what's happened here, showcased perfectly with the issue's final page. As Breakman looks out on the destroyed city, the only robot left standing with a powered-down Mega Man and a heavily damaged Roll caused by his own anger, a stark contrast when he first looked out on the world he was ready to explore. It is incredibly well done. This is literally the first issue following the crossover, and the entire series has basically done every single thing I hoped it eventually would. So, where are we going to go from here? Well, we're gonna go for the comic's best Mega Man-centric plot yet, because now I have that deeper reason to care. Sure, I want to see him stop the blackout so he can save the world at large, but after his bond with Roll got developed in the Valentine's Day issue, well, I want to see him save her, too. See, he and a few of the other Robot Masters have been given a biological-based coating that allows them to fight against Ra Moon. But it will only last so long, and more importantly, it can't help them rescue Roll.
And then I think we do
online, he will die. So Mega Man is put in this terrible position, where he needs to try and uncover what even happened here, and eventually work with Blues, with the one who did this to his sister in the first place. After his fantastic two-part story got me totally invested in his side of things, this is an awesome follow-up. As Blues so clearly regrets what he did, while at the same time, he can't quite let go of his grudge against Ra. And the fact that Mega Man is still willingly working with him, that his good heart still keeps him focused on saving the world, well, that's the type of test of his ideals I wanted to see. Because now I know how strong these convictions are, how far Mega Man will go to save everyone, and that only makes him more likable to me. All of this leads to these moments. Panels showing the Robot Masters protecting the world, armed with their biological coating, and it's here that Light's ideals are rendered in their most powerful form yet. Because though this disaster was only made possible because of Wily and the world's reliance on technology, it is still Light's work that helps save countless lives. So yes, the likes of Stern and Xander Payne are right when they say these machines are dangerous. But even so, if they weren't built with their advanced AIs, if Light hadn't worked on them with such optimism, would they be able to truly save the world at a moment like this? However, for all my praise of this stuff, there's something even better. Another piece of this plot that truly takes it to the next level. See, much like the first three arcs, Blackout is actually an adaptation. This time of a Japanese exclusive FMV game called Super Adventure Rockman, which I wouldn't have even known if not for my co-writer Holly telling me. Because this doesn't really feel like the game adaptations that came before. It just doesn't have the same predictable structure. At first, I thought maybe that actually stemmed from the game itself being more story-focused, but Flynn basically takes the premise and some characters and does his own thing entirely. He highlights the after effects of Ra Moon's attack, actually showing how terrifying this would be. He gives a deeper reason why Roll is out of commission and in need of saving. He takes the basic bones of the story and builds something I prefer.
So what happens there is that I keep moving the mouse, and if I move the mouse to like the scroll bar at the bottom, it'll move where it is,
giving him further presence
and it keeps scaring me.
And completely supplanting Wily's usual role. Which brings me to the man himself, Dr. Wily. From the beginning, this comic's rendition of Dr. Wily has been super fun. A through and through evil and entertaining villain. There's never any real sense that he could become a better person or do good, which makes a lot of sense. After all, he is the main villain of the series. However, now that Wily's lost his usual place in the story, Flynn uses this as an opportunity to do something interesting. See, throughout Blackout, Wily is exceptionally amusing as he slowly loses his mind while hiding from Ra Moon. It's his first time getting major focus while not being the central antagonist of the arc, and it reveals a side of his character we've never seen before, a man on the very edge of his sanity. But still, he holds on to his genius, continuing to create weapons that could destroy Ra Moon. In particular, the artists absolutely nail it here, truly selling his desperation and fear, and yet how, through it all, he still remains.
I like it. Chet, how do you feel about it? I think I like it.
Somehow fight back, even though, of course, he can't. So by the end of the arc, the stakes are higher than ever before, with Mega Man and those who are loyal to Wily forced to fight a new line of robot masters and even Ra Thor, the weapon that was meant to destroy Ra-Moon. So in order to defeat such a fearsome foe, Mega Man must put all his power into his Mega Busters. But there's one problem with this. It won't just break Ra-Moon, it will break him. And for a moment, Wily's pride seems to vanish, as he's left genuinely shocked and maybe even touched that Rock would go this far to save him. So Rock charges forward the same as he always has, only asking one thing from Wily. But surely it's all up front, right?
Cool.
Rock is left unconscious in Wily's care, vulnerable, so ready to be tampered with. I love this moment. It's a true subversion of expectations. Without a doubt, I thought that Wily would try and change Mega Man for his own ends, and yet, he doesn't. Regardless of any other scheme he has in mind, he's jumped past the one that made the most sense. Because even as he works with Light to bring Mega Man fully back, Wily hasn't done anything to Rock. He could have changed his memories. He could have done some subtle reprogramming. And yet, this boy saved his life, saved the world. And it seems like maybe, just maybe, this has somehow moved him. It's such an unexpectedly human moment for Wily. And now that he's done this, past scenes with him take on a different flavor too. Like here, when Wily comforts Light after Blues runs away. On my first read, I assumed that this was just Wily manipulating Light, but after this, there's potential. Because now he's a man capable of the good Dr. Light so desperately wants to see in him. It turns this one-note evil villain into a tragic character. One where I know he, as the series' main villain, will backpedal, but I still hope for a different outcome all the same. And sure enough, his plan is soon revealed. He returned with Mega Man to gain trust. Trust that he would ultimately betray. But there is one thing he didn't expect. One fact he didn't account for. It's too easy. Because Dr. Light just believes him fully, without hesitation. Not only that, but he fights for his freedom, for his right to work in robotics again, protecting him from the police.
Where's my gold layer?
Him back his boy, and Light won't let that go unnoticed. Meanwhile, Mega Man was there, saw Wily try to fight Ra-Moon, and so
there it
he's
is.
Going to stand up
So
for him
later
too.
not.
Despite all the wrong Wily has done, Light believes in him so completely that it shocks Wily. Of course, he had hoped for something like this, but when it's so easy, when his supposed nemesis is so quick to show him his greatest invention, what then? Without a doubt, this is one of the comic's best scenes. Just a masterclass in character writing and tension. That moment where time freezes, where Wily is told that everything is going according to plan and he looks truly conflicted. Man, the art is integral here. It's such a perfect way to punctuate that. Wily is getting exactly what he wanted. Respect. But the gears are already turning. The plan is already in motion. And can Wily bring himself to stop it? On the other side of this, Dr. Light. Frozen in time, that good-hearted smile on his face, this softness and understanding radiating off him. It's a true credit to Flynn's writing that Light's optimism has never felt unbelievable or frustrating. It's just honest and pure. This relationship between him and Wily has always been compelling, but this right here, it represents one of the most powerful depictions of the comic's premise, of the complicated relationship between these two geniuses. And yet, despite being given almost everything he wanted, Wily still just can't let go of that terrible pride. This whole section takes Wily from a good villain to a phenomenal one. The perfect foil to Light and Rock's good-hearted nature. Because now we know that, no matter how much they believe there is good in everyone, this man will be here to prove them wrong. But of course, Light can't see that. And finally, the same good heart he programmed into Mega Man is going to come back to bite him. I'll be okay, so long as you two are fine. I am not fine. I am a fool, a naive, gullible fool. I just handed the most powerful piece of machinery in the world to a madman completely devoid of any scruples. But what else could I do? I couldn't let him hurt my children. I already lost one to him. I can't lose any more. No, I'll just lose my robot masters, and Gamma, and my designs, and my hopes, my dreams, and the world can pay the price. He was my friend. I trusted him, because there is good in everyone, isn't there? Am I that deluded? Dr. Light's reaction to Wily's inevitable betrayal is so real because of all the time devoted to the slow build-up and the expertly crafted dialogue. It's made clear that this isn't just Light's friend betraying him, even though that alone would be bad enough. This is Light's family torn apart. This is his worldview shattered. Really, at the end of the day, this is what the entire comic has been about. Dr. Light's optimistic ideals being tested
We did a little
in a
highlighting.
world that is far crueler than him.
Just a little bit, you know what I mean?
His beloved children, shining examples of the beauty of robotics and the potential.
And I think I'm done with the design part. I don't think it needs to be. I don't think anything needs to be messed with.
There are machines that can go out of control. There's a brave boy sent out to save the world once again. Throughout the second half of this comic, Rock really comes into his own.
All I need to do now is fix some of these things.
Into conflict after conflict that test his ideals and convictions. He advocates for Wily, even though he knows that's risky and we know that's a disaster waiting to happen. He goes into battle, but now with a new fear of his own death. He fights Blues regardless of how badly he wants to save his brother. And eventually, he battles another line of robot masters, as Flynn finally adapts Mega Man 3. Now, at first, I worried that this would represent a step back for the comic. After all, we're once again returning to that gameplay structure, where Mega Man must fight Robot Master after Robot Master. It would be very easy for this to feel too similar to the prior mainline game adaptations. And yet, it doesn't. Sure, it's still got plenty of similarities, but Flynn hasn't forgotten what came before, and uses all these issues of build-up and character moments to totally change the tone of these fights. See, each and every one of these robot masters gives us a quick snapshot of their perspective, of the things that fuel them in these fights. For some, that's as simple as wanting to be a better predator, while for others, it's far more personal. However, in every case, the fight ends not with snappy one-liners or evil monologues, but with the robot masters either accepting Mega Man as their better, or coming to terms with their demise, getting this moment of clarity about who they are. However, it's not just their ability to learn and introspect that makes them feel more human. It's their relationship to each other, because these robot masters have spent more time together and have developed a brotherly bond, gaining a greater sense of duty as they fight not only for themselves or for Wily, but for their fellow bots. For example, Shadow Man. Shadow Man hasn't even been truly programmed to follow Wily. Instead, he chose to of his own volition. Why? Well, because he was once tasked with protecting Ra Moon. However, after failing in that quest, he fled from the other robot masters, trying to escape his own destruction. But then they found him and they reached out, asking him to join. He could have another master, another duty. So he took that offer, and now he will not allow himself to be a failure. Then there's Sparkman. Out of this entire line, he spends the most time thinking about his brothers. And before Mega Man finds him, he's terrified. Mega Man already beat all them. Why would he be any different? But then he thinks about the times they've shared, those little moments of connection and kindness. So he begins this fight with an anger and rage we haven't seen from any other robot master, gunning not just to defeat Mega Man, but for revenge. And yet, at the end of the day, he isn't some monster. He's just an upset, sad guy who wants to spend more time with his brothers. All of this is such a great way to build on the comic's themes and conflicts, because changing the robot master's corruption from full-on mind control into something more nuanced and integrating it into their personalities more, it makes them feel human. After all, they can learn and grow. However, they still don't have that final piece they need. Free will, the choice to go against their directives. And by highlighting their similarities to people, by rendering them more human, this conflict is only made more relatable to me and more tragic and disturbing for Mega Man. And yet Mega Man pushes forward, reminding himself again and again that once all of this is over, they can take their chip data, rebuild them, and program out Wily's influence. Which leads us to one of the comic's best stories, Prisoners of War. Here, the recently defeated robot masters are brought back, and now that they've been reprogrammed, they'll be able to live a normal life. Except, there's one problem with that. To them, this isn't normal. Back during the Mega Man 2 adaptation, I briefly highlighted one character from that arc, Quickman. Where the other robot masters fought Mega Man due to their programming, Quickman truly just wanted his grand fight with Mega Man, wanted to prove he was the superior bot. And now he's one of the robot masters who has been rebuilt. However, he doesn't want to stop fighting. He likes combat. So being reduced to a worker robot? No, screw that. He would rather die. As for his brothers, well, many of them agree. They like who they are. They don't want this new purpose Mega Man has been so hyper-focused on. And so, despite his best efforts in all the fighting, Mega Man needs to face his toughest lesson of all. The same lesson his father only recently learned. Some people just don't want to change. This whole story represents a huge part of what makes Flynn's writing on the Mega Man comic so consistently impressive and entertaining to me. He never gives the characters an easy out, and he keeps challenging them on the core ideals and themes of the series so that Mega Man and Light's position never feels cheap. It's something they have to hold on to in the face of adversity, in the face of creations or people who can't be controlled. But the comic also never pushes it too far. Never leaves me feeling like Mega Man or Light are simply naive. Because we see how the robot masters help. We see how they make the world a better place. We see the love between all these family members and those who are willing to change. No matter
what
how
is everyone
far
else up to right now?
They seem
while we're just kind of hanging out.
After returning his brother to his family, Blues does what he always has in times of trouble. He isolates himself, sitting alone. However, soon enough, Wily summons him and gives him his next orders. This time, he wants Blues to kidnap another doctor's daughter, a little girl. And Blues snaps. This
is doing whatever, but I may start another Mega Man game. You actually beat 6 really quickly.
Of course he can't,
but you said you played that one before, so that makes sense. I don't think it took me that long to beat 2.
But that's when Wily finally
that's probably the one I played the most.
Has even a shred of humanity left in him. Blues' power core is still unstable, but Wily made it nuclear. At any time, he can make it explode, taking not only his life, but the life of all those around him. So, left without a choice, he gets the girl. He brings her to Wily. Throughout the whole comic, Blues has been incredibly wishy-washy, teaming up with Wily, even if we knew he wouldn't commit to this evil path. And yet, he still did that. He still stood by this monster and helped him time and time again. So if he had been allowed that easy out his family wanted to give him, if he'd been able to cut ties with Wily with little to no consequence, I think it would have probably felt a bit cheap. And that's why I love that Blues doesn't get that out, because he has gone too far. His indecision led to this moment. Sure, he never would have wanted to hurt this girl, but it's not as though he's entirely blameless. At the end of the day, he chose to trust Wily. He chose to shoot at Mega Man. He chose to hurt his father. And even if everything kept going further than he wanted, he was still the one who made those choices. But now, he makes another choice. He returns to Tempo, desperate to know the state of his power core. So Lalonde examines him only to find that Wily lied. Yes, his power core is still unstable, but it's not going to hurt anyone else. So Lalonde tells him that he has time now. Time to forgive himself, to make good with his father. But
playing with your friends? What are you playing? Warframe, I assume?
Because in yet another moment of foolish weakness, he broke apart a family. And now it's time for him to handle Wily on his own, but no longer as Breakman. That name.
Okay, thank God I was mostly done with that, because that was not what I was supposed to be doing.
From a father whose love he no
just doing Destiny 2 stuff for the story.
No,
I see.
Now he will be.
Oh.
But what makes this so compelling to me is that, despite his declaration of a new direction, Proto Man's identity crisis isn't over. Before, I got the impression that the comic was ready to give him back his family, which, yes, that would have been pretty satisfying, but Blues has always been a self-absorbed character, even if he can also be heroic. As such, it only makes sense that, before he can accept his family's love, he would need to accept himself, confront his own demons and the terrible mistakes he's made. So Blues has completed only a piece of his arc, finally understanding that he never should have worked with Wily in the first place, but there's more left to do. Now,
okay, let's do something that we haven't done for these 6 hours that we've been going. Let's fucking save.
In last fight with Wily, he was seemingly crushed by some rubble, and so Rock believes he's dead, which means that the world no longer needs Mega Man. So Rock watches the robot masters he saved go about their work and fulfill their purpose. And all of them are clearly happy. Really,
you know, kind of important we do that, right?
That pain Rock went through as Mega Man was worthwhile. But there's just one problem with that. Mega Man has lost his function. Here, Flynn once again shows how good he is at digging deep into these characters, examining the things we've taken for granted about them from a different angle. Because even though this is undoubtedly a change for Rock, doesn't it also just make sense? This is a boy who loves helping people, and as Mega Man, he's only made the world a better place. Sure, he never liked the violence, but he liked the outcome. And now, as he contemplates the purpose of his own existence, he questions himself. Do I have to do what I hate so I can feel fulfilled? But who's going to be the one to pull him out of this? Will it once again be Dr. Light or his sister? No. Instead, it's Fireman, one of the first robot masters he fought, one of the first he saved, and Fireman comforts him. Rock doesn't love fighting, he loves helping. And whether he's Rock or Mega Man, he's still helping people, improving the world, no matter what function he serves. Though Fireman has appeared from time to time in the comic, he's never been a remotely major character. And that's part of why this moment hits for me. It's a wonderful representation of all the good Rock has done. Even in ways he might not have known, even though he can't save everyone, this robot is right here, proving he's correct, lifting him up when he feels down. As Tempo previously said to Dr. Lalonde, we will help fix each other. Once again, it's the story's wonderful optimism shining through, even in its darkest moments. However, there's one more character who has to grapple with their identity. Dr. Light. After all, with Wily's betrayal, Light is forced to question everything about himself. Is his faith in humanity at large misplaced? And if it is, maybe he's wrong about his inventions too. But that's when Rock finally returns home and tells Light that he wants to stop being Mega Man. He doesn't need these weapons or this power, because just like Fireman told him, he still has a purpose right here. And finally, the comic has come full circle. Where before Light needed to comfort Rock to assure him that he is good, now Rock does the same for Light. He shows him that his faith isn't always misplaced. And the proof? The proof is right here. It never hurts to have a little faith. But then they get a message. Another one of Light's doctor friends is supposedly sending out 8 of his robot masters to destroy Mega Man, forcing him back into the fray. But now Mega Man isn't depressed as he runs off to fight, because he knows why he does this. This is who he is.
Okay. We're almost done.
This whole issue, no, this whole second half of the comic, it's done such a phenomenal job of building up this family, these characters and their relationships. Light, Rock, and Roll, I've grown to love their dynamic, and they only seem to get better and better. Actually, the entire comic just keeps improving, and if it keeps up this pace, keeps having this many compelling character moments, as many engaging conflicts, and all this exciting action, it could become a favorite of mine. It could. Yep, this is it, the moment I dreaded, the point where the Mega Man comic comes to its sudden end. There's just one more issue, consisting of visions of the future flashed into Light's head, each of them taking up one full page. There's a wide variety of stuff here beyond the obvious adaptations of the mainline classic games. Others are way more obscure, like some stories that were never even depicted in the games, stories that will now never come to be. And so we land on a more direct version of one of the most recent story's messages. Regardless of all the dangers Dr. Light's ideals and genius could and will lead to, there will always be hope, because at the end of the day, there will always be that embodiment of the good in the world that he created. There will always be Mega Man. This ending makes me feel a lot of conflicting things. On one hand, it's a thematically wonderful send-off to the series, and I'm happy we got to at least see something of Flynn's plans going forward. On the other hand, though, getting this glimpse of them having this great comic cut short here, it sucks. Every time I've reread it, I'm left with this hollow feeling of disappointment, upset that something this great wasn't able to see its story through to the end. Like this next arc. Man, Flynn had done such a great job of putting the pieces in place. This Doctor had appeared multiple times as a more critical force, particularly frustrated with the Light's belief in Wily, and now Wily has kidnapped his daughter. It's just such a natural way to build on Light's conflict and make the stakes higher than ever before. Flynn clearly still had passion for this series, clearly still does have passion for this series. When Udon announced their new Mega Man comic book series, he was publicly messaging them for a chance to work on it, to bring his vision to life. And as it often goes with these franchises, people will likely treat Udon as not an alternate take on the series, but a replacement for the unfinished Archie comics. But at the end of the day, so what? This comic is still here. It's still great. As a standalone story, it's a fascinating light sci-fi series, but as an adaptation, it also succeeds in making me want to explore more of this franchise, to play the wide variety of games. From every angle you can look at it, this is a great series that just exudes passion and care and love from every single artist that worked on it. I barely even talked about these great X-backup stories with some of Spaz's best art, or the sheer amount of Easter eggs and references to all over the Mega Man franchise that I never would have been able to notice due to, not being part of the fandom. My co-writer pointed out quite a few to me, but that doesn't even represent the sheer magnitude of visual nods or designs pulled from all over the franchise. But if this Udon comic means that a new generation of fans and creators get to explore their own vision for the series, well, I can't be too upset about that. So yes, I want Archie Mega Man to come back. I want the story to be concluded. But even if it never gets its end, I'm really happy with what we got, and I found it surprisingly satisfactory. Nearly 50 issues of the main story, 2 Sonic crossovers, and a whole bunch of wonderful characters and arcs to enjoy. That's a better run than so many licensed comic books ever manage, which is really the whole point of this video. Regardless of any outside force, this comic is worth reading. And if you skip the crossovers, which I recommend on your first time through, it's a pretty quick read, just 48 issues. So check it out, because much like Archie Sonic, this comic deserves to be remembered, regardless of what comes next. Hey there everyone, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. As usual, a special thank you to my patrons whose names are scrolling on by. And I also wanted to say thank you to Holly, who was the co-writer for this video. You can find all of their stuff linked in the description. One of the pieces of music used was also a fan cover of Proto Man's theme by Sebastian Romero. Hopefully I said that right, but you can find it in the description. It was really nice of them to let me use that. So thanks again and have a good one. Bye-bye for now.
All right. We're almost done, chat. I also remember playing Mega Man 2 a lot on mobile. Mega Man 2 is cool. We're almost done. Don't worry. Don't even worry about it. We're almost done. Oops, not multiply. Add glow. Okay. So now you gotta label shit, right? What font do I want to use? This is the most important part of the stream. What font? What font are we using? Yeah, let's use this bold one. Dr. Wiley number, don't know. Were there any other criteria that I needed? You got the hashtag and everything ready? I won't need to do that until I actually post it on Twitter. I don't think this is a fantastic job. No, I mean, this is fantastic. Yeah, it'd be like that. English is hard. I can't believe Botcher would say that. Yeah, what the fuck? Now I need a different font, something nice and legible. What about Railway? Do I have Railway? I don't. Crystal Core might be fine. Come with me. Uh, need to show them what detail this is. So too big. Oh, I just do this, right? Then I fill it. And then I can make you the Greek key. I already fucked this up. This fucking design is. It looks complicated. It's not. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then we do. All right. All right. You did a good job on this. You guys helped. We did a good job on this. I do hope this potentially be part of the voting. I hope so too. I like it. I was scrolling through some of the stuff on Twitter though. It looks pretty good. I'd show you, but porn shows up on my Twitter account, and I don't want you guys to see that. I'll keep an eye on the post when you post it, see how see if it's gained traction. Well, I'm gonna post it basically immediately. All right, I think that's good for now. I say for now. I think that's good. I think we're done. All right, let's go find someone to raid, shall we? Let's go. Okay, do you guys want to see Laura, who's playing Trails in the Sky, or do you guys want to see Lynx? Or we could see Hadoken King, who's also doing art. See you tomorrow? I don't know about tomorrow. We'll see. Want to see art? All right. Any objections? All right, we're gonna go ahead and raid Hadoken King. I don't know if we're doing stuff tomorrow. It depends on when I get back. But yeah, if I do, no matter what, I'll be back Wednesday. So, but yeah, no, I will definitely see you guys Wednesday. If I don't see you tomorrow. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for all the follows. Thanks for everything. Thanks for help with the art. I feel a lot better about it than I did when I first started. So yeah, I hope to see everybody soon. And when the voting goes out, I hope you guys vote for it. Everyone have a great night and take care. Later.